She kept her
A lot.
a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Can we just start there and then get this over with, please?
Yeah.
Okay. I called my mom just because I wanted to break and she told me that I heard what we were in Mendota that night.
call my mom. Cause I need a break. This was sometime between December
Yeah.
14 and 16. So did your mom come to where you were, which was where?
The train. She wasn't supposed to know I was staying there, so I didn't want her around. He told me if she came over or anything like that, that I couldn't stay there anymore and he wouldn't like count me out or anything like
My
that.
mom came to my trailer. How did you call your mom?
On the phone.
All right, what phone number did she have?
It was whatever Jude's number is now.
Jude?
Yeah.
A phone. And the number,
I don't remember anymore, to be honest with you.
his number,
She's had like 10 different phones since then, and I just,
Jude. Who, Jude?
this guy that they live with.
Now, you don't remember the number? Okay.
I'm sorry, like, she's had 10 different numbers since then, and I remember 3 of them, the rest of them just kind of, I just don't remember.
Okay. So you called her, what time was it she came over?
Not Tom. It wasn't too long after I was work, maybe like 7.
So you got off work
Yeah.
and you went over to the trailer?
Mm-hmm.
So, work. To the trailer.
What happens if we don't find Evelyn? Am I going to get her back, or if the person wants to keep her?
Let's work on finding her, huh? Okay.
How can you give me an answer on that?
I will. I'll do my best to find out what we can do. I got off work and went to the trailer. That's where you called your mom from?
I called her on the way to work. My car, well, the cruise had
The way
like
home from work?
Yeah, it had like a touch screen where, you know, you could just hit like phone, contacts, whatever, like you didn't have to like pick up your cell phone. You know what I'm saying?
You had the number that you had back then. What was the number?
My 579 number.
On the way home. Work.
Like I said, my car had like a touch screen where, you know, you could plug your phone up and it'd be like contacts, calls, like, you know what I'm talking about. It had like Apple Play or whatever on the card.
Yeah. Called. Car.
Okay, I told her I was going to break. I was supposed to get home the next day.
You mean you're supposed to get her the next day?
I was supposed to pick her up the next day.
From your mom?
Mm-hmm.
So mom comes over there. What's she driving? Who's she with?
She's with Will. I don't remember what car they were, to be honest with you. It was dark. It was a little sedan, if that matters for me.
Who's with?
Her boyfriend. You know that.
Will. What's his last name?
On the phone.
Small sedan.
Mm-hmm.
Color. You know anything? What color was
It was unfortunately, it didn't work at the time, so I mean, like, you know. I came in the door for maybe like 10 seconds, handed Evelyn to her, and then went back in.
Your mom didn't come in the trailer?
Mhm.
So what was Evelyn wearing when she went with your mom?
I already told you about that little Puma.
I wasn't in there.
There's a little hot pink tracksuit, the matching boat and shoes. It's a Puma tracksuit.
Had she been wearing this all day?
Oh yeah.
I'm just asking.
Does that make it bad because she's wearing it?
No.
No,
So
she was wearing it all day.
Evelyn was wearing
She didn't get dirty, so I didn't change her.
a small
A Puma
a Puma
tracksuit. It's hot pink.
track suit.
It's hot pink and she had a belly match. And with shoes.
Huh?
With shoes that matched too.
Shoes were pink.
Mm-hmm. They were Puma shoes. They matched the tracksuit. Okay, so she takes her
What
dress
time
off.
had you picked? So had old mommy had her that day?
Mhm. To be honest with you, that was one of the days that, like, the mommy kept her for a little bit, and like the babysitter kept her for a little bit, and I just can't, honest God, remember which one I picked her up from, but I think it was a mommy.
How did she get from old mommy to the babysitter?
I left work.
When?
I don't remember when, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, it's tired, I'm sleepy.
Who was the babysitter?
Sue.
You left work like around lunch or when?
It was after lunch. I really don't remember the exact time, to be honest with you.
You realize that's important though, right? I mean, these details are very important for us to try to find the child. Also kept her. I left work sometime.
Yeah.
And then,
Okay, so mom picks her up.
hold on.
Okay.
Picked up Evelyn. Took her to Sue's trailer, house. What's she live in?
I think it's a double wide. I think you consider it a double wide.
Home. Tell me this. Why did you have to pick her up from old mommy and take her to Sue's? Why for the change?
Mom didn't get tired of watching it.
So did old mommy call you and tell you she was tired that day?
Yeah. She's old, she's 70 years old.
So she called and told you,
Mhm.
I'm tired, I can't watch her.
Mm-hmm. She never meant it in a bad way.
And mommy called. That day.
Dad used to do that too, like, if I left somewhere and I was gone long and I was supposed
She
to.
was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took did you call Sue before you took her over there?
Her name on my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
Huh?
Her name on my phone was literally Sue Babysitter.
So, you think so then you must have picked her up from Sue that day?
Like I said, I really don't remember who hit her first and who dropped her off.
I know, but at this point, we're confident that old mommy had her, that you picked her up and took her to Sue. You wouldn't have taken her back to old mommy at any point in time.
Yeah.
Right?
No.
Okay, so you went and picked her up from Sue on that day?
Yeah. Can you get that phone on?
We can as soon as we get this finished out.
Okay.
All right, so what time did you pick her up from Sue?
Whenever I got off work.
Which was about what time?
Probably 6:30.
So you pick her up at 6:30. Anybody with you? Just you. Nobody at Sue's.
I don't know if her husband was there or not. I didn't see him. Sue still has Evelyn's pack and play, the city cup, and some of her clothes.
From that day.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
never went back and looked.
So you had taken that from old mommy's to over there that day?
My mommy never kept a pack and play there.
Okay, so did Sue have this that day? She already had it?
Yeah, but it was Evelyn's pack and play. It's like pink, got flowers on it. Well, like the insert of the bed playpen is pink, and it's got like the edges of it's like white. It's got pink roses on it.
Okay.
Like, have you seen a pack and play?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming you have a kid. Okay, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like the design or whatever around it.
Yeah.
On the very top part, that fabric part, it's like a gray coat pack and play. It's
Yeah.
white with pink roses.
Got it. But Sue,
Already had the pack and play.
Okay.
So I left it there before.
yeah.
And some clothes.
So she had clothes. So,
Yeah.
but,
And she maybe had a
but
couple
you had
clothes.
dressed Evelyn that day, right?
Yes.
In this Puma outfit.
Yeah.
So she didn't change clothes or anything like that.
Well, no, Sue still has clothes that I've dropped off there forever.
No
Those
problem.
need to change.
So you pick up Evelyn,
Yeah.
right? 6:30. Did you call your mom from when you were going from Evelyn's house or Sue's house to your trailer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell me this. Were you or were you not living with Hunter at the time?
On and off.
On and off.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't necessarily like living there, but I stayed a couple nights there. Okay, so mom picks Evelyn up.
Uh-huh.
You know, they're going to Mendota. I'm like, okay.
So wait a minute. So your mom doesn't come inside. So is this conversation you're having with your mom, is it standing at the door?
She's like, we're going to Mendota. I'm like, here's Evelyn's stuff, bye. Like, it was really quick.
Okay. How far is Mendota?
I don't know, I've never been. How far is Mendota? Do you know?
I don't. The reason I'm asking though is did you ask like, does she need a toothbrush? Or not a toothbrush, but does she need like overnight stuff?
I did send her overnight stuff. Mom was supposed to be overnight. I was supposed to go the next morning.
Okay. So you had a bag that you gave to your
It
mom.
wasn't a bag, it was a little basket.
It was a basket.
It's blue. It had like diapers, and like I gave like some milk.
Did Will get out of the car and come with her to the door?
No.
Okay. So when my mom came to the door,
Mm-hmm.
okay, were you planning on your mom keeping her that night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I sent overnight stuff.
When mom came to the door, did you tell her that on the phone?
Yeah, she knew.
Okay.
She was aware. supposed to be the next day.
into the door. I gave her a basket
It was a blue basket. Does that matter?
that was blue.
Does that matter at all?
Sure. It had overnight clothes.
Yeah. Well, anytime I ever took Evelyn anywhere, I sent with extra clothes. Because babies get dirty.
Overnight clothes
Diapers, milk.
and extra clothes. It also had
You're really thorough.
apples and milk.
Yeah.
What kind of milk?
All milk.
Whole milk, not any kind of formula or anything like that. She just drank whole milk.
Yeah, around 9 months old, like, she started spitting formula back up. So I switched her on whole milk. My pediatrician told me not to, but like, she never spit up again and she was fine, so I just kept her on whole milk.
Just whole milk. Did you put some kind of cold thing in there to keep the milk cold?
Mm-hmm. I gave it to her like out of the, whatchamacallit, the fridge. I'm sorry, I'm half asleep. Please bear with me. I've been in the
Okay.
room.
My mom milk right out of the fridge.
Should I not have done that?
I don't know. I don't know where she was going or what the deal was. So, what did your mom say to you when she left?
That I can get your mom to pick her up.
Okay. My mom said,
I can get your mom to pick her up.
tomorrow and pick her up. So at some point she's got to tell you where she's going.
Mendota.
I know that, Megan, but it's important about how and when she told you. Did she tell you that at the beginning of the conversation, while you were on the phone, or at the door, or at the end?
We were on the phone. She told me her little go to Mendota for now.
Yeah. Me. Her and Will,
Mm-hmm.
we're going to Mendota.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, did she say we're going over there to camp or to see somebody, or what did she say?
I mean, I just assumed camp, I'm not gonna lie to you. They always camped out there. Will has a camper.
At Mendota? What's it look like?
I've never seen it, to be honest with you. It's just a camper. I think it's at Jude's now. Or was that Jude's? It's just a camper.
What kind of camper is it?
A camper. I've never laid eyes on it to tell you that it was camper. Like what kind of camper it was or anything like that. I'm sorry.
Did your mom say we were going camping?
I don't know anywhere else she could stay in Mendota other than that camper.
I understand that, but what else did she say?
And that was it. I was literally like, here's Evelyn, here's your stuff, see you, Bob. It was a quick exchange. It's like along like Holston River, I guess. That's what my dad told me.
How did your dad know?
Because my mom got like a trespassing charge. She like walked over property one day, like in Scott County, but he was like, that river flows through Mendota. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he knows what he's talking about. I guess. What time is it?
I'm not really sure. So, your mom leaves.
The next day she calls, and she's mad. That's
What time?
In the morning.
I mean, were you still in bed?
No, I was out of bed. I was getting ready.
You were getting ready for
Work.
So what day was that? Huh?
The 15th and the 2nd. She's like, oh, well, like, you don't deserve Evelyn, you're bad mom. Like, she's just money better, it's gonna treat her better, take care of her better. She kept telling me stuff like, oh, like, you don't deserve her.
I'm gonna say Evelyn was with.
Somebody who would take better care of her, she'd be happy with. Do you think I was a bad mom?
I didn't say that. I don't know that anybody said that. You know why? Because we don't know what happened. And Megan, I'm not sitting here saying this isn't feasible, but I'm confident that you know more than what you're saying to me. That's all. I'm not sitting here saying this isn't. I'm confident that you know
I don't know more than what I'm telling you.
at the minimum your mom has told you where this child is. At the minimum.
I think it's somewhere in the data.
Take better care. Somebody who would take better care.
Do you know the day that you ordered that press release together? She kept trying to take me back up there, and I told her, I was like, look, you just give her to me. I was like, so help me God, I will not bring your name into it. I will walk my ass up there with Evelyn on my head and be like, it's mad at my dad and don't want to see the baby, like, you know, think of some bullshit. And I was like, I will let them just see the baby. I was like, you're taking me to her, just tell me.
I want you to listen to what you just said. Your mom kept trying to take you back up there.
But she wouldn't tell me why.
Megan, that is not feasible whatsoever.
Why do you think that's not?
Why would your mom say, I want to take you up there, but wouldn't say, this is where
Well,
the
she wouldn't tell me that's where we were going. That's just where the road signs were pointing to. She was taking me somewhere way up in Virginia, and the road signs were like pointing towards Mendota.
Okay. And you didn't go?
No, because she wouldn't tell me. She just kept telling me that I don't need to talk to you all, that I need to like go with her and just like leave the whole situation and stuff like that.
And you and she told you that you needed to know where the child was.
No, she never mentioned.
Why else would she be taking you?
She wouldn't tell me. I kept asking, she wouldn't answer me.
That makes no
And
sense.
then I told her that if she didn't take me, drop me off back up there and talk to you all, because you were in the press release that I was going to call and be myself and you come get me.
She told me that somebody who would take better care. Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. She told you that next morning. That.
No,
What else?
that I didn't deserve Evelyn. That I was a bad mom, not going to support her. She told me who she was with loved her.
She told you what?
That who she was with loved her.
person or the people?
The person she was involved in. And she was saying we were not for anything. But if I left my child, I'd let her have a better life.
I love my child, what?
I would let her have a better life. But she didn't have it. That's all.
Hey, did your mom bring you any money? Just ask.
The only time she's ever given me money is when me and her started hanging out again. She gave me like $20 one time because I hadn't gotten in the car and was in on gas and her didn't have any
No, I'm
money.
talking about this time right here.
No,
Okay.
no, she never gave me money.
What else did your mom tell you?
That's it. It's just getting repeating those same like phrases over and over again. Just kept on saying if I wanted Evelyn to have a good life, it wasn't for me. Sorry.
I just want to know why you didn't tell us this in the first place.
Because whenever she's happier, she doesn't want to be with me.
Megan,
Everybody keeps telling me I'm a bad mom and she'd be better off with anybody but me.
I want to know something.
What?
Do you think Evelyn is alive? You do. Are you confident of that? You're shaking your head yes. Does that mean yes?
Yeah.
Megan,
Just don't know where.
Megan, I want you to know something.
Well,
If Evelyn is alive and she's okay, it's okay. Okay? And I even go back to the fact that if she's not, and something just accidentally happened, it happens. It's sad, but it happens. I can't go out here though and find this child, no matter how it is, and turn around and make it okay if when I talk to the people they say, Megan knew this. Do you understand
I
that?
do.
And I'm telling you, that's more feasible than you don't know at this point because Barbie told a couple of different stories. If you know where the child is, I need to put my hands on it so that I can help you with this. You need to tell me, honey.
I don't have an exact idea. I just think because I would have been knowing that my mom was out with that kid.
That your mom hangs out with. Tell me who your mom hangs out with.
Nobody else heard anything about them. I'm not arguing.
What names do you know?
You're gonna have to give me a second, I think. There's like Travis, Tristan, Billy, Christian.
These are all people in Mendoza.
No. I don't know anybody that she knows in Mendoza. My mom has a lot of like sketchy friends and they move around a lot. And Will has a lot of sketchy friends that move around a lot.
I'm just telling you, this is the problem. The only problem is this is, I know that you want to sit here and say, hey, this first part or whatever, but if that story was true, there's no reason why you wouldn't have told me the whole thing, or told those guys the whole thing the first time. Before I get up from this chair, I need to know every bit of this.
I'm telling you every bit I know. Even when we started hanging out again, that's just all she would tell me.
You do realize, Megan, that I know that you sat in that seat up there and you told those guys the last time that was everything you knew. But it wasn't, was it?
I'm going to take a lot of text messages, so I pinky promise you that I will. You schedule in the morning. You'll have to come get me. I'll come right up to you, but I'll take you.
What are you going to do with this shows that you're not being truthful? What are you going to do?
It won't. I know that it won't.
See, I've got to sit here and believe you, honey. I also believe that you feel confident that your child is still alive.
Right? Well, is that a bad thing?
No. But what the bad thing is if you have an idea of where it's at and you're not telling me.
I know a general area.
All right, where?
Mendota. That's the general area.
You know what I mean.
I don't know exactly this section of Mendota, like that one.
I feel pretty confident that your mom probably would have said, she's here. Or she's with so-and-so.
She never gave me a name. The only coincidence I could think of that was really like, oh, that's weird, is like that girl that mom used to hang out with just kind of disappeared, like almost exactly when Evelyn did. And the day mom got arrested, like she messaged him on her Facebook and he was back into like whatever. I've never said people, it was always person. Like singular. Not like.
Why is it? Would you have said that if you didn't know?
Said what?
Person?
No, she never said people, it was always person. It was always the person who has her. It wasn't like, oh, the people were like, you know what I mean? It's always like one person.
Well, just listen. We'll go to the ends of the earth for this kid. Okay?
Okay.
But I'm telling you right now, lots of problems if what you're telling me is a made-up story.
Okay.
You've done this twice.
Okay.
You can't do this.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
I know you're young, but you're now an adult. And I'm willing to tear every word up and tear this paper off and take another statement from you and forget it.
I appreciate that.
I would. I would sit right here. Because I don't want to see you at the age of 18 ruin your life. If an accident happened to this child, I'm willing to write it down.
No.
If you know where your child is,
Yeah.
I'm willing to write it
Accidents
down.
never happened to Evelyn where she bruised her face or something while she was walking.
I'm
Like,
willing to
I
write down what happened.
told you.
And if there's more that you know, I've got to know.
There's not. I just have theories, and I told you that. Like
And
I
this
said,
is it.
that one girl that went missing around the same time Evelyn did, like my mom hung out
Do
with
you
her.
know the child to be with that girl?
No, but don't you think it's weird they went missing around the same time? And literally, like almost down to the moment my mom was arrested, she talked to somebody.
What's the girl's name?
Lucy Steffi. Do I need to find her ride home for me and Christy? Thank you, Lord. Can I ask you something?
Listen.
What if my mom told this girl that she was adopted Evelyn? Would you get her back? somebody there told me no. If they thought that under the pretenses of adoption, you couldn't get it back.
I don't think your mom has the right to let her be adopted out.
Well, still,
Her name is what?
Lucy Steffi.
Spell Steffi.
I think it's Stefy maybe. I'm sorry if I spelled her last name wrong.
I was working at the chicken shack. Old mommy or the babysitter was keeping the child. I called my mom because I needed a break. This was sometime between December 14th and 16th. My mom came to my trailer. My mom had a phone, and the number is the number that Jude has
It was
now.
always Jude's phone, she just used it. Does that matter? They shared a phone.
It was
Sorry, I didn't catch that video.
always Jude's phone. My mom shared it with Jude. Right? I got off work and went to the trailer. I had the 579 number. I called my mom on the way home from work. My car had Apple Play, and I called her from the car. I told her I just wanted a break.
Well, technically, I called from the babysitter's house, but to me, that's still on the way from work. So if you get down here and you're like, oh, well, you called from Sue's house, like, that means the same thing to me.
But you called her from the car, right?
Right.
And on your phone?
Right.
Okay. I told her I just wanted a break. My mom came to the trailer with Will McLeod in a small sedan. It was a dark car and it was dark outside. My mom did not come in the trailer. I handed Evelyn to her while she was outside. Evelyn was wearing a Puma track suit that was hot pink with a bow to match. The shoes were pink Puma and matched the suit. Old mommy had kept the child that day. The babysitter, Sue, also kept her that day. I left work sometime in the afternoon and picked up Evelyn. I took her to Sue's home that I think is a double wide, right?
I mean, I don't know what you call it, it just looks like a double line. But it's not as long as the rock. We will do this.
Initial right here, so that I don't add anything to your statement.
Okay. Right here.
Yep. You see where I've marked this out?
Yeah.
Initial everywhere where I marked that and that out.
Above it?
Yep. Here's the initial right here where we added this. And then initial right here at the bottom. So I don't add anything to your statement. All right. Old mommy called. Me that day and said she was tired and could not keep her any longer. That is why I took her to Sue. I left work to do that. I called Sue and asked her to keep Evelyn that day. I went to Sue's and picked up Evelyn after work, which was around 6:30 p.m. I called my mom on my way from Sue's to my trailer. When my mom came to the door, I gave her a basket that was blue. It had overnight clothes and extra clothes. It also had diapers and milk, which was whole milk. I gave my mom the milk right out of the fridge. My mom and I could meet her tomorrow. My mom said I could meet her tomorrow and pick her up. When I called her to ask, here, I'm going to say Evelyn, and pick Evelyn up. When I called her to ask her to keep Evelyn, she told me that her and Will were going to Mendota. I assumed they were going camping because Will has a camper, and that is why I assumed that. My mom called the next morning. I was getting ready for work. It was either the 15th or the 17th. My mom said that I was a bad mom and that I did not deserve Evelyn. My mom said Evelyn was with somebody who would take better care of the child. My mom said I did not deserve Evelyn. she said I was a bad mom and could not support her. All that right? Where I worked things out?
It's right here.
Uh-huh. My mom said that the person she, Evelyn, was with loved her. My mom said she was safe and would not want for anything. My mom said that if I loved my child, I would let her have a better life than she would have with me. A friend of my mom's went missing around the same time Evelyn went missing. Her name is Lucy Steffi. Is that right? Initial right there at that. Initial at the very end. Now sign and date, please.
What's today's date?
That's a good question. 24th.
That's off, it's like a middle one.
Mm-hmm. 20. Okay.
Did you want to time on
Uh-huh.
that? How was it?
It's a good question. AM.
Well,
I'm pretty sure, I'm just thinking. Megan. Oh, mommy quit touching the baby before that.
no. She must have her dates wrong because she didn't know it. I know for a fact that she didn't know it. Because I had nobody else to watch her except for 2 people. Mom is also 78 years old. And calls me the wrong name almost every time I see her.
I mean, I call my kids the wrong name half the time. That
And
doesn't
my
mean
dad.
there's anything wrong with my
And then
mind.
when I was going in and out of there, my dad's like, oh, I didn't see her after Thanksgiving. And like, he literally like actually has pictures of her after Thanksgiving. Or she used to forever that one that she had.
I don't want us to get up from this chair and miss any opportunity. I've got an 18-year-old daughter. It worries me that if I said to get up from this chair and that there's more knowledge in your hand,
There's not.
that I can,
And
that I
if
can
I
help
think
fix,
of
that I
any-
can help fix this problem
I'm not.
that I can't get.
If I think of anything, I'm like, oh, like, you know.
You
I
need
just
to think
thought
of
was-
it right now.
I can't think of anything else right now. It's just like 12:08 and I'm not too bad.
Your child's missing. I'm worried about you. I'm worried about your child. Okay? Anything else? Sure.
Are you gonna read it, Kristen?
Fine.
Are you taking your time or somebody else?
I'll either take you home or get somebody. Give me just a minute.
Is it gonna be like a swap, like keeping this on?
I don't know.
Yeah, some pop like
We'll make it a good, safe ride home. it. 12:11 a.m.
Agent Will Hoyer, we could kind of tell as you were speaking with Ms. Boswell, you writing that statement down
Yes, sir.
on a pad? Okay. Did you go over that statement with her?
Yes, sir.
Did you allow her to correct or make any changes to what you were writing down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that indicated on the statement as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at the end of the statement, did you have her sign and date it?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign and date it as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you took this statement, you started talking with her, I guess, shortly before midnight on the 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And then you finished, I believe you turned off the recording at 12:11 a.m. on the 24th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Agent Will Hoard, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Is that a copy of the statement that you took from Megan Boswell on the February 23rd into February 24th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you recognize her signature at the end of that statement?
Yes, sir.
And do you sign that as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, we'd move to make that Exhibit 229.
The full exhibit 229 over the defense's objection.
Agent Will Hoyt, during the course of your all's investigations, you all ever receive or discover any evidence that Evelyn had been given to another person in Mendota, Virginia?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Good morning, Agent Will Hoyt. How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. You took this statement on February the 23rd. It appears it started up into the night. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
How long had Megan been at the Sheriff's Department that day prior to that statement being taken? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay. Did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
The statement, the subject matter of the statement, obviously you're aware that several other statements had been taken from her.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're in charge of the field office in Johnson City, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
So that means you review and sign off on everything that's done in every case.
In the field division, yes, sir.
So everything that Agent Gratz is doing, you're reviewing and you're signing off on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were aware that she'd been interviewed several times prior to your interview.
Several being, I guess, I don't know, but yes, she had been interviewed prior to that, Mr. Scott. You are correct.
Okay. And your interview was essentially a continuation on the same subject matter of the prior interviews.
Could you repeat the question?
Your interview was a continuation of the subject matter of the prior interviews, being the disappearance of Evelyn Boswell.
Well, it was a different interview, but I guess I was questioning her about Evelyn, which I think was the subject of every interview.
Sure. That's all the questions I have, Judge. Actually, no, I can ask one more thing. Were you aware that the TBI had provided Megan with a cell phone on the 23rd?
I apologize, Mr. Scott, I can't recall that. I believe that was the case, yes. But I don't know the details of that. I'm sorry.
So you don't know that cell phone could have been used to track her to see if she went to the location after the 23rd where the body was found? If you know.
I don't.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go?
For the state, yes.
Judge, he is, I would ask that he be subject to recall, but free to leave the courthouse.
Agent Woodward, your testimony right now is over. However, you are subject to being recalled. You don't have to stay at the courthouse. Just make sure that we can get a hold of him and get you here soon.
Yes, sir.
Right, next.
State would call Special Agent Paul Durant.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name, please.
My name is Paul Durant.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Please tell the jury your name and where you're employed.
My name is Paul Durant. I'm a special agent with the FBI assigned to the Johnson City RA.
Okay. And is your last name spelled Durant?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been employed with the FBI for about 5.5 years.
Okay. And you stated your title was special agent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a brief description of your current duties with the FBI?
So, as a special agent with the FBI, I'm primarily assigned to investigate crimes against children. So anything with sexual exploitation, kidnapping, human trafficking, things of that nature.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of your education?
Yes. So I have a bachelor's degree in finance that I attained from the University of Central Florida. I have a second bachelor's degree in biomedical science, which I also attained from the University of Central Florida.
Okay. And during the time you were employed with the FBI, were you asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
I was.
What were you tasked with doing at that time?
So the FBI in general was tasked with supporting our local and state partners. We did anything from interviews to phone extractions to assisting interviews outside of the state. Primarily, my responsibility was reviewing all of our documentation and looking for any patterns and things like that.
Okay. When you say documentation, are you referencing digital documentation or other items?
Mostly digital documentation, as well as like interviews and notes and stuff like that from the other investigative agents.
Okay. And from the time you first assisted until now, have you continued to receive training in the area of forensic examination of digital devices?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jury briefly what type of training you've received?
I received training through the FBI as part of the Computer Analyst Response Team technician, as well as the Digital Evidence Examination technician.
Okay. When you say response team, what does that mean exactly?
Essentially, like any of the response teams, are teams that can be deployed. We can go to search warrants. For example, like we call it CART for short. The CART team would join investigative agents in the field. We would examine any computers that were on and available during the time, as well as cell phones, and then bring those back to our office for further examination and extraction.
So CART is short for Computer Analysis Response Team?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been a part of that team?
I believe about 3 years now.
Okay. And have we sufficiently covered your training regarding digital evidence, or is there anything else you would like the jury to know?
So that's the majority of my training with digital evidence.
Does the FBI utilize forensic digital evidence equipment to aid you in your investigations?
Yes, so we have several different forensic softwares that are FBI approved, as well as specific devices to help us extract and image electronic devices.
Okay. And we'll briefly go into what the FBI utilizes. When it comes to cellular devices like telephones, what would a digital analysis entail regarding cell phones?
So regarding cell phones, we do what we call extractions of cell phones. So we use a forensic software to extract different data from the cell phones. There's several different extraction methods that you can use. Three main ones. The first one is kind of a logical extraction. Essentially what that does is we ask the cell phone, what can you provide us? And the cell phone will provide us X data. The next analysis that we can do or extraction that we can do is called a file system extraction. That's kind of where our software goes into the cell phone and then tries to pull as much data as we can from that cell phone. The last extraction that we can perform is called a physical extraction. Essentially, that is a bit-for-bit copy of whatever that electronic device is.
Okay. And just so we know, when you say extraction, do you mean taking the information off of that device to be able to utilize what you're looking at?
By extraction, yes. We don't take anything physically off of that device, but we make a copy of those items on that device and put it onto another, like electronic storage media. Okay. So we're not changing anything on the device. Okay. We have different methods that ensure that we have made a what we call a forensic copy of that device.
So it's essentially a copy of what was on that device.
Correct.
Okay. And you've done this a little bit, can you tell the jury how that's done? How does a technician take that copy from a cellular device and put it into another place?
Yeah, so we'll connect that electronic device up to like our computers and our forensic extraction software. We use things like write blockers to ensure that no information from our devices or our computer is transferred over to the cell phone. Once the data is extracted from that device, we'll go ahead and ensure that a copy has been made, a forensic copy. We do that through hash verification. There's two different ones that we use. One is MD5 hash, and the other one is SHA-256 hash. Essentially what a hash is like a fingerprint of that electronic device. It just shows that we made a exact forensic copy of that content. Okay. Once that content is created, we transfer that to another electronic storage medium, whether that's a USB drive, whether that's just any kind of external media drive. And then we run a hash verification to ensure that that copy was not altered during that transfer process.
Okay.
That is typically what is done best practice.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what types of have just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. Agent Durant, have you previously performed digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you previously performed analysis of social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that he be made an expert in the area of forensic analysis of digital devices.
That's 4 hours. Sir, how long have you been employed by the FBI?
I've been employed by the FBI for about 5.5 years, since September of 2019.
And in that time, how many times have you been qualified as an expert in court? Or have you?
I don't believe I've been qualified as one as per a digital evidence extraction. So I've been qualified in the areas of child investigation, like child crime investigations.
But as far as digital forensics, you have not been qualified previously?
No, I don't believe so.
And if we could go back to your training, if you would go over that again with me, specifically as it relates to digital forensics, what training do you have?
In terms of digital forensics, so I have two trainings that I pretty much attended to. One was the computer analyst response team technician. Essentially, that is the one that I explained, that you kind of go out there and you're able to collect those electronic devices and then kind of take them back, prepare to do like the digital extraction portion.
Okay. And how long was that course?
So that course was 2 weeks.
Okay. What other training do you have?
So I also am authorized as a digital evidence examination technician. Essentially what that one is that's the actual like extraction process of being able to extract the data and search through the data for information, evidence of crime.
Did you go to a course for that?
Yes.
How long was that course?
It was about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks.
Yeah, so both courses were 2 weeks long.
You have specialized training in the software you're using?
In the software?
Yes.
Yeah, we were shown how to use the software, and we use that software in our cases.
Okay. When you say you were shown how to use the software, what type of training do you actually have with the software?
That was part of that training program where we actually get the software, we review what the software can do, and then we use that in order to extract digital evidence.
And your formal education background is a degree in finance and a degree in biomedical science.
Yes.
Anything? Do you have any formal education as far as college or anything like that, as it relates to digital forensics, downloading phones, so forth?
No college experience with that, no.
Thank you. We approach.
Agent Durant,
Yes.
during the course of your career, how many of these digital forensic analysis have you performed?
I've extracted and analyzed, I would say, approximately 30 cell phones or mobile devices, kind of cell phones, iPads, stuff like that. And in terms of computers, probably about another 20 for computers in terms of like laptops, external hard drives, and things like that.
General, what field were you asking if you have any qualifying specifically?
In forensic analysis of digital devices.
I'm going to overrule the defendant's objection. He'll be declared to be an expert in forensic analysis of digital devices
Thank you, Your Honor.
based on his training and his experience.
Okay. So we're going to back up just a few questions back to the cellular. I believe you were testifying as to the cellular phone analysis and software that the FBI used. I believe we talked about the types of data that can be, and I think that was actually my next question. When we're talking about cellular phones or cellular devices, can you tell the jury what types of data can be obtained from an extraction of a cellular device?
Yes, so extractions of cellular devices can provide a lot of different data, such as images, videos, text messages. You could do web searches, GPS. Pretty much anything that could be stored on a cell phone can be found through an extraction of the cell phone.
Okay. And is every cell phone the same, or are you able to obtain duplicate copies of, like, say, two individuals have Facebook on their phones? Do you always get full records on each device, or can that be different depending on the device itself?
It really depends upon the device, depends upon what the software update is. If some have older software versus newer software updates, there's a lot of different factors that can play into what can be extracted from an electronic device. In terms of social media, when you're extracting social media information from the device, it's only the information that is found on it. So a lot of social media companies will store stuff in like the cloud or off of your cell phone. So when you do an extraction, you may only get a couple of days of social media conversations. You may get more, you may get less. You may not get any at all. It really just depends upon the extraction method used and the data that was stored on the actual electronic device.
Okay. Do you also, as part of your training and experience, also analyze social media extractions based on search warrants?
Yes.
Okay. Do those tend to offer more information than pulling social media directly from a cellular device?
Yes. So information that you obtain through a search warrant for a social media company is going to have a more complete record of the conversations and the activity on that account, as opposed to one that is pulled from an electronic device.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why that is?
So kind of like I stated before, the information that you're going to get from an extraction of an electronic device is only going to be the information that's found on that device when you do the extraction. So, so one of the things that we do when we do an extraction is we put, like, for example, the cell phone in airplane mode. And in airplane mode, the cell phone is not able to communicate with any of the servers, the social media servers. So it's just whatever's on that device at that time is what you can get. However, when you do legal process through social media, they have access to all the information that they would store. All that information that would be on a cloud account can then be provided to law enforcement through legal process.
Okay. You may have already asked this when the judge asked you these questions. Have you previously performed a digital analysis of cellular telephones?
Yes.
Have you also performed analysis of computers?
Yes.
And what about social media extractions from search warrants?
Yes.
And were you provided with digital extractions in the case we're here on today?
I was.
Okay. Do you know what types of digital extractions you were provided with?
Yes. So the two main ones were a few cell phone extractions as well as social media search warrant returns.
Okay. Were any of those directly linked to the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What were you specifically asked to do with the information that you were given?
I was asked to review the social media search warrant proceeds from Ms. Boswell's Facebook account and Instagram account.
Okay. And tell us what proceeds are.
Proceeds, so when you submit a search warrant to social media companies, essentially what they send you back is the proceeds of that warrant. So when I say search warrant proceeds, I mean all the information that's Facebook or Instagram or any social media has provided the law enforcement officer.
Okay. And were you actually able to perform an analysis on the defendant's social media that was provided to you?
Yes, I reviewed both the Facebook and Instagram accounts.
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with y'all.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right. Yes, I want to be heard from.
Your Honor, if I could speak briefly.
Go ahead.
Well, first, the state of Tennessee has fulfilled the notice requirement by filing a written notice of intent to introduce these documents, and we were not at any time notified by the defense that they were going to be opposing these. But also, under Rule 902, it falls under a self-authenticating documents because it is records of regularly conducted activity. And the case law is clear that a self-authenticating affidavit is sufficient on being able to bring these records in.
Judge, as it relates to pretrial notice, my reading of Rule 12 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure basically sets out 5 things that must be raised pretrial: defects in the institution of the prosecution, defect in the indictment, so forth, motion to suppress, request for discovery, and a motion to sever. None of those things include this. I've objected because that affidavit is not an affidavit. It's a statement, and it should be sworn to in front of someone who is qualified to give an oath. And for it to qualify under 902, I think it has to be an actual affidavit sworn to by someone qualified to give an oath.
Your Honor, if you would like, we would be happy to provide you with a case that allows for this document to be sufficient. It's on page 16.
Could I see it?
Yeah.
So you got me a copy.
You have a copy for the defense.
I'm trying to find it. Yep.
certificate of service signed by General Harper says it was emailed to Defense Counsel on the 31st day of January 2025. It was filed February 3rd at the clerk's office. But it included a copy of this certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regularly conducted activity. Mr. Scott is correct that there does not appear on this document a notary from the state of California. I do know that in every other respect that the certificate of authenticity complies with both rules 803, 6, and 902, 11. And the certificate of authenticity declares under penalty of perjury that the certificate is true and correct to the best of this person's knowledge. And it has the logo of Facebook on the document itself. I'm looking at the case that was handed up, State versus Benitez, 2022 Westlaw 123-1075. Quoting State versus Ferguson, 741 Southwest 2nd, 125, that the circumstances must only show with reasonable assurance the identity of the evidence. And the court is satisfied that this certificate complies with that standard. So I'm going to overrule the objection, and the state will be able to continue. We'll take about 10 more minutes of break, so.
Thank you.
May the witness And can you tell the jury why something like this is important pursuant to an investigation?
Essentially, why this is important is it shows that the records that we received for the specific count we received them from are accurate.
Okay. All right, that can be passed back down. Thank you. To your knowledge, do you know who owns Instagram?
Yes, Instagram and Facebook are both owned by Meta.
Okay. And were you able to conduct an analysis on Facebook and Instagram records of the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And were these records obtained via a valid search warrant for those records?
Yes.
Okay. In reviewing, I guess let me ask you this, were you able to review all of the information, not just the Facebook and Instagram records, but all of the information that you were provided regarding digital evidence in this case?
Yes, I reviewed a number of different phone extractions as well as search warrant returns.
Okay. Based upon this, were you able to identify conversations pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
Have you identified and reviewed those in preparation for court today?
Yes.
I'm going to pass you 2 pages here. Take a look and see if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. And what is it?
So there are conversations that were located on Miss Boswell's Facebook account.
Okay. And is it a conversation between the defendant and someone else?
Yes.
And who is the other person?
It is Haley Spiro.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you reviewed on Megan Boswell's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of that conversation?
This was on December 8th, 2019.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 231.
Objection.
Yes.
Approach up here for just a second. There's no objection to 231, subject to the court's previous ruling.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Agent Durant, is this the conversation we were just discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what the defendant states right after it shows that she called Haley on the phone?
So the defendant states, I'll have to double check with her dad as her, or her dad has her, but I should have an extra.
Okay.
And then it goes to, I don't think I sent them all with him, but then again, I might have because I'm irresponsible.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, this will be subject to my prior objection before it's over.
I'm going to pass you two documents. We're going to go through them one at a time. You could look first at the one with the earliest date on it, please.
Okay.
And do you recognize that document?
I do.
And can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant, I believe it was Alexia Roop.
Okay. And what's the date of that conversation?
December 18th, 2019.
Okay. And then for the second page that I handed you, who was the conversation with on that second page?
So this one was, and also a conversation from that Facebook social media proceeds, also between the defendant and Alexia Roop.
Okay. And what is the date of that conversation?
That is December 27th of 2019.
Okay. And are those both fair and accurate representations of the conversations that you reviewed on the defendant's Facebook search warrant extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that those be made as separate exhibits for the 12/18 date, exhibit number 232, and for the December 27th date, exhibit number 233.
For the full exhibit, subject to the defendant's prior objection and full approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Permission to publish. Okay, first we'll go to the December 18th message. Alexia Roop says, so I'm probably never going to get this money, am I? LOL. And what does the defendant say?
The defendant says, I'm really sorry. I've been busy. I've been so busy. My child's father took her from me, and it's been one thing after another, and I'm sorry I've not been able to meet and stuff. Sundays are my only day off, and the only time I really have to meet.
Okay. And next, we'll go to the December 27th conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Alexia says to the defendant, you never sent it. And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says, I honestly have to get a new one. Have to go get a new one. Can I give you my social? And you try that card. I put money on it again.
And then Alexia says, yeah, I can try. And what does the defendant say?
I'm sorry. I'm just so busy and like in a custody fight with Evelyn's dad right now. And I'm exhausted, to be honest with you. And I'm trying to keep up with everything as is. I'm really hoping we can get that prepaid card figured out.
Okay. pass you one page and ask if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
It's another conversation from the Facebook warrant between Miss Boswell and Jesse Rosenbaum.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate, let me ask you, what is the date of that conversation?
It's January 13th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you saw it on that social media extraction?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 234.
234.
Okay, permission to publish. Okay. If you could tell us what the defendant says on January 13th of 2020.
So the defendant says, I lost custody of Evelyn to Ethan, and I've been in a mood. I really don't want to deal with their shit right now. I've not told anyone but you that. He told me our court date was a different date than what it was, and I didn't know, so I was late to it.
Okay. And then Jesse Rosenbaum says, damn, that sucks, effed up shit, you could call a retrial. And then what does Megan say?
I'm trying to. I've not even told anyone that happened yet. I just don't want to deal with them, you know. And then she also says, like they always drag me into their problems, then bitch at me for being in their problems after they put me in the middle. LOL.
Okay. And you 2 pages. And ask the same thing if you can recognize them.
I do.
Okay. And can you tell us what it is?
It's a conversation between Christopher Hall and Miss Boswell.
Okay. And the date of that conversation?
January 26, 2020.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked when you analyzed Megan Boswell's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We would ask that be made exhibit number 235.
Exhibit 235. What was that date again?
January 26, 2020. Permission to publish? Okay. So Christopher Hall asks, how's Evelyn? And what does the defendant say?
Defendant says, good, mean as fuck.
And he says, aw. And what does Megan Boswell say?
She says, she hates me.
Okay. Okay. May we approach your honor? I'm going to pass you 2 pages. And ask if you can identify that.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
So it's this was a conversation on Facebook between the defendant and Miss Shirley Lowry.
Okay. And what was the date of that conversation?
This was February 18th, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation from the defendant's Facebook extraction?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 236.
The full exhibit 236. Pursuant to the court's order.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Okay. For the first page of this, I'm trying to get a little bit bigger. Can you just read to the jury what the defendant says on February 18th of 2020?
So the first message that comes through is hello ? The next message is, if you want to know what's going on, I couldn't bring Evelyn over because Ethan wouldn't let me pick her up, and I have court in the morning. I'm sorry, and I hate to be rude about this, but you don't have any rights to my child, and what goes on between me, her, and her dad stays between me, her, and her dad. So the following message is, I have court in the morning to set up a specific plan where he has her 1 week and I have her another.
Okay. And is that conversation, let me make it smaller. Okay. And then for the record, there's a photograph there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and what does the defendant say after that photograph?
She says, this was her when I saw her last weekend, and then follows up with, if dad didn't flip out when I come on the property, I'd bring her by. Not that it's any of your business, though, and don't involve anyone else in it.
Okay, I'm going to leave that up for just a second because I want to ask you some questions about this photograph. So again, we're looking at the date, February 18th, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's the date the message was sent to Shirley Lowry.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine, based upon your analysis of the defendant's Facebook, is that picture an accurate representation of being taken the weekend before February 18th of 2020?
No.
Can you tell me how you know that picture is an old picture?
While reviewing the conversations from the search warrant proceeds, I located that same photo, which was sent to Ethan on November 30th of 2019.
Okay. Okay. Same thing. I'm going to ask if you're able to identify that.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
It's a conversation between Kristen Arnett and the defendant.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
February 22nd, 2020.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between the defendant and Kristen Arnett on that date from her Facebook proceeds?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 237.
237, subject to court order.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
I'll try to make this one a little bit bigger. Christian Arnett says, honey, I pray that you come out of this. I pray you and that baby are both safe. All you got to do is be honest, honey. I'm praying so hard for you. And what does the defendant say in response?
I am being 100% honest and trying to help find my baby. I was scared of the person who took her. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, pass you a document. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
This was a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood, yes.
Okay, and is there a date for that conversation?
There is. It's December 27th of 2019.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it during your analysis?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 238.
Full exhibit 238, subject to court trial.
And permission to publish. Okay. If you can, just tell us what the defendant says to Hunter Wood on December 27th and December 28th.
On December 27th, the defendant says, "Text me again so I have your number. I ended up just swapping phones with her." And then follows on with, "Hey, I'm going to leave here soon. Ethan and I talked, and he's going to stay home." And then is followed by, he thinks that what would be best, also because I'm obviously not a very stable parent right now, and Evelyn doesn't want to come home with me.
Okay. Okay, same question.
Yes, I recognize this.
Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay, and what is the date of that?
The date of this one is February the 19th of 2020.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you viewed pursuant to your analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 239.
Full exhibit 239, subject to court trial.
And permission to publish. could read to the jury each of these text bubbles from the defendant to Hunter Wood on February 19th of 2020.
Yes. It says, hey, I have no clue why you're mad at me, but I've been waiting for Mom for fucking hours at the BP. Can I please come sleep in your truck if I get a ride there? And she says, like, seriously, I've done nothing. I've not done anything for you to be mad at me. I love you, and I was supposed to leave so long ago, and I tired as fucking hell. I'm also pregnant with your child, so you could let me sleep in your truck. I'm gonna just come anyways and sleep in it when I can find a ride. I'm so tired, and I needed you tonight, but thank you, Hunter. I might just say fuck it and come in. And then she tried to call, and Hunter missed a call. And then the final one is, I've tried to call.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to pass you 7 pages. Take a moment to look through that. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to view that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what it is?
So it's a conversation between the defendant and Hunter.
Okay. Hunter Wood?
Hunter Wood. Yes.
Okay. And is there a date on that conversation?
Yes. February 22nd of 2020.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate representation of the conversation as you viewed it when you did an analysis of the defendant's social media?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 240.
The collective exhibit 240, subject is forced drive.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
We're just going to go through it page by page.
Okay.
Okay. what does Megan Boswell start out saying on February 22nd of 2020?
The defendant states, "Hey, I texted you just so that you know it's really me."
And Hunter Wood says, change your Facebook name. And what does the defendant say?
"I will in a few. Will you please bring me a change of clothes? TBI is in North Carolina with my mom. Literally, I don't care what clothes are. I just don't have anything at the moment."
And Hunter said, they said there was no baby with her though. I'm at my mom's. And what does the defendant say?
"She's still under arrest and being questioned. Can you please do that for me though?"
And then Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. And what does the defendant say?
"Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing."
Then Hunter says, but please assure to me that the baby will be found and brought home safely. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Then what does, I'll scroll down in a second, what does the defendant say in response to that?
"Hunter, I have full faith in the TBI and everyone I've spoken to that they will get the truth out of my mom and bring my baby back to me. Can you come talk? ? Or your mom? ? I just can't disclose anything much more over the internet at this point in time or over the phone, and I hope you can understand that."
Okay, I'll move that up a little bit, and if you could continue.
If you don't want to, I'll speak to your mom and she can tell you. Also tell her thank you for reporting the car missing. If mom has told you anything that is off-putting, please let me know. If she told you anything at all. Please tell me, please, anything at all. Did she ever mention Mendota to you? She kept trying to take me there, and I'm trying to find a ride up there to go looking.
Okay. Oh, let me this one smaller. Okay. And what does the defendant, I guess it's a continuation from the last page, what is she saying?
"So please let me know if you know anything about Mendota. I know it's late, but can you take me somewhere in Mendota, along a river? Mom used to talk about it."
And Hunter says, get your dad or TBI to take you. And what does the defendant say?
"I can't get a hold of David, and there's no way in hell Dad will take me."
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
"David's not replying to me, probably because they're down in North Carolina dealing with my mother."
And then Hunter Wood says, I'll contact Chris Wilhoit and see what he says to do. And what does the defendant say?
"Who is that? I don't know exactly where it is."
And Hunter says, the leading TBI agent. What does the defendant say?
"I just know a river in Mendota. Someone told Dad they wanted to talk to him."
Okay. And then what does the defendant say?
"Same place Mom got arrested for trespassing in Scott County, Holston River."
And then Hunter says, what does that have to do with the baby? And what does the defendant say?
"Only place I know she might be connected with in Mendota. Dad is on the phone with someone right now. Something about who reported the car she saw. She says she would only talk to Dad and that she had important information."
Okay. And what does she say in that last message?
Dad's on the phone with her recording the call.
Wait, this is the last page. I might have to make this one a little bit bigger. And then Hunter says, what did they say? And what does the defendant say back to Hunter?
"She said my mom dropped the baby off behind a church 3 days ago. They're looking into the church thing right now. She said a church off 394. I think she said Feathers Chapel. Dad talked to her. Not sire, but I'm losing my shit right now and have no one. I have to find Evelyn now. It's been 3 days already. What if she's cold and hungry?"
Okay. And then what does she say? Let me go up a little bit with where it starts, Hunter, please.
"Hunter, please, no one will take me to look for her mom. Had to have dropped her off somewhere. Please help me find my baby. And she continues, says, if you won't take me, I'm literally going to steal a car. I don't care. I'm sitting at Food City with the cops. Hunter, if she dropped her off 3 days ago, time is ticking fast. And she says, hey, TBI has some sort of update. I'm about to head up there now. I'll let you know. I'll let you and Melissa know. And then she ends with, are you up, question mark.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the officer. I just been informed your lunch is here. We'll start back at, probably 1:15.
Everyone stand, please.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name, please.
My name is Paul Durant.
You solemnly
COVID-19 events with COVID-19 positive. No effective assessment.
I just walked in, I can't reach my fiance, I came in the back door, she couldn't have been here. I smelled some weird smell, I looked like she fell out on the floor.
Okay, you smell a weird smell and she's flat on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, just one
And I
moment.
don't, I think that's anyway, my lips are good.
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay, then we need to get her, turn her over, make sure she's flat on her back, nothing under her neck. You have something to put over her nose and mouth, and we're gonna start CPR, sir.
Okay, I think she's gone.
You think she's gone?
Yeah.
Okay, and what makes you think she's gone?
That's the place in the CPR.
I'm sorry?
What do I do? I don't
Well,
want
wait, we're gonna put her flat on her back, and then I'm gonna walk you through the steps to do that. If you think that she's able to do the CPR, then we can. I have no problem walking you through that.
it looks like it's brain matter everywhere. It looks like there's something
There's
wrong.
brain matter everywhere.
It looks like maybe it's shot me out. I don't know.
Like somebody had shot her. Okay, all right.
No.
All right, do you think that she's not viable?
I don't think so.
Okay, so look, so tell me why you think she's dead.
So she won't respond.
You won't
eyes
respond?
open.
Eyes. All right,
There's a lot of blood.
and a lot of blood. Okay.
Yeah, the flowers, it looks like somebody must have come here.
Uh-huh.
And sunglasses were knocked off, it looks like in the hallway.
Okay.
But the smell is very,
Okay. All right. Give me just a moment here, sir. Give me just a moment. So it looks like somebody may have broken in and shot her in the head.
me, I don't know.
Okay, I understand. Okay. I'm sorry. Say it again.
Get somebody here now.
I've got some people coming, sir. Is do you see anybody still nearby, an assailant or anything? No.
No. The
All right.
front door was locked when I pulled up with
The front door was locked. Okay.
The back door was unlocked. I walked around, she didn't respond to my call.
Yes.
So I came over, and then I came in the back and I smelled this weird smell.
Right.
And I walked in, I could see this, like a raised pour.
Yes. Okay. I have everybody coming. I'm sending the paramedics to help now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Everything as it is.
Yes.
And if you can, go ahead and step out of the house, and that way, wait for the paramedics and the police at the front of that house. Yeah, I would go back out the way you came to, keep the scene as it is.
Yes.
And then if they want to go through the front when they get there, then they'll let you know. But I'd go back out the same way that you came in
Okay.
and leave everything as you found it.
Yeah, I think it's in there. I don't think it's in there.
You can let them know you didn't know if you turned it on or off, but just leave it as it is right this moment.
The same thing, really, really, really smell.
Oh, really weird.
Like this, yeah, almost, chemical,
Like a gas or a chemical? More like a gas smell?
no, it's more like something with just a pesticide.
A pesticide smell? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and get out the door and go to the front and wait for them at the front of the house. Leave everything as it is. Is there anything else that I can do for you, sir?
No,
All right. I've got them all coming. All right. Thank you. Sir, this is the sheriff's office.
Recording your tree from 911.
Yes, sir.
Answer any questions defense counsel may have. Cross examination.
No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Young, you stay. Your Honor, we'd ask the witness be excused. They be excused. Thank you. the state would call Deputy Chris Robinson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Chris Robinson,
And with whom are you employed?
Greenwood County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your current rank?
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy. And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Currently on uniform patrol.
And what does that entail?
Answer your day-to-day calls, 911 calls.
How long have you been with the department?
10 years.
I'm going to refer you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember getting a call to the Canebrake neighborhood?
I do.
Okay. How did you get that call?
It was just a call for service at the time. Someone called 911. Pelham Road at the QT.
How far away is that to the Canebrake?
A couple miles, maybe.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes.
Now, did you go with your blue lights on, or did you
Absolutely. Just for the nature of the call, yeah, we responded a license siren.
So, what address did you arrive to? Do you remember?
I'm not 100% the exact.
122 Canebrake?
That would be it, yes, sir.
And so, what happened when you got there?
So once I arrived on scene, I made contact with the complainant, Mr. Russ. He was standing in the way. I was kind of briefly spoke to him, trying to figure out kind of what was going on. He told me that he arrived home, or arrived to the victim's address when she wasn't answering her phone. So he said he went in the back door, it was unlocked, and that's where he located her. So at that point, another deputy arrived on scene. So we decided to go in there and clear. We went in the back door. He said it was unlocked. They always leave it unlocked. So that's the way we made entry. Went inside immediately. As soon as we got inside, immediately smelled some kind of chemical odor. It was kind of unusual. We weren't 100% sure what it was. I could never figure it out. But we cleared the residence. I located Miss Parcell in the living room. There was blood all over the floor. Looked like there was drag marks on the floor where she was had been drugged by her feet or drugged somehow. She had multiple lacerations around her upper, her face, her neck area.
All right, I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to take you back a little bit. Now, when you get out of your car, did you walk down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And what cars were parked there?
There were two cars in the driveway. They were kind of parked one behind the other. One, I think it was a Mercedes, was the back one. Not remember which one the first one was.
And where did you encounter Mr. Post?
He was in front of the first car closest to the house.
And then that's where did you obtain some information from him about what was going on?
Correct. Just like I said, the basic information about, or he came home and he couldn't get her on the phone, so that's why he showed up.
And so, your next item to do was to clear the house.
Correct.
And did you do that alone, or do you?
No, Master Deputy Brookshire was there. He went inside with me. We did it together because we didn't know what was inside or who else was inside.
So at that point, you have no idea what you're walking into.
Correct.
Is that standard procedure to have two individuals clear the house?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all in fact go and clear the house in this case?
We did. We cleared the entire house. Didn't find anyone else inside besides Ms. Parcell.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it functioning properly
Correct.
that day?
It was.
Have you reviewed that body camera?
I have.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. That has my body camera on it. I signed it there.
Those your initials right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, is this your body camera that you were wearing that day?
Yes, sir.
When you made a call to 122 Cambridge?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 8 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit A comes into evidence.
All right. Master Deputy, I'm going to show you this body camera, and we can start and stop it. I want you to kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you see as you're going through and you're clearing the scene with Officer Brookshire.
Yes.
So what is that there?
That's us arriving on scene, or me arriving on scene, to 122 Cambridge.
All right, and so is that the first time you saw this location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are those the two cars right there that you can see the silver one in the front?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And there was a red one behind it, I believe. All right. And is that where you encountered Mr. Post?
Yes, sir, initially.
And what is Mr. Post doing?
He was making a phone call. I'm not sure exactly who he was on the phone with, and we're just I'm getting basic information from him, kind of figured out what was going on, kind of what he saw, and what.
Are you gathering information from Mr. Post?
Yeah, just basic information, try to figure out exactly what we have.
Now you have audio on your body camera, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're not playing the audio for these purposes.
Okay. So yeah, just basic information, trying to figure out, when was the last time he talked to her, things like that. I could see that he was, dressed nicely. He wasn't. There's nothing on him like where there's been a struggle or anything like that too. So he didn't seem like he was in a hurry. So it seemed like there was. She was deceased, just according to his body language, if that makes sense.
And so where are you going down here? The side of the house?
Yes, sir. He pointed us to the back. This is the back door. He said that that was always unlocked, and that's where he made entry. So this is where we decided to go because we knew that this door was more than likely unlocked. We had good access to the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Post tell you which door he entered into the house?
He did. He said he come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So, and that was the door that we decided to make.
So the door being open right there was not concerning to you?
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in. So I'm just talking to Master Deputy Brookshire here. We're just kind of talking back and forth about what we see inside the house, kind of what each other's going to do, kind of your primary job responsibility, and that's all standard.
And in clearing the house, what is the purpose of clearing the house?
One, to secure any kind of evidence, and also make sure there's no one else inside, maybe no other victims or the suspect as well. So where is
Deputy Brookshire.
He's to my right. He's holding on. There's a hallway on the right side of the house.
So where did you just see right there?
Miss Parcells' body.
Okay, so that was the room where you found Christina Parcell?
Correct, in the front living room area.
And y'all continue to search the house for any suspects?
Yes, sir. We're just continuing to clear. I had him hold the hallway, and I kind of just moved up and cleared kind of behind him, up to him, and then we started clearing the bedrooms down the hallway. We're just sitting there just kind of talking our way through this, kind of, hey, what do you see?
And are you conscious not to disturb any part of the crime scene as well, as best you can?
Correct. Try not to touch anything. Obviously, opening the doors or whatnot, we kind of have to push them open. But we're not kind of rummaging through anything or opening any drawers, or we're just looking for humans at this point, so the big areas where somebody could hide.
Y'all just continue to clear the house?
Yes, sir. I believe that was the last bedroom that we cleared at that point. I believe I come out and we secure the house so nobody goes in or out.
Now, are you corresponding with other officers outside the house as well about what's going on? Are you reporting back to anybody?
Talking on the radio, just kind of letting them know what we have at this point, getting a supervisor on the way. They always respond to these kind of incidents.
And is that the front door right there to your right?
Yes, sir.
That's not the door you entered into?
No, sir. That's the front door to the residence that leads into the front living room area that Ms. Parcell was located in. At this point, I'm just checking to make sure there's no signs of life. If we need to render any kind of medical aid. Looking for any kind of weapons to make sure it wouldn't, she did it to harm herself too.
And then now are y'all exiting?
The back door.
The back door? So did you cut your body camera off about that time? Let me ask you this. That's about when you finished clearing the house?
Correct.
All right. Your body camera still continues to operate?
Correct.
Do you remember what you did after you cleared the house?
Went back and talked to Mr. Post, got some basic information, names, kind of the last time he spoke with her, things like that. And just waited on everybody else to show up.
Did y'all begin putting crime scene tape up?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of things?
Yes, sir. Just locking down the house, making sure nobody goes in or out, just to keep the crime scene preserved the best we could.
And as far as Mr. Post is concerned, did he appear to have any blood on him, anything like that?
No, he was dressed pretty nicely that day. Sports coat, nice slacks.
Could just answer any questions. Defense counsel.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, please report.
Just curious, Deputy Robinson, at the time this happened, were you a master deputy?
I was.
You talked a little bit about some of the comments Mr. Post made to you after you arrived on scene. You testified to that in direct examination. I want to talk about some of those comments. Master Deputy Robinson, isn't it true that roughly about a minute, 25 seconds in to your body camera, Mr. Post told you that he was there every day, or practically every day?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, he's moved in the body camera. There was no exception as it relates to the audio. The whole video and audio is in.
Overruled.
So, if I remember correctly, yeah, I mean, he says he's there often.
Isn't it true that roughly at about 12 minutes and 45 seconds in, somewhere in there, Mr. Post told you that he did not at that point feel comfortable continuing to talk to you? Do you remember that?
I do when I was asking questions.
And isn't it true that while you were talking to him, he directed you to another deputy, a Deputy Dan Bevel, who might know more about the situation? Is that true? Do you remember that? At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly?
I believe that was with a different case.
But while you were there that day, isn't it true that Mr. Post directed you to Deputy Bevel as someone who might know more about this case? Is that true?
Not about this direct case, but I guess he's been involved with the victim before.
At some point, was Mr. Post placed in the back of a patrol car that day?
He was. You know, he was the first one to find her, so standard procedure just to kind of detain him until investigators could arrive to speak with him.
And at the time, isn't it true that well, strike that. 1 second. I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Can you redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Bradley Post.
you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Bradley Post.
Good afternoon, Mr. Post. Where do you currently reside?
Greenville County Detention Center.
And have you been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Do you know the victim in this case, Christina Parcell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We dated and were engaged on and off about 6 years.
And about when did y'all start dating?
2016.
And in 2016, where were y'all living?
I was living at my house in Rivoli Lane. She was living in her house or apartment. I don't remember what she had at the time.
And does Christina have a daughter?
Yes.
And what is her name?
Aida Mello.
And did you get to know Aida Mello?
Yes.
And do you know who the father
Yes.
of Aida is?
Yes.
And who is that?
John Mello.
And were you aware of a child custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes.
And was this custody dispute ongoing from 2016 up until 2021?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the child custody dispute?
I would listen to her talk. Sometimes I'd assist her to go to an attorney, whatever, but, she would just tell me about what it was.
Was it contentious?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Was there a lot going on in it?
Yes.
Was John Mello fighting very hard from his perspective?
Yes.
And Christina was fighting as well?
Yes.
Now, do you know where Christina was living on October 13th, 2021?
On Canebrake Drive.
Is that 122 Canebrake?
Yes.
And do you know who was living at that house at that time?
Yes.
Who was living there?
Her sister and her daughter and her.
Okay, what is her sister's name?
Tina.
Tina Parcell?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to go to that house?
Yes.
And would Christina Parcell go to your house on Rivoli Lane?
Yes, sometimes.
And what kind of car was Christina driving at that time?
Lexus.
And who owned that car?
It was mine.
All right. And did you offer her to be able to drive that car?
Yes.
And did Christina Parcell have a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you assist her with the payments on that cell phone?
She had actually 2 cell phones. She had her own sometimes and mine also. But yes.
And did y'all communicate?
Yes.
Between those 2 phones? Do you know about when Christina moved to Canebrake?
I would have to think about it. I'm thinking maybe April, May, somewhere in that time frame.
And did you have the occasion, as part of the child custody dispute, did Christina Parcell have to go to Italy?
Yes.
And do you know the circumstances surrounding why she would have to go to Italy to get her child? Can you tell the jury what your understanding of those circumstances were?
Mr. Mello kidnapped the daughter and left the country.
And do you know about when that was? And if you can't remember, it's not.
It was probably 6 months before April.
Okay.
Whatever that works out to be.
Okay. And as a result of that, what did Christina do when Aida moved to Italy with John Mello?
She found out where he was located. She contacted her congressman and the State Department and the FBI.
And did she attempt to obtain the return of Aida back to the United States?
Yes.
How did she do that?
Through the State Department. I think it was the Hague Agreement.
And did Christina actually fly over to Italy?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
Twice.
And were you assisting her and helping her throughout this process?
What do you mean?
Financially, were you helping her?
Some, but she was receiving contributions and reimbursements from those organizations that help women like that.
Women obtain the return of their children who've been
That's correct.
taken abroad.
Yes.
And so did you emotionally support her? Are you involved? Did she tell you what's going on?
Yes.
And so do you remember did Christina ever get the return of her daughter?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
April, May time frame of the year.
Of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you tell us what you did that day, starting in the morning?
Well, she had a job interview, and
She is Christina Parcell?
Yes, Christina Parcell had a job interview. Typically, when she had something critical, I would call and try to make sure she was up, and she was. And then when she was driving to the interview, she called me, and we talked for a while. And then she was a couple minutes from her interview, and so she hung up.
As far as you know, did she go to that interview?
Yes.
And then when she was at that interview, what did you do?
Generic things, common things around the house. Had to clean up and do laundry and dishes and things like that.
And then did you ever attempt to contact Christina?
Yes.
About when did you attempt to try and contact her?
I think it's around 11 o'clock, plus or minus somewhere in there.
And so how did you do that?
By phone?
And were you successful?
No.
So as a result of your unsuccessful attempt to contact her, what'd you do?
I thought I should probably go over and see how she's doing.
And did you do that?
I did.
How did you get there?
I drove my car.
What kind of car did you drive?
Mercedes.
Is it red?
Yes.
When you drove over there, where did you park it?
In their driveway.
And when you arrived to 122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
And were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked. And I walked into the back door.
This jury just saw the body camera of Chris Robinson. Did you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people there.
And the door that he used, was it the door that you used to enter? Do you know what door he used?
I think they went through the front door. No, they might have went to the back door. That's right.
And is that the door that you used to enter the house?
Yes.
Okay. So you did enter the house?
Right. Again, I'm not sure whether it was the front door or the back door that they entered.
And so what did you do when you walked inside the house?
It was dark, quiet, and so I walked back to down the hallway to see if she was in the bathroom or the shower, and it was all dark. And I looked on the floor, and right at the entrance of the living room and off that hallway, there were petals from like a rose. And as I looked into the room, and I saw her on her back.
And when you saw her on her back, was there a lot of blood around the room?
Yes.
What did you do?
I walked over and yelled at her and then called 911.
And when you called 911, what were you requesting?
I told them who I was and where I was, and we needed, I guess, an ambulance or and the police assistance.
At this time, on October 13th, did you know where John Nola was located?
I assumed he was in Italy.
All right. Mr. Post, I'm going to show you some envelopes. I'm going to refer you sort of back to around June of that same year, 2021. And I'm going to show you some envelopes and ask you if you recognize these envelopes. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. start with exhibit one. I want to make sure the jury can hear me, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to stand this way. I'm going to start with exhibit one. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how you came in contact with this document.
It was mailed to me.
Say it again.
It was mailed to me.
Okay. And is your name on it?
Yes.
And the return address is a P.O. box. Whose P.O. box is that?
It's also my P.O. box.
And when about was it mailed to you?
June 30th? June 30th.
Okay. Did you receive other envelopes as well?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how that happened.
Be a little more specific.
So tell this jury you received an envelope. What did you do once you received it, and did you receive other envelopes? Question.
I received the envelope. I opened it because it was very suspicious, with my return address. And I looked at it, and then I called my attorney.
Why did you call your attorney?
Because of the contents inside.
Can you describe the contents?
Yes, there were naked pictures of Miss Parcell, and if I remember right, there was a mailing list of which would kind of indicate that they were going to be sent also to those locations.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Is that a similar envelope as well?
Yes.
And did you open all these envelopes?
No, I did not.
On State's Exhibit 2, what is the address that it was mailed to?
It was mailed to me, but my name was misspelled.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3. Another envelope.
Yes.
And is it a similar envelope to the other ones that you received?
Yes.
And what is the address on that?
I'm 24. It's 25. It was my neighbor's.
So 25 is your neighbor's house?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that envelope?
Yes.
Where was that envelope?
It was sent to an establishment that I spent a lot of time with.
And what is the return address on there?
It's mine.
How did you obtain this one if it was sent to another establishment?
I had known since the very first one that others may be sent to people. And so since I knew the owner very well, I told him that he may be receiving an envelope with those dimensions. And I said, if he does, I'd appreciate a call back.
And State's Exhibit 5? Is that another envelope?
Yes.
And what is the address there?
My address.
And the return address is?
My P.O. box.
And State's Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What address is that one?
It's 22, which is another neighbor.
So after you received and collected all of these envelopes, what did you do with them?
I talked to my attorney, and we set up a meeting.
All right. And after you talked to your attorney and set up a meeting, what did he suggest y'all do?
That we would meet with the county investigator, we did with Mr. Bevel, and also to talk to the post office since they were sent through the mail.
And did you in fact have that meeting with law enforcement?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to give them what we call evidence, or the things that we were sent, and ask them what we should do next.
And were you in essence filing a complaint with law enforcement for a potential crime?
I don't understand the question.
Were you going to law enforcement in an effort to give them evidence of a potential crime?
Yes.
And when you're meeting with law enforcement, you say Detective Daniel Bevel and Mike Nicholson with the Postal Inspector's Office. Did you tell them how you obtained these items?
Yes.
And did you discuss who you thought might send them?
Yes.
And who did you tell law enforcement that might send these photos or had possession of these photos?
We thought we knew who, of course, was behind them, but we weren't sure who sent them because he was supposedly out of the country.
So who did you tell the detectives had possession of those photos of Christina Parcell without any clothes on?
Mr. Mello?
That's John Mello?
Yes.
And that is who she was engaging in a child custody dispute with over Aida Mello?
Yes.
Now finally, Mr. Post, I'm going to ask you, have you ever met Zachary Hughes?
No.
Have you ever talked to Zachary Hughes?
No.
Have you ever corresponded him with, in any way, shape, or form, through email, social media, or the like?
No.
When was the first time you knew who Zachary Hughes was?
When my attorney set a meeting to come see me, and he showed me a picture and said this person was arrested for the murder.
For the murder of Christina Parcell?
That's correct.
And a couple more questions, Mr. Post. You and Christina Parcell were engaged.
Yes.
Did you give her a diamond ring?
I did.
Was she wearing it that day on October 13th, 2021?
Yes.
And on that day, did you provide her or give her any flowers the day before or that day?
No.
Didn't give her any roses or anything like that, did you?
No.
Mr. Post, if you could just answer any questions that the defense counsel has for you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor.
Mr. Post, just first question, you just mentioned that you were engaged and that she was wearing the ring. Do you remember telling law enforcement on the day this happened that she wasn't wearing a ring?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay. You don't recall saying that?
No.
You remember, now you're saying you remember seeing her with the ring?
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked if you've been charged with a crime. It's actually 9 charges, is it not?
Correct.
Okay. Ask you about some background questions about yourself. So, how old are you?
69,
What is your date of birth?
12856,
And where are you from?
Ohio.
When did you move to South Carolina?
July of, I think, 89.
What brought you to South Carolina?
Employment.
Are you married?
Was I married at the
Were
time?
you married?
Yes.
And how many times have you been married?
Twice.
Do you have any children?
No.
How were you making a living in October of 2021?
I was retired, so it was from my investments and interest.
And also from selling a business?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make a lot of money from selling the business?
I don't know what your definition of a lot of money is.
What's your definition? I mean, did you have millions of dollars?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
All right, so when did you actually meet Christina Parcell?
I met her at her father's cigar shop. Gosh, I can't, 20 years prior.
Okay. And you actually dated for a period of time back then?
Again, that's the definition of date. Yes, we went to lunch or dinner, but it was only a couple of weeks and that was it.
Okay. And why did you all break up at that time?
It just, wasn't chemistry and we both had other things to do.
All right, and then you reconnected then in about 2016, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you began dating again at that time?
Soon after.
Had you seen her much in the years between?
No.
Okay. Had you seen her at all?
Prior 10 years, no, I didn't even hear her name.
Okay. And then you began dating at this time. Now, Ms. Parcell had a daughter at that time, isn't that right?
That's correct.
You've already testified her name was Aida. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how old was Aida when they began dating?
I don't know if I defined it when I dating, but when I saw her for the first time in 2016, I think she was 3.
Okay. And she gave up custody of Aida shortly after y'all started dating?
I don't know the exact date, but she did change the custody arrangement.
And you at this time did not know Aida's father, John Mellon? Correct?
I knew of him because I was told, but no, prior to coming, no, I didn't.
Okay, prior to meeting or getting back together with Ms. Parcell, you did not
Correct.
know Ms. Mellon? Okay. And did you break up during the period of time between 2016 and 2021?
Yes.
How many times would you say you broke up?
I really don't know many.
Okay, more than 5?
Maybe not. Somewhere I never counted it.
And that was at least in part because of the turbulence that was caused by the custody battle between Ms. Parcell and John Mellon?
It was part of it because it was becoming front and center of her life, so it affected a lot.
Okay, but you would continue to get back together. There's multiple times you broke up.
Eventually, yes.
Yep. How long have you lived at 24 Rivoli Lane?
7, 8 years.
And you mentioned Ms. Parcell and Ida were living with her sister, Tina, on Canebrake Drive.
That's correct.
Okay, where did they live before that?
There was an apartment off of Woodruff.
Okay, and the 3 lived together there too?
Yes.
And did you live with anyone at Rivoli Lane?
I don't understand the question.
Did anyone live with you at Rivoli Lane?
No.
You lived there alone. Was it? I guess there was one exception then when Ms. Parcell moved in with you from October 20 until Ida returned.
She didn't really move in. She would stay with me because she always had a house or an apartment that was hers.
Okay. When did you and Ms. Parcell get engaged?
Honestly, don't remember.
Okay. And did you remember getting engaged at least the second time at the airport? Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was when Ms. Parcell returned with Ida.
That's correct.
And there was quite a group around there when you got engaged, right?
That's correct.
Who all was there?
Friends, her parents. You know, some of the friends I knew, some of the friends I didn't.
Okay. And this was at the Greenville-Spartanburg Airport?
That's correct.
Okay. When Ms. Parcell returned from Italy with Ida?
Yes.
You mentioned letting Ms. Parcell use your Lexus. You would help her financially in other ways as well, right?
She used my car when hers was broken, or she needed to get one because she had her own car.
And you would pay her credit card bill sometimes?
Sometimes.
You actually gave her a credit card of your own?
Yes, whenever she was buying for me and buying my groceries, yes.
Okay. Do you recall being able to have power of attorney over her bank account at the Bank of Travelers Rest?
I don't recall giving power of attorney.
You don't recall having her power of attorney?
I don't recall it.
Okay. Now, you had a clone of her phone as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, this phone that you had of hers would keep track of everything that was going on in her phone. In other words, it was an actual clone. You would see her incoming and outgoing emails and texts and all of that. Is that not right?
No, it wasn't an exact clone. There were certain applications that we could see. It was mainly for her bills and to make sure that she got home at night.
Okay, but you mentioned also you would use an app called Life 360 to keep track of her too, right?
Yes, and that was on my phone.
Okay, so that was on your phone. That wasn't on so the clone phone was for keeping track of what she was doing with her.
It might have been, but I don't remember if it was on that one. So like I said, she had 2 phones at several times, hers and mine.
And what methods did you use to communicate back and forth by texting and that sort of thing?
You know, call, text, email.
Okay, do you remember what platform you would use to communicate?
At the end, we were using one called Signal, knowing that her future with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen, and so we use Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
Okay. And you mentioned that Ms. Parcell gave up custody of Ida a few months after y'all started dating?
Yes,
And she gave up custody to John Mel.
that's correct.
And then at some point, she changed her mind and decided she wanted custody, correct?
Yes.
And around how old was Ida when she did that?
When she turned over the custody,
No, when she, I think you already told us that Ida was 3 or 4, I think 3 when she gave up custody.
yes,
How old was Ida when she tried to get custody back?
I don't recall.
Was it years, months after she gave up custody?
I don't recall the time, I just remember the instances that caused her to do it.
Okay, and that was because of her contentious relationship with Mr. Mello?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when John Mello took Aida to Italy, testified somewhat about that already, but that was around October of 2020, correct?
I think so, but I'm
Does
not
that sound
sure.
right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Does October 2020 sound right?
Yeah, I'd have to get a calendar and work backwards, but yeah.
And you mentioned that when she finally came back, it was in April
Yes.
of 21.
Yes.
And they were in the Canebrake house at that point?
No, I think they were in the apartment and then moved to the Canebrake house almost immediately.
Okay. Now, you used the term kidnap. You are aware that John Mello was exonerated for that?
Afterwards.
Right.
But not when he was there. He was found guilty by Italy, the state of Italy, and had to return her.
Okay, well, maybe we're using distinctions here, but he was found to have to give her over to Christina, but he wasn't found guilty of any crimes.
That I don't know.
He didn't go to jail.
That I don't know.
Okay. But when he came back here, you were aware that he was exonerated for taking Aida to Italy, right?
After Miss Purcell was dead, yes.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with it. He was
Has
exonerated.
everything to do with it.
He was exonerated for having taken Aida to Italy because he had custody of Aida. Isn't that true?
Ask your question again.
Your Honor, objection is outside the scope of his knowledge.
This is what they were asking. So John Mello had custody of Aida when he took her to Italy.
Yes.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean she could be taken out of the country without the mother knowing.
Okay, well, you know the court's exonerated him for that.
But you know that the Hague Agreement returned her.
Well, I'm talking about in South Carolina. So for him taking Aida to Italy, since he had custody, he was exonerated for having taken her to Italy.
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when he took her to Italy, you and Ms. Parcell spent some time trying to find where they were by looking at Facebook and Google and things like that. Is that right?
The context of what you're saying, I don't agree with, but yes, it was quickly found where he was.
Okay. Well, you can explain the answer if you need to.
Mr. Mello likes to use Facebook, and he posted a picture of his daughter to kind of show off that he had her in Italy. In the background, there was a poster that showed where he was.
Okay. And then at that point is when Ms. Parcell took all the steps that you talked about trying to get her to go back. Correct?
Correct.
And you did mention that you helped her with that.
When I could.
And you were helping pay her legal bills, and I know you had an agreement where she was going to eventually pay you back, but you were giving her money for attorneys.
From times when she needed it because she was working.
Okay. She made 2 trips to Italy, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the first time she was gone a couple of weeks,
I don't recall being that long, but it was more than a week.
and Lutina, her sister, went with her the first time?
Yes.
And then the second time she went back by herself.
Correct.
And that's when she returned from with Aida, and then you proposed to her.
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to ask you a little bit about the packages. So, State's Exhibit number 1 is the one that's dated the 30th of June of 2021. And that's the first one that you received, is that right?
I think so. I just have to look at the dates, but yes, the earliest.
Okay. This was mailed to your house. And there also were some that were mailed to other locations, but intended for you. Is that right?
I don't think it was immediately, no. That was sent like a warning.
Okay. Well, that was sent first. But where was the other one sent that was intended for you?
To my neighbors and to a place that I frequented.
Okay. And that was a cigar bar called Outlands?
Yes.
Okay. The contents of that have been described, you described as some photographs of Ms. Parcell.
Yes.
And you said they were naked photographs, right?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the other materials that were in there?
I think there was a potential mailing list of where else it was being sent, like a threat.
And do you recall one of the pieces of paper that was sent to you being a website, purportedly from her?
I don't recall it was there, but I was shown that it was.
Okay. And it's a website labeled Escort Advertising and Discussion?
I don't know.
Did you not look at it at that time?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. Were you aware of all of this about her past when?
What are you referring to her past? It was the pictures that Mr. Mello had taken that they were using.
Well, I'm talking about the website.
Same thing on the website. I was told it was the same pictures.
That was what you were told?
That's what I was told.
Okay. Well, the website doesn't have pictures associated with it, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Did you read the contents of it?
No.
Why did you not read those? Why did you not read the information that was in the package that was sent?
Because I knew it was a threat. He was constantly trying to separate us and get me to not assist her.
One moment, please. May we approach? Sure. Nothing else for this witness at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
This witness may step down.
May it please the court, we just want to have this witness remain under subpoena.
We have a subpoena. Yes, sir.
No objection.
McInnes.
To tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Jocelyn McInnes.
All right, Ms. McInnes, with whom are you employed?
Right now with Fetch Pet Insurance.
And what did you do back in October of 2021?
I was working at Valley Walk Animal Hospital as practice manager.
And what does a practice manager do?
Just manage just day-to-day operations, hiring, firings, inventory, stuff like that.
And where is that practice located?
In Greer, South Carolina.
And on October 13th, 2021, did you have the occasion to interview Christina Parcell?
Yes, I did.
Do you know about what time she arrived and you interviewed her?
It was 8:30 that morning.
And how do you know that?
I did watch the video footage, verifying it, but I also had it on my calendar from back then to verify too.
So, so the actual interview was interviewed from inside y'all's cameras?
Yes, it was.
And you went back and reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
And so what time did Christina Parcell arrive to the veterinary clinic?
Right around 8:30.
All right. And what was she interviewing for?
For a veterinary technician role.
And what does a vet technician do?
Basically like what a nurse does for a doctor. Just draws blood, vaccines, stuff like that.
And about what time did that interview conclude?
She left at 8:47.
That's all I have for this witness.
Anything in cross? Just very briefly, Ms. McInnes, is that right?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions for you. Was that a full-time position that she was interviewing for?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were you aware that she was already employed?
Yes, I was at the time.
Okay.
That was one of the questions I asked her.
Okay. Do you know why she was looking for another job?
I didn't ask her that.
Okay. But it was a full-time position that she was looking for?
Yes.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor, and she can be released from proceedings. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
We are going to stop and have a lunch break, and I'm going to ask for y'all to return at 2 o'clock. I told you I'm going to be a broken record, but just like I said yesterday, you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, doing any kind of investigation, any research of anyone involved in this case by any means. You're not to look at any social media. I told you yesterday, if you've got notifications on your phone, hopefully you've turned those off, but please do so, and I just respectfully ask that. As I told you, I am going to randomly ask if you have had watched or seen anything during the course of this trial. Again, I remind you, it is important to the integrity of this trial, the justice and fairness to the defendant and the state that you only consider evidence which comes in through this courtroom. And again, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves until I tell you that you can do so, okay? I hope you enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Your Honor. We just want to make sure the record is protected regarding our questioning and what we wish to question Mr. Post about. In the outset, I would mention that something new came up during the direct examination of Mr. Post from the prosecutor. He was asked, he asked Brad Post, did you get to know Aida Mello? He answered yes. We believe that would have opened the door to questions about how he got to know her, which would have led into the child pornography. So we stayed away from that line of questioning based on your previous rulings. I would further like to note that all of the questions that were asked during the proffer are questions that we would have asked Mr. Post. But it's our understanding from Your Honor's ruling and from our meeting at the bench that they were areas of lines of questioning that Your Honor deemed out of bounds, and so we stayed away from them. So we just want the record clear that all of those questions are one we would have asked him.
Okay, you're protected on the record. Thank you. I will see you all back at 2 o'clock unless there's anything else. Who are you planning on getting through this afternoon?
We're going to get through. We're going to crime scene.
Okay.
We're going to a lot of ring cameras.
Okay.
A lot of photos of the ring cameras, exhibits, and maybe through the entire crime scene. I don't know.
Okay.
You might get through the entire crime scene.
Have y'all done? Well, we can go off the record.
The ring cameras are going to take a minute.
Okay, y'all can just come up for a second.
Okay, on Instagram. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. And is this the photo that you were referencing from February 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If you can tell me the next photograph that you have in your hand.
The next one I have appears to be Hunter laying on a bed with the caption, "Picking out furniture for our new house," heart emoji.
Okay. And were you able to determine a date of that photograph?
Yes, so this appeared to be posted on Instagram on or about February the 17th.
Okay. So for both the one before and this one, they were actually posted on the dates that you gave?
They appear to be posted.
Okay.
According to the proceeds.
And posted by whom?
The defendant.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 243.
243.
And permission to publish. This one. Okay. So the photo you're referencing is being posted on February 17th of 2020.
Yes.
On the defendant's Instagram?
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got one more photograph, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what that one depicts?
This is a picture. It appears to be Hunter in the picture with a car behind him. The caption at the bottom says, "So proud of my baby!" Exclamation point. New 2020 High Country.
Okay. And are you able to determine the date that that was posted?
Yeah, this appeared to have been posted on or about February the 18th.
Okay. And did you also obtain that from the defendant's social media search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. We ask that be exhibit number 244.
Full exhibit 244, pursuant to court's previous order.
And permission to publish.
Go ahead.
So is this the photo you're referencing that the defendant posted on February 18th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. One second. Were you also asked to review the defendant's social media records regarding Ethan Perry?
Yes.
And were you aware, pursuant to this investigation, of who Ethan Perry was?
I was.
Okay. And did you actually review communications between the defendant and Ethan Perry?
I did.
Can you tell the jury a summation of what you noticed regarding their communications?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. Can you please give us, based upon your review of their communications, a pattern of behavior by the defendant to Ethan Perry?
Yes. So in the communication between the defendant and Ethan Perry, the defendant sent Perry a lot of messages, and probably at least a dozen messages every day from November 1st and onwards. So there were regular updates about Evelyn throughout those communications, and there were photos posted of Evelyn during those communications as well. And the communications went until about December 3rd. As soon as December 3rd hit, the amount of communications between Ethan and Megan went down quite a bit, and no unique like new unique images of Evelyn were seen afterwards. So she did send more pictures of Evelyn, but they were old pictures of like Evelyn and Ethan together. So I didn't observe any new photos after approximately December the 3rd.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes.
Go just a minute, Judge.
You may. No questions. All right. Is he free to go, or does he need to be subject to recall?
There's a potential for recall, but if so, we will get in touch with him and let him know.
Agent Grant, you're finished right now with your testimony. You are being subject to recall. You don't have to sit here at the courthouse, but make sure they can get a hold of you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Nick.
State recall Marla Gray.
State your name.
Marla Gray.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You are Marla Gray, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where are you employed?
I am employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Knoxville Crime Lab.
And what is your position there with the TBI?
I am a special agent forensic scientist supervisor, and I'm assigned to the forensic biology unit.
And Agent Gray, if you would, kind of give the jury an overview of what your duties are there within that division.
So we analyze evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and skin cells, and then we determine who those fluids or skin cells belong to, doing DNA analysis.
Okay. And what sort of educational background do you have that allows you to perform these duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. I have also completed the in-house training program that is set forth by the TBI.
And have you had specific training relating to serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, during that 18-month training program, we cover serology, all the testings that we do, DNA analysis, and interpretation.
Approximately how many examinations would you say you've performed over your years in the TBI?
Yeah, I've been there for 14 years, and in that time, I've worked almost 1,600 cases.
Do you hold any certifications?
I do not.
Okay. Does the TBI provide technical equipment that you're able to use in the performance of your duties there?
Yes, they do.
All right. And is this equipment standard across the state and within the scientific community?
Yes, it is well known, not just across the state, but in forensic labs all over the world.
Have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
I have.
And in fact, have you been qualified as an expert here in Sullivan County?
I have.
All right. And after having been qualified as an expert witness, have you then gone on to give testimony as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And was your qualification as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis?
Yes, or in forensic biology, which encompasses both of those.
All right. Judge, we would tender Agent Gray as an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis.
Judge, I agree, she's an expert.
All right. Should be deemed to be an expert in the field of serology and DNA analysis.
Agent Gray, you touched on this a little bit, but if you would kind of tell us a little bit about the differences between serology and DNA and what they are.
So serology is the screening process. When evidence comes in, we're determining if we're looking for blood, semen, or saliva, and then we'll take a portion of that through the DNA analysis. If it's an item that's been handled, we're not looking for a fluid, but we're looking for skin cells that were left behind.
All right. And what sorts of things are you looking for when you perform those types of analysis?
For, say, blood cases, we're looking for tests that change color, that indicate blood, and then we'll take that through the DNA process to generate DNA profiles for comparison.
All right. And obviously you work in a laboratory down there in Knoxville, correct?
I do.
Do you all have a process for how you handle evidence that comes into the lab?
Yes, we have policies and procedures that we follow. So in instances, every piece of evidence is worked one at a time. We don't have multiple items out at the same time. We wear lab coats, masks, gloves. Gloves are changed between every piece of evidence. Items are cleaned between touching evidence. Butcher paper is put out.
Okay. And each case, is that assigned a specific case number within the lab?
Yes, so when evidence comes in, the evidence receiving unit will give it a unique laboratory case number. All the evidence that is associated with this case will have that number, and all the requests for exams that come in. That way we make sure they match.
All right. And I assume that you make sure that evidence, before you perform any testing, is secured and has not been tampered with in any way.
Yes, before it is accepted into the lab, the evidence receiving unit will make sure that it is in a sealed condition. And then when we get it to analyze it, we also double check that it is in a sealed condition before we begin our testing.
All right. Agent Gray, you were asked to perform numerous tests on evidence in connection with the Evelyn Boswell case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you received items in the lab on several different occasions. That be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the first batch of items that you received on March the 4th of 2020, which resulted in your first report that was issued on March the 10th of 2020. When you received those first items, what were you attempting to do or to find within the evidence that it was sent to you?
For this first batch of items, the Evelyn had not been found yet, so these were items that said that they belonged to her. So I was trying to generate a DNA profile that could be put in the missing persons database.
Okay. So at this point in time, you had no profile with which to compare because the body had not been found, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if you would, kind of describe for the jury the process that you went in trying to develop a profile from those items.
So this was a box of clothing that said belonged to Evelyn. Bracelets, a baby book, stuffed animals. There was also items that were submitted from different areas that had been collected from previous investigations. So with looking for something I could generate a profile from, I was looking at the neck area because babies drool, so I thought that would be a good source of DNA. For the first batch, I didn't get anything. The items could have been washed, so her profile wasn't generated until the next report with the next batch of items.
Okay. And specifically, which item you mentioned that you were looking for drool? Which item were you testing in that first?
For the first report, it was the first birthday shirt from the baby box.
Okay. And I noticed in the report it says that staining was observed with alternate light source screening in the neck area. Okay. And was there any sort of profile you developed at all?
It was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but since it was a mixture, I could not use that as her DNA standard since it wasn't single source.
Okay. So essentially, and also in looking at your report, it looks like there was a silver clip that you also, I guess, attempted to
Yes, a
develop
hair
profile
clips and a diaper. I believe these were found in Mendota, Virginia.
from? Okay. And again, were you able to develop a profile from those?
No, there was no DNA on any of those items.
All right. Agent Gray, I'm going to pass you a document and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 10th, 2020.
Okay. And does that reflect your findings or lack thereof
Yes.
on the first batch of testing that you did?
Yes.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 245.
No objection. Exhibit 245.
Now, Agent Gray, I want to ask you about another report. You were aware of an item of evidence, which was a trash can that was collected from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if there are, I guess, different disciplines or different testing that's going to be done, for instance, if an item is going to be tested by forensic biology division as well as latent fingerprints, is it possible that a piece of evidence would be sent between the labs?
Yes, the Knoxville Crime Lab does not have a latent print unit, so all evidence that requests latents are sent to the Nashville lab.
Okay. And so specifically in this case, was the trash can being sent to latent prints to have prints done?
Yes.
All right. And as a result of that, did the Nashville lab collect some swabs from the trash can in order for you to perform DNA testing at a later date?
Yes, Dr. Christina Proctor collected swabs for me to test later.
Okay. And Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you another document and ask you if you recognize that.
This is a copy of the report that was written by Christina Proctor stating the areas of the trash can that she swabbed.
Okay. So that just reflects the fact that they did in fact collect swabs from the trash can. Is
Yes.
that correct? Judge, we move to make that report number 246.
Objection? No, sir. Be 246.
All right. Agent Gray, the next batch of items that you tested, those were items that had been taken from the trash can and from trash bags that were found in the area where the victim was located. At the point in time which you began your testing on these items, had you received additional information as far as the profile of the victim was concerned?
Yes, I received a call from Special Agent Brian Fraley the night that Evelyn was found regarding her condition, and they were just making sure that a body could generate a DNA profile after it had decomposed that badly.
Okay. And did you subsequently receive items from the forensic pathology department at ETSU after the autopsy had been performed?
Yes, I received a blanket that she was found wrapped in, her diaper, clothing, and an FTA card, which is a DNA standard from blood of the victim.
And so after you received the FTA card, were you able to generate a profile of the victim?
Yes, I went back and worked the pants belonging to Evelyn Boswell and a shirt that belonged to Evelyn Boswell. I compared that to the FTA card that was submitted, and it matched.
Okay. So you were able to perform testing on those items that you've previously been unable to?
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. And if you would kind of walk us through the items. The first item, was that the pants?
Are you looking at the report March 11th?
Yes,
Okay.
I am. Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Item 1D, sorry.
Yeah,
the
that was the
one.
pants.
Okay. What were your findings in regards to the pants that have been submitted?
So I tested the inside waistband, looking for skin cells that had rubbed off her waist area, and it matched. The DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, but the major contributor matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from the unidentified female, and then Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Is that unusual to see mixtures of 300 individuals on a piece of clothing?
No, it is not.
And why is that?
Just because of co-mingling in the laundry. When they get washed, of course, DNA is getting mixed together. Even with articles of clothing, if they hadn't have been washed prior to her wearing them, you're looking at people that might have picked up the clothing at the store or people that manufactured the clothing. We could still get their DNA on clothing items.
All right. And again, you identified the major contributor as being the victim in this case, correct?
Yes, there was enough major DNA profile to do a comparison.
And on item 1F, which was the shirt, what were your findings in regards to that item?
So the neck area was swabbed for that item, and the DNA profile was consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matched Exhibit 14A, the FTA card from an unidentified female, and Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, was excluded.
Okay. Now, talk for a minute just about the fact you said that it included at least 1 male. How do you know that?
From the DNA profile that we generate, it has a sex indicator marker, which is, of course, the XY chromosome, and in this instant, the Y chromosome showed up.
Okay. But you cannot tell anything else about the profile other than the fact that it was male. Is that correct?
It was too low to do any comparisons with.
Okay. Were there any other items that were tested as part of your report that was done on March the 11th, 2020?
No, this one was just the pants and the buckle standard from Megan Boswell and the FTA card from the unidentified female. And then this report was given to the ME for identification purposes.
Okay. So that was the purpose of your testing
Yes.
in this report. Okay. And you prepared a report that you then sent to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of the report dated March 11th, 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the report that you prepared of your findings?
Yes.
On that day? Judge, I move to make that exhibit number 247.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Full exhibit 247.
The next results that you reported, this would be on your report from March the 25th of 2020. The items there were ones that were taken from the trash can and the trash bags. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we'll start with the first item, which was a piece of chewed gum from the trash can, identified in your report as Exhibit 7A. Did you perform testing on that
I
item?
did. Yes,
Okay.
I did.
If we could we pass Agent Gray exhibit number 197? It should be a bag, small bag. Agent Gray, will you take a look at that and see if you recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit 7A, which is the chewed gum. This is the seal, has my initials on it. This barcode, this is what is generated by the evidence receiving unit that has that unique laboratory case number. And this is how the internal chain of custody is maintained throughout the lab. And these are, of course, my initials.
You recognize your initials there on that item?
Yes.
All right. Did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were that you obtained.
The DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population.
Any other profiles besides that?
No, that was a single source profile.
Okay. And thank you. If we could hand her exhibit number 217. Again, should be a bag.
It says blue gloves.
Yes, do you recognize what's been handed to you?
It does not have a barcode or my ID on it, so I don't know if I work this or not.
Okay, all right. Hand that back for a second. I'm gonna come back to that. If we could hand her exhibit 218. You recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is my Exhibit 18A, which was a cold and cough medicine bottle. There's the barcode that is generated by the TBI and the seal that I placed on it after I was done with the evidence.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And if you would, tell us what the results were of your analysis.
The outside of the bottle was swabbed. A limited DNA profile was obtained and is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained and the unknown number of potential contributors, interpretation is inconclusive.
All right. So you were not able to form any kind of profile at all, is that correct?
That's correct.
So regardless of whose DNA, other profiles you would have had, there would have been no way for you to match that with anyone, is that?
Correct. It has to meet a certain strength before we do any comparisons to it, and this did not meet that quality.
And can we next hand her exhibit number 200? You recognize it?
Yes, this is my exhibit number 19A, which is a Dasani water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode, and this was the seal that I placed on it when I completed it.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the mouth area and inside of the cap was swabbed for testing. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell. It also had World Pop stats, and the minor profile was inconclusive.
Okay. And if we could next hand her exhibit 211. you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is my Exhibit 20A, which is a great value water bottle. There's the TBI barcode, my ID, and the seal that was placed on it with my initials.
Okay. And again, I'd ask you, did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
The mouth and inside the cap area were swabbed in this item also. The DNA profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
No other profiles on that particular item?
There was an additional allele at one of the locations, but nothing was, it was inconclusive.
Okay. Next, if we could hand her number 212. Do you recognize that item?
I do. This is my Exhibit 22A, which is a Misty water bottle. The TBI barcode with my ID and the seal that was placed on it when I was finished.
And did you perform analysis on that piece of evidence?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and the inside of the cap was swabbed for testing, and the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
And next, we could hand you Exhibits 213. I'm sorry. Let me pick up what were you just handed 213?
Yes.
Do you recognize that? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yes, it is my Exhibit 24A. It is a Food Club water bottle. Here's the TBI barcode label and my seal that I put on it when I was complete.
All right. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So once again, the mouth area and inside the cap was tested. Quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for analysis, so no further testing was performed.
All right. And next, if we could hand her 223, which should be one of the pillows. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is my Exhibit 33A, which is a white pillow. There is the TBI barcode and my seal with my ID on it.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that?
I did.
Okay. If you would tell us what your findings were.
So the first thing I did was screen the item with the ALS looking for saliva where somebody slept on it. And the center of the area did indicate a positive result, so that area was cut for testing. And the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and with World Pop Stats, but the minor contributor profile was inconclusive. The edges were also tested on the pillow, and this DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male, but due to the complexity of the mixture, it was deemed to be inconclusive.
All right. So the only profile you were able to develop was the victim, Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
Yes, from the center of the pillow.
We could hand her exhibit number 224 next. It also should be a pillow. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is a white pillow with yellow staining. Here is the TBI barcode with my ID, and down here is the seal that was placed on it after I was finished.
And did you perform testing on that particular item?
I did.
And what were your findings?
There was staining on this item, so I first tested it for the presence of blood, but it was negative. The center of the profile was tested. The quantification results did not indicate a sufficient amount of human DNA for further analysis. And the edges of the pillow were tested, and a limited DNA profile was obtained, but due to the limited profile, interpretation was inconclusive.
If we could hand her at 2:15 next. This be a bottle. You recognize what's been handed to you?
I do. This is my Exhibit 39A, which is a nuke baby bottle with contents. Here is the TBI barcode and the seal that I placed on it.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that baby bottle?
I did.
And what were your findings?
So the nipple area was swabbed, and the DNA profile matched Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell. And the sides of the bottle were also swabbed. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile was consistent with Exhibit 14A, Evelyn Boswell, and the minor contributor profile was inconclusive.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you an item, ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes, this is my Exhibit 9A, which is blue latex gloves with hair. This is the TBI barcode and my seal on the top.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to that?
Inside this bag are 3 blue latex gloves. The inside of glove 1 was a limited DNA profile of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive. The outside of glove 1 was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, it was also inconclusive. The inside of glove 2, a limited profile was obtained, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, interpretation was inconclusive. The outside of glove 2, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was also inconclusive. Possible hairs were collected from this item but returned with the evidence because the TBI does not work hair. The inside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile was obtained. It was inconclusive, and the outside of glove 3, a limited DNA profile obtained, which was also inconclusive.
So no conclusive profiles on any of the gloves, is that correct?
That's correct.
And no, Evelyn didn't find any DNA profiles consistent with the victim on any part of the gloves, is that correct? Okay. Judge, at this time I would move to make the gloves as Exhibit 248.
Any objection?
I guess she probably needs to. I don't think did you open those up?
I didn't.
Okay. Do you care to open those up?
Yeah. This is the first glove, glove 1. It has a 1 on it. And this is glove number 2. Or sorry, that was glove number 3. This is glove number 2. As you can see, they're shredded.
And those were the gloves that you tested,
yes.
Testified to? Okay. Judge, I think 248. All right, I just want to make sure. Agent Gray, did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to those items?
I did.
And I'm going to hand you a document. Last week you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated March 25th, 2020.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report that
Yes.
you issued on that date? Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 249.
Any objection? No, sir. The full exhibit 249.
Now, Agent Gray, obviously you've tested a number of items in regards to this case. Is it common when you're working a case, especially a situation like this where you've got a missing child that's later recovered, do you speak with investigators who are working the case in order to determine which items are best for you to test and which might have more or less evidentiary value?
Yes, we do.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, I spoke with Agent Brian Fraley and Agent David Gratz on multiple occasions regarding this case.
And as a result of that, were certain items, I guess, initially you thought may not have had evidentiary value, but then later on you decided to test anyway to see perhaps they had more value?
Yeah, there were some items that weren't tested on the front end because like the baby food containers, just because we expected if there was DNA, if it was Evelyn's, we didn't know how probative that was to the case. But later on, we did decide to go ahead and test those items.
Okay. And specifically, I want to ask you about a blanket, which I believe was your item number 36C.
Yes.
Was that in fact a blanket?
Yes.
And was that item initially not worked due to the amount of, or why was that, let me ask you this way, why was that item not initially worked by you?
Due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket, decomposition fluid contains waste and bacteria and water, and what that does is it finds the DNA and it doesn't destroy it, but it defragments it enough that we can't generate a DNA profile. So if I were to put it on my instrument, it's so fragmented that it can't resequence it. So in this instance, it wasn't originally worked due to the amount of decomposition fluid on the blanket.
All right. Did you all ultimately make a decision later on to take a shot at it, I guess?
Yes, after speaking with Special Agent Gratz, we decided to only see if there were areas that were not stained and possibly get DNA off of that. So I tested the areas that didn't appear to have decomposition fluid on it and did not test the stained areas.
Right. And were you able to develop any sort of profiles as a result of your testing?
It was a limited DNA profile that was a mixture of individuals, but due to the limited profile obtained, it was inconclusive.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document, Agent Gray, and ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, this is an accurate copy of my biology report dated April 22nd, 2020.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your report in regards to your findings on the blanket?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that full exhibit number 250.
Any objection? No, sir. Full exhibit 250.
Agent Gray, the next item I want to talk about is the foil sheeting. Talk a little bit about the condition of the foil as you received it there in the lab.
We received it. It was heavily stained with orangish brown fluids or staining. There wasn't a lot of staining that or areas that were not stained. And there were pieces that were wadded up together, but I think there were 5 pieces in total.
Okay. If we could hand Agent Gray exhibits 201 and 203. One is that white box sitting right there. Yep. You recognize those items?
Yes, this is my exhibit 15A. This was my seal down here at the bottom. And this is my exhibit, also 15A, but it was just piece 3. And then my seal is at the bottom.
Okay. And is that the foil sheeting that you tested?
Yes.
If you would, tell us what the results of your testing on those items were.
So for all of the foil sheeting, presumptive testing, chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, but presumptive immunological testing did not indicate the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And for all of the stained and non-stained areas, which were 10 areas total that were tested, the quantification results did not indicate the presence of human DNA. So these items were sent to the latent print laboratory.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to the foil sheeting?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it.
This is a copy of my report dated March 12th, 2021.
All right. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings in regards to the foil sheeting you've just testified to?
It is.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 251. Finally, Agent Gray, I'm going to, again, we mentioned the fact earlier that sometimes through communications you were asked to test additional items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this last batch of testing that you did, there's also some additional material that was found in the trash bag, where the victim's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a black spoon, some Gerber baby food. One was a apple mango strawberry flavor. The other was a banana blueberry flavor. And then there was a tissue.
Kind of walk through these one at a time. You mentioned a black spoon. What were your results in regards to that item?
So the mouth area was swabbed for testing, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA, so it was not taken any further.
Okay. And what about the Gerber apple mango strawberry baby food?
The sides of the pouch was swabbed. There was still food on the mouth area of the swab, so I stayed away from it just due to bacteria and focused on the sides of the swab, the sides of the pouch. And quantification was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA, so no further testing was performed.
And what about the Gerber banana blueberry baby food?
So once again, the sides of the pouch were swabbed, and quantification did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
All right. Could I see Exhibit 164? 214, I'm sorry, wrong number, 214. I want to see it first, yes. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you what's been previously introduced as Exhibit 214. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, this is my Exhibit 37A, which is a tissue. Here's the barcode.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on that particular item?
I did.
Okay. And what were your findings in regards to the tissue?
So this tissue was heavily saturated in a reddish-brown stain, so I initially tested for the presence of blood. And presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood, and presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood. And the DNA profile matched Exhibit 13A, Megan Boswell, with World Pop Stats.
Okay. And using the expression World Pop Stats, what does that mean?
So right now the current world population is over 8 billion people, and out of 8 billion people, no one in the world has the same DNA profile as the one that generated.
Okay. So you can say with pretty certain confidence that this was Megan Boswell's profile that you found. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Agent Gray, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that one.
This is a copy of my forensic biology report dated October 22nd, 2021.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of your findings?
It is.
That was issued. Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibits 252.
Full exhibit 252.
Agent Gray, in addition to your responsibilities and duties within the lab there, are you also a member of the TBI's Violent Crime Response Team?
Currently, I am not. When I became a supervisor, they took me off the VCRT, so that was 2022. But in 2020, I was a team leader and a forensic biologist for VCRT.
Okay, so back in February of 2020, you were a member of that team.
Yes.
And specifically in regards to this case, were you asked as a member of the Violent Crime Response Team to perform a couple of searches?
Yes, I was.
All right, and specifically on February the 19th of 2020, did you go to Middlesboro, Kentucky to search a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
We received the request on February 19th. We went to Middlesboro on February 20th.
Okay. And did you in fact perform a search on a 2018 red Chevy Cruze?
I did.
And what were y'all looking for?
In this instance, we were just asked to process for the presence of blood to see if maybe, since the victim had not been located, if there might have been blood in the car.
All right. And did you all find anything of evidentiary value searching through the car?
No, it was negative for the presence of blood, and we did not collect anything from the car.
And subsequent to that, did you also receive a request around February the 28th of 2020 to search a mobile home that was located at 967 Sugar Hollow Road in Bluntville, Tennessee?
Yes, we received the request on February 27th, and we went on February 28th to 967 Sugar Hollow Road.
All right. And again, what were you searching for there at that location?
At that location, we were searching for the presence of blood, and we were also searching for Evelyn.
Okay. Find anything of evidentiary value at that location?
No, everything was presumptively negative for blood, and we did not collect any evidence. VCRT did not collect evidence.
1 second, Joe. Thank you, Agent Gray. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Could I see Exhibit 249, please? No, it's the report. Good afternoon, Agent Gray. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I am currently looking at Exhibit 249, which is your report of March 25th, 2020. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. I want to ask you specifically about the blue gloves.
Okay.
The blue gloves, there are 3 blue gloves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 2 of those gloves had male DNA. You can confirm that.
Yes. The inside of glove 1 had male DNA. And the inside of glove 2 also had male DNA. And that was it.
And if you would explain to the jury how you determine something is male DNA versus female DNA, just briefly.
So when we see, it's called an electropherogram, which is a visual representation of an individual's DNA profile. You have your sex determining marker, which is called amylogenin. If it's an XX, that means it's a female individual. If it's an XY, then it is a male individual. And on those instances, that Y marker showed up.
Now, you talked about some of these DNA profiles not being able to be tested further. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that because of the TBI standards for testing, or it's just impossible to do?
No, we could do it, but we've done multiple testing, and there is a quantitation limit that we know we're going to generate a DNA profile versus we're not going to get anything. So in this instance, I do believe that all of these were taken through all the way through the DNA analysis, and just it was too limited to say anything about. But mostly across the nation, we follow the same QAS guidelines, which are set forth by the FBI, so it's not just TBI specific, and they are specific into the quality of DNA before we can interpret it.
Would other labs have greater capabilities?
Not to my knowledge, is if they are accredited by the same accrediting body. They have to follow the same QAS guidelines.
Okay. So it's your testimony that no lab in the world would be able to perform more specific testing than the TBI lab?
There's probably labs out there that might do a different type of DNA that we do, but that we follow like STR DNA.
Okay. So to your knowledge, these profiles were not tested by anyone after you got finished with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What about the glove, outside of glove 2's mentioned hairs were collected from that exhibit?
Yes.
Did you photograph the hairs?
No, I did not. I just documented the hairs.
Okay. Did you make a note of, are they long hairs, are they short hairs, color, anything like that?
I do believe. The palm was shredded with white residue and hair on the fingers, and the hair is dark.
Okay, the hair is dark.
Yes.
But you didn't make any issue, nothing about length or anything else?
No, it was just that it was dark in color.
Okay. Let's talk about the pillow. I'm having a difficult time on this finding the pillow.
32A.
Thank you. The pillow had Evelyn Boswell's DNA on, is that correct?
Yes, in the center of the pillow.
Okay. Could you tell if that came from saliva or what that came from?
I did not do any testing for saliva, but the area I did tested positive for what was indicated a luminescence, so it could have been sweat or saliva.
Okay. And it also had male DNA, is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Were those two mixed in the same spot, or?
Yes, it was the center area that I took a cutting from, so it would have been the same area.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second. And finally, there was a bottle, like a medicine bottle,
Yes.
found in the trash can. What number was it? Do you have that?
It was Exhibit 18A.
Yes, ma'am, 18A. That's what I'm looking for. And that item, it was tested, and were you able to determine if it had male DNA?
I was able to determine that it had male DNA, but it was inconclusive for any comparison purposes.
Okay. And as far as other DNA, were you able to determine if you could link anyone else to the bottle with DNA?
No, not. But once it's deemed inconclusive, no comparisons are performed.
If I could have just 1 minute, Judge. Ms. Gray, were you ever asked to compare any of these items to Hunter Woods or Preston Hunter Woods DNA?
I never received a standard for Hunter Wood, but I did not need it.
Thank you.
Agent Gray, I guess I'll follow up on your last answer there. When you said you didn't need it, why didn't you need it?
I didn't have any unknown male profiles to compare it to.
Okay, so there was nothing there that you would have been able to compare it to anyway, correct?
Correct.
So all these male profiles Mr. Scott's asked you about were also limited. There's no way you could have drawn it. If I had submitted to you every DNA sample from every male in the world, you would not have been able to tell me
Correct.
who it was, correct?
I wouldn't even ran them since I didn't have any unknown male DNA.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
If I could just clarify, you did have unknown male DNA on those items we just went over.
There was unknown limited male DNA, but since there wasn't strong enough for me to do any comparisons, even if they would have sent in the standard, I wouldn't have ran it.
Thank you.
That's all.
Is she free to go?
She is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena, and you're free to go. Pardon me?
State would call David Hoover.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
David Hoover.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Seeker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And if you would state your name for the record, please.
David Hoover, D-A-V-I-D-H-O-O-V-E-R.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at the Nashville Crime Laboratory in the latent fingerprint or latent print unit.
And what is your title or position there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist.
All right. And Agent Hoover, if you would kind of give the jury
my duties typically include processing evidence for fingerprints, any developed fingerprints or any developed prints that I find on the evidence I photograph or in some way capture them, then compare them and make identifications to individuals if that's possible. Also enter stuff into the APHIS database, search through the database for individuals as well. I also write my reports and testify in courts of law.
You mentioned the APHIS database. Could you explain what that is?
The APHIS database is essentially a database of fingerprint cards that we have on file at the TBI, and then we're able to search unknown fingerprints against that database to see if we can find an individual who may have left that print.
And how long have you been doing this there at the TBI?
I started in March of 2000, so about almost 25 years.
If you would, tell us a little bit about your educational background that allows you to perform those duties there at the TBI.
My background includes a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from David Lipscomb University with a minor in chemistry. Then at the TBI itself, I underwent a 2-year training period under court-qualified fingerprint examiners with over 100 years of experience. Since then, I've also had training from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Mississippi State Crime Laboratory, Arizona State Crime Laboratory, I believe, other agencies that have produced classes, as well as gone to conventions and things that also had classes throughout those 25 years.
All right. How many examinations would you say that you've performed over your almost 25 years there at the lab?
At this point, I would think it was in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands.
Okay. Do you hold any certifications in the field?
I do. I'm a certified latent print examiner with the International Association for Identification.
And what type of technical equipment do you have there that you use at the lab?
We typically use a lot of the same things you actually see on TV. A lot of times you will see the dust fingerprint on a car or window or something, and they'll dust it and lift it. We actually still do that. We also use fluorescent dyes, which fluoresce at different wavelengths. So we have light sources that do different wavelengths as well. We now also have a system that we've had actually for quite a while. It's called RUVIS, which is Reflective Ultraviolet Light Imaging System, and they've learned that under certain wavelength of light, in this situation 254 nanometer light, it will the oils and the sweat of the fingerprints will reflect, and you can actually capture them photographically with that system.
All right. And is this pretty standard equipment that's used across the country in various labs?
Pretty much, yes. I believe so.
Agent Hoover, have you been qualified to testify as an expert witness in the criminal courts here in Tennessee?
Yes, I have.
And after having been qualified as an expert, have you then gone on to give expert testimony?
Yes, I have.
And so then you've been qualified as an expert in the field of latent print identification, is that correct?
Yes, in both state and federal courthouses.
All right. Judge, at this time we would offer Agent Hoover as an expert in the field of latent print identification.
He's an expert. All right. He'd be declared to be an expert in the field of latent print or fingerprint identification.
Agent Hoover, if you would, just tell us a little bit about what latent prints are.
A latent fingerprint is essentially a reproduction of the ridges of your fingers or palms, and it can also include your feet. This is called friction ridge skin. It helps you hold on to things. So a latent print is essentially a reproduction of those ridges on a surface after you've touched them. Essentially, you've touched something, you've left sweat or oil in that reproduction of your ridges behind on that surface.
Okay. And as a latent print examiner, when you look at an object or you're looking for prints, what exactly is it that you're looking for?
I am looking for the ridge formations that we have in our fingerprints. Predominantly, we'll look for what is called level 1 detail first, which is the ridge flow and the pattern types within the fingerprint. Sometimes we don't have the pattern types and we can only look for the ridge flow itself. We're also looking for what we call level 2 detail, which is bifurcations, ridge endings, dots. These are the types of things that happen within the ridge flow itself. So a ridge is flowing along and then it suddenly stops and the two ridges on either side continues to go. That's an ending ridge. A bifurcation is essentially like a fork in a road. So you have the same thing except for that ending ridge touches one or the other side of that, those other two ridges, forming essentially a fork in the ridge flow itself. A dot is essentially what it describes. It's defined. It's just simply a small area that's just a ridge and it's just a small dot that shows up.
All right. Are latent prints more than just what we talk about as being fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. What all is?
They can be fingerprints, there can be palm impressions, your joints of the fingers also have the same type of detail that we can use to identify people. And like I said a little earlier, your feet even has the same thing where you can actually develop feet footprints and then compare them to individuals, their footprints, and see if it's the same individual or not. It's rare, but it can be used for identification purposes.
Okay. If you would, talk for a second about how a latent print is created or left on a surface.
Like I said, when you touch something, you can leave behind that sweat and oil on that surface, and it can remain there, and then I can process it and develop it to be able to actually see it and capture it.
Do certain things affect whether or not you're able to develop a latent print on a surface or an object?
Yes. Some surfaces are not very good at retaining a latent print. Rough surfaces typically are not something that's very good in retaining a usable latent print, because as you touch a rough surface, that rough surface is going to break up that ridge flow. What you're touching, what you're using to actually leave behind, like I said, is sweat and oils, which typically also have a lot of water to them as well. So you're talking about a liquid medium, and if you're touching something that's very bumped and bubbled up, then some of that medium is going to be lost in the valleys and crevices of the rough surface. Some of it's going to be left on top. So it's going to be very broken up, and you're not going to be able to see or use it to actually identify somebody. Because what we're looking for is enough information and enough clear information to be able to say this latent print was left by this person's finger or palm or footprint.
And does whether or not a surface is clean or dirty, does that affect?
That can also affect it, yes.
Okay. Now, you work at the lab in Nashville, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a process as far as processing evidence that comes into the lab there in Nashville?
Yes, we do.
If you would explain to the jury how that works.
So an agency will bring in a piece of evidence. It will go through our evidence receiving section, in which case that piece of evidence is given a specific lab number and an evidence number. If that lab number is already created, then that's another lab number, or excuse me, another evidence number. As it goes through, it's then the case is assigned to an individual. In this case, I would receive the case. In this situation, I would receive the case, and then I would go pick up that evidence from evidence receiving to then do my testing.
All right. And prior to testing any items, do you make sure that they have been secured and not tampered with in any way?
The evidence receiving unit is involved in that, and they have a vault in which it is stored in, and that only they have the opportunity to get to. Once I get the evidence, I make sure that the evidence is in a sealed condition in some way, and then I go from there and then open it, process it from there.
All right. If we could at this time, I'd like to hand Agent Hoover exhibit number 196, trash can.
So this is the trash can that I received. It has our laboratory number. It has our exhibit number as well as my initials. This is the sticker that was on the side of the trash can. It also contains the exhibit number and my initials. And these are pieces of the rim of the trash can that I removed to be able to process better.
Okay. So at the time that you received the trash can there at the lab, the pieces that you just held up, they were
actually
It was a full-
attached. Yes, it was a full trash can with those pieces of the rim attached to it.
Okay, you removed them, they were not broken or anything like that, is that
No,
correct?
they were not.
And you mentioned you held up a sticker, is that, is that like a sticker that would come from the manufacturer?
Yes,
That was on there?
yes, it was on the side of the trash can. It's a Sterilite sticker, manufacturer of the trash can.
Okay, and you removed that as well?
I did.
Okay. All right, Agent Hoover, did you attempt to develop any latent prints off of that particular item, the trash can?
I did.
And if you would kind of walk us through what your approach to analyzing that piece of evidence was?
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Is that all right?
Yes.
On that trash can, I did pretty much a full process of just about everything that we can do at the laboratory, or that we normally do for fingerprints at the laboratory, including super glue, dust, the Ruva system that I mentioned, the ALS, the fluorescent dyes that I mentioned as well. The rim, especially the body itself, no, it looks like I did everything on even the body itself as well.
Okay. And what were you able to determine, or what were you able to find as far as the prints were concerned?
On the sticker, I found a palm print, and up underneath the rim, which is the reason why I removed the rim, I found the very far tip of a fingerprint. And when I mean a far tip of the fingerprint, I'm talking about the areas up here at the very tip top of your print, right as it goes into the nail.
Okay. Talk about the palm print that you found for a second.
The palm print that I found was very small. In fact, it was probably about my size of my palm. The whole palm would have fit in about that much of the palm print. So I'm confident that it's probably a child's print. Some people do have smaller hands, and so I couldn't totally discount comparing it to some other people. But it was a very small print.
Certainly didn't. Would you say it was not the size of a normal man's hand? Well, okay. Oh. You've already stated what you thought as far as that size was concerned. And so you excluded Megan Boswell as being the contributor.
I did compare it to Megan Boswell, and I was able to exclude it from her.
Okay. And you mentioned the fingerprint. And again, where did you locate that?
Up underneath the rim, I believe it was on the right side.
All right. And were you able to make any conclusions as far as that fingerprint was concerned?
I was.
And what did you conclude as far as that was concerned?
Well, eventually I was.
Okay. But, well, on the date that your initial examination was done and the report was issued on April the 2nd of 2020.
That was inconclusive to her because, in general, when you do a fingerprint card, if you look at the finger when you touch it, if you're doing a fingerprint card and you're rolling the person's finger, this part of the finger does not touch. So you don't really get a good recording of that tip area. That happens actually quite often.
All right. Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that.
Thank you. Yes, it is.
And what is that?
It appears to be a copy of my report from April 2nd of 2020.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I move to make that exhibit 253.
Full exhibit 253.
Agent Hoover, you mentioned that you did not have good rolled prints of Megan Boswell. Is that correct?
I would say I did not have complete prints.
Okay.
At least in that tip area.
Sorry. Did you then attempt to, or speak with law enforcement in an attempt to get better prints of Miss Boswell done?
I did.
Okay. And did they comply with your request? Did you receive additional prints from them?
I did. They complied.
Okay. And were you able to do any additional comparisons based upon that next set of prints that they sent you?
Unfortunately, I was not able to.
Okay. And why was that?
The prints that I was sent still were not of a good enough quality to actually compare to.
And did you, Agent Hoover, did you prepare a finding in that regards? In the
I did.
report? I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
That is a copy of my report from July the 31st of 2020.
All right. Reflecting that again, you still were not able to perform any.
My result was inconclusive again.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy?
It appears to be, yes.
Judge, I move to make that exhibit 254.
No, sir. 254. Full exhibit.
And so, Agent Hoover, did you then again speak with law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of your conversation at that point?
That I still needed better prints, especially those around the tip area.
All right. And did they try yet again to get you a good copy of prints from Ms. Boswell?
Yes, they did.
All right. Did they use a different technique this time?
Slightly different.
Okay. If you would tell the jury what type of technique they used.
They tried to use what is called hinge lifters. These are a product that some forensic warehouses produce, and it essentially is a small plastic, can be a square, can be a rectangle piece with tape over it, so that what happens is when you lift the tape, you're able to then lift it or put the tape over the print and then lift it, and it has its own backing already. And they attempted to do that and use, again, the same type of material to try to lift that print, or to try to lift that area of her finger, and send it to me.
All right. And any success this time on being able to do a comparison?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And did you, again, prepare a report to reflect that you were unsuccessful?
I did.
I'm going to hand you another document and ask you if you can identify that.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of a report from February the 8th of 2021.
And is that the report that reflects your latest attempt to make some sort of identification?
Yes, it does.
Is that a true and accurate copy?
It appears to be.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 255. Agent Hoover, at that point, what did you speak with law enforcement about what needed to be done further?
I did.
Okay, and if you would kind of tell us how that conversation went.
I finally volunteered to come to Bluntville and fingerprint Ms. Boswell myself.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
All right. Were these prints that you obtained clear enough that you could make some sort of analysis or identification?
Yes, they were.
All right. And did you in fact make findings in that regard?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I was able to identify the fingerprint from the underneath the rim of the trash can to Megan Boswell's number 2 or right index finger.
Okay. And so, again, you found that underneath the rim of the trash can?
That is correct.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your findings in that regard?
I did.
And I hand you another document and ask you if you can identify it.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated July the 8th of 2021.
Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be.
Judge, that would move to make that exhibit 256.
Okay.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to ask that you be handed exhibits 201 and 203.
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize them?
Again, I have our laboratory number, exhibit number, and my initials on the bag, as well as on the box itself.
Okay. And these items, were they the foil sheeting that you were requested to develop latent prints from?
Yes.
Okay. And did you in fact perform an examination on those items?
I did.
Okay. What was your findings initially?
My initial findings
Yes.
from the May the 10th,
Yes,
21
sir.
report,
Yes, sir.
that I did not find any fingerprints of identifiable value on the foil.
Talk about the challenges of trying to develop prints off of that foil.
That foil was very wrinkled, for one thing, which is also very detrimental to fingerprint reproduction. The ridges of the wrinkling will break up the fingerprint. Secondly, there was either trash or decomposition that was all over much of the foil. All of that would also affect the ability for the fingerprints to remain or to develop on the foil itself.
All right. And did you prepare a report of your initial findings
I
in
did.
regards to foil? I'm going to hand you a document and ask if you can identify it.
Yes, I recognize it.
And what is it?
It appears to be a copy of my report dated May the 10th, 2021.
All right. Is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Appears to be, yes.
Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 257.
Full exhibit 257.
Now, Agent Hoover, in regards to the foil, were you later contacted by scientists within the lab about performing additional testing on the foil?
Yes, it was.
And did you in fact receive that foil back in the lab?
Yes, it originally went back to the Knoxville laboratory, and then it came back to us in the Nashville laboratory.
Okay. And do you remember why that was?
Yes, part of the original packaging was a large box, and then inside that box was these other pieces as well. And this box had markings on it that looked like it was only for forensic biology. And so I ignored that box and focused on the other pieces of aluminum foil because that's what I was the understanding was to be working, to be processing. That was the actual piece of evidence. I did not know that the forensic biologist had separated one piece out because she actually saw ridge detail that would be considered fingerprints. And so she actually separated that piece out and sent it separate so that nothing got destroyed or damaged. And it was my mistake that I did not recognize that that box was actually also part of the full exhibit.
Okay. And when you say the box, you're talking, it's actually in a separate, it's exhibit 203, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you had not performed testing on that piece initially?
No, I did not.
Okay. After it was received back in the lab by you, did you perform testing on it?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to develop any sort of latent print profiles as a result?
I developed a couple of prints on it. One print was not identifiable, meaning it did not have enough clarity or detail to be able to use to identify to an individual. One print was identifiable, and that print I identified. You ready?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
My findings on that one was that it did identify to Megan Boswell's left middle finger.
So you had one print that there was no identification, you can't make any idea
It wasn't
of.
useful for it, no.
Okay. And the only other one was identified to Megan Boswell, is that
That's correct.
And did you prepare a report of your findings in regards to that piece of foil?
I did.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a report or document and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes. I recognize it.
And what is it?
It's another copy of my report from May the 6th, 2022.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it appears to be.
Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 258.
Full exhibit 258.
And Agent Hoover, you also received several other items that you were asked to work, and those included a candy wrapper and a bed sheet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to make any identifications or get any results from those items?
The candy wrapper, I was not. It didn't have any fingerprint detail whatsoever, didn't have any ridges whatsoever. The bed sheet I did not examine as a latent fingerprint expert or individual because the bed sheet would not be something we would typically look for fingerprints on. It's a cloth folded up item that we wouldn't actually think of a fingerprint developing on.
And finally, if we could hand you Exhibit 198. Plastic. You recognize that item?
I do.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Again, this one happens to be a sticker, but we have our laboratory number as well as the exhibit number and my initials.
And that item is a black, if you could remove it, is that a black plastic bag?
Yes, it is.
All right. And did you perform print analysis on the bag?
Yes, I did.
All right. And if you would, tell us what you were able to find in regards to the bag.
On 17A, I originally developed 2 identifiable latent fingerprints and 1 identifiable impression. And what I mean by an impression is I can't determine if it's a finger, a palm, a joint. I don't know its specific orientation or its specific where it specifically came from, whether it was one of those types of anatomical positions.
Okay. And did you make any determinations as far as comparison was concerned on the 2 identifiable latent fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what were you able to, what were your findings in that regard?
I identified 1 to the right middle finger of Megan Boswell and 1 to the right ring finger of Megan Boswell.
And what about the latent impression?
At that time, I reported that it was inconclusive with Megan Boswell.
And did you prepare a report of your findings?
I did.
On that date? I'm going to hand you another document, Agent Hoover, and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my report from February 27th of '22.
And is that a true and accurate copy
Yes.
of your report?
It appears to be.
Judge, would move to make that exhibit number 259, I believe.
Full exhibit 250.
Agent Hoover, did you develop any other prints or any other, make any other findings in regards to evidence that was sent to you on this particular case?
The only other thing was that latent impression I eventually determined was insufficient quality for identification purposes due to its distortion, and some of the other detail and stuff was not as clear as I originally thought.
Okay. And that was from the black
Plastic
bag.
trash bag.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you make a report of that particular finding as well?
I did.
Okay. And was that on your report issued on May the 6th of 2022?
That's correct.
Agent Hoover, I'm going to hand you a document in that regard.
Thank you.
Did you already have that one? Did I?
Looks new. Look at 258. I wrote down it was May 6, 2022.
If I could. I mean, that may be. Is that the thing? That may be the same one, Judge. Which, does he have the one I just handed him?
I do.
That's. That's the same one. Okay. It's the same one. Agent Hoover, of all the exhibits that you tested in this particular case, were there any prints that you could have possibly identified? Any other prints that you were able to develop?
The only one remaining is the small palm print from the trash can sticker.
That you believe is from a child, is that right?
It,
That's what he said. So, again, Agent Hoover, the only print that you developed that you were not able to identify was the small print from the side of the trash can. Is that correct?
on the sticker, correct.
And based on your training and experience, did you have an opinion as to whether that was from an adult or a child?
My opinion would be that it would be from a child. However, I can't discount a small individual. But I do not believe it's from a normal-sized adult.
All right. Thank you, Agent Hoover. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 15-minute break.
Everyone stand, please.
During the break, please do not set your thoughts.
to go through the jury instructions and reading them to the jury. Discussed with Mr. Mayers his right to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you also discussed his right not to testify?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Mayor, do you hear what Mr. Takapina just said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you agree with what he has said? Just said?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
You understand that you have a right to get on the stand and give your side of the case. You understand and accept that?
I do understand and I accept.
Also, you have a right under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution not to testify. You cannot be compelled to testify. It's totally your decision to either get on the stand or waive your right to testify and not testify. You understand that?
I understand.
Okay. Which right do you wish to take advantage of? The one to testify or the one to not testify?
I'm on my right to not testify.
All right. So do you in fact waive your right to testify in this case?
I do in fact, Your Honor.
Counsel George?
Yes,
I believe that Mr. Mayor's waiver is knowing, free, and voluntary. I accept it. All right, let's have the jury come in. They'll be told there may be a witness at 1:30. In the interim, the defense, you can ask for your exhibits to be admitted. I understand there's going to be no objection. The people have one additional exhibit. That will be moved in. Then I want to give the jury a 45-minute break. In that period of time, we will discuss the jury instructions informally, after which we will come out and formalize them on the record. After that, I will read the jury instructions to the jury. At some point, if the jury instructions go beyond 1:30, I'll stop reading the jury instructions so the remaining witness, if he testifies, we can take him out of order, and then I will resume the jury instructions. And that will be all for the day. Summations will be on Thursday. Is that the understanding?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you mentioned another exhibit from the people going there.
Yeah, they marked a DVD. It's the DVD from Complex.
Oh, so it was something that, that's all. Okay.
All right, let's have the jury. At anything on the internet regarding this case, or we're not in session. We are in session Thursday. Please be here at 9:30. Outside the courtroom doors, 9:30. Is that a problem for anybody? All right. At 9:30, or as close to that time as possible, we'll have you come in and you'll hear the submissions of counsel. As I tell you each time, please keep an open mind. You have not heard everything. You have not begun your deliberations. And please do not look at anything on the internet regarding this case or look at anything in print media. All right, have a good day tomorrow. See you Thursday, 9:30. I've asked Alex to generate a copy of the jury instructions for each one of you. Remember, 9:30? 9:30 on Thursday? Mr. Steve, anything for the record? No, Your Honor. Mr. Tappan, anything for the record? For the record, no. Mr. Boswell, anything for the record? No, Your Honor. All right, we're off the record. See you Thursday. For the record, no. All right, come on.
I mean, I don't know if it matters. I don't know which we're using it for exactly.
may be seated. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hoover. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. My name's Gene Scott.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I want to talk to you about that palm print that was discussed earlier. You did not include in your report, exhibit number 253, that was a small palm print. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But what you're describing to me sounds as though that could have been a child's palm print, could have even been Evelyn's palm print.
It's very possible.
Were you able to check against her palm print or not?
Against Evelyn's?
Yes.
No, I actually did request to see if her body was still at the medical examiner's office, and if so, if they could send me the fingerprint cards, but I never received them, so I'm assuming the child was already gone.
Okay. And as it relates to, in your report, it appears to me that you also wanted to check it against Ethan Perry and Eric Smith.
No, I did not.
You did not. Would you like to see your, but you said it will be compared with.
I said it would be compared with once I would receive known finger impressions or known palm impressions of those two individuals, yes.
So was it compared?
No, it was not.
Okay. So I guess you're saying it's probably Evelyn, but you're still going to compare it against these men.
If they sent it in, I would, yes.
Just to rule it out.
Correct.
Okay. And why do you say it could be Evelyn? Is it because when somebody, obviously your fingerprints are probably all over everything in your house, is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes. I mean, some surfaces, again, are better than others.
Sure. Bed sheets don't take fingerprints as well as something shiny generally.
Not unless it's a situation in which, like, those fingerprints were in some form of material, paint, blood, something like that.
Right. So it wouldn't be uncommon, in your opinion, for someone's fingerprints to be on items in their home?
No, that's common.
Okay. As it relates to the aluminum foil and the one fingerprint you find of Megan's, you can't say when that print was put there, can you?
No, I cannot.
It's possible it was on the aluminum foil before the foil was placed on the child.
I have no knowledge of that one way or the other.
It would be possible.
That's a possibility.
And again, you have no knowledge one way or the other if the print was, when the print was made there.
No, that's correct.
How long would the print stay there?
That's something you really can't determine, depending upon the situation. If the print was protected and like in a closed off space inside of a box, like a keepsake box or something like that, it may last for quite a while. In fact, I had one that they know of. It was a ex-wife's fingerprint in any case, and it was on a box that hadn't been touched for 5 years, but it was in a closet inside a box. It was perfectly protected. Once you get into places where you have water, rain, heat, cold, different things affecting the actual piece of evidence, you're not going to have typically a longer lifespan of that fingerprint.
Okay. What do you describe as a longer lifespan?
If I left a fingerprint here and then immediately did that, I could wipe it away right there and it would be gone. If I had something like on a beer can on the side of the road in the summertime, it may bake it off fairly quickly. If it's not raining or anything, but it's cooler, it may last a little longer. That's what I'm saying. There's no real evidence that shows us how long one will stay on a surface of something in a specific amount of time.
It sounds to me like you're saying cool and dry preserves it better than hot and wet.
Yes. Typically.
Give me just a second. Let me ask you about latex gloves. Latex gloves, will they prevent the leaving of fingerprints?
They can, yes.
So is that something that someone would do to not contaminate evidence or not leave their prints on something?
That's correct, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Nothing further, Judge.
Is he free to go?
He is for the state.
Is he free to go?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Dr. Matrina Schmidt.
Dr. Matrina Schmidt.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready for us to start your honor? Okay. Can you spell your first and last name for the jury, please?
My first name is Matrina, M-A-T-R-I-N-A. Last name is Schmidt, S-C-H-M-I-D-T.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
Brevard County in Florida.
Okay. And what is your official title there?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
Okay. And how long have you been there?
March of 2023.
Okay. And until present, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And can you give us a background of your education, please?
I have a bachelor's in biology. Got it at Aquinas College in Grand Rapids, Michigan, 4 years. Then I went to medical school at Medical College of Ohio in Toledo, Ohio for 4 years. Then I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at West Virginia University Department of Pathology. I did that for 4 years. I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio, Texas. I returned to West Virginia and did another year of residency, and then I started practicing as a medical examiner.
Okay. And where did you first start practicing as a medical examiner?
West Virginia.
Okay. And where are you licensed? Which states are you licensed to practice medicine in currently?
West Virginia, California, Tennessee, Hawaii, and Florida.
Okay. And so that would go to say that in 2020, were you also licensed to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. And are you board certified in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Okay. Do you maintain memberships in any medically related societies?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
No.
Okay. And you stated that you're currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do as a forensic pathologist?
I perform medical legal autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of pathology and in your role as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Have you been so qualified here in the state of Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we would ask to qualify Dr. Schmidt as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection.
Should be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Schmidt, where were you employed in March of 2020?
At the William L. Jenkins Forensic Center in Johnson City, Tennessee.
Okay. And is that at East Tennessee State University?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your title there in March of 2020?
I was an assistant professor in pathology / forensic pathologist.
Okay. And during that time, were you called to assist with the processing and removal of the remains of Evelyn Boswell in March of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who notified you that Evelyn Boswell's body had been discovered?
No, it was a law enforcement official called me.
Okay. And did you go to the scene there, Muddy Creek Road, that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring anyone with you to help assist you?
No, I arrived on my own, but 2 of our medical death investigators arrived on the scene.
Okay. And who were those 2 people?
Laura Parsons, Kristen Osgood.
Okay. And what was their role to be that evening?
They're the medical death investigators. They investigate the scene, the death.
Okay. And was law enforcement present when you arrived that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day you arrived?
I do not. It was evening. It was
Okay.
dark.
Dark outside. Okay. Where was Evelyn's body located at the time of your arrival?
It was in a playhouse shed and inside a trash can.
Okay. So her body was still within the trash can when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe or assist in the removal of Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to the jury what that process looked like?
We removed the trash can from the shed. Photographs were taken, and then we did a step-by-step process of removing the decedent from the trash can and the contents of the trash can.
Okay. And did you observe law enforcement with each of these steps of removal?
Yes, and our medical death investigators were also a part of the process.
Okay. And was this at your direction or at someone else's, the process that they used?
We had discussed the direction we were going to take prior to removing the trash can from the shed. So I was directing it, but I think we had all had a discussion on the best way to handle the process.
Give me just a second. Can you tell the jury what steps you took to ensure that the scene and Evelyn's body was maintained as secure as possible?
TBI was present, our medical death investigators, and everything that we removed from the trash can, in addition to the decedent, was photographed and it was written down as evidence.
Okay, and how did you protect the body from contamination?
I don't remember, but we always have a sheet and the body bag ready and prepared.
Okay. 1 minute. Can I please see? exhibits number 20 through 38, please. I'm going to pass you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Does that help refresh your memory on how the body was placed at the time that at the time Evelyn was removed from the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you recall about how her body was protected from contamination?
The body bag was placed on top of, looks like paper, and then she was removed from the trash can directly into the clean body bag.
Okay. All right. We could pass that back. I'm just going to show it to the jury quickly so the jury can see what we are referencing. It's been previously marked as exhibit number 21. Is this what you were referring to with the butcher paper and the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So at some point, Evelyn's body was going to be transported to a different location, I'm assuming. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And where was her body transported?
The Forensic Center in Johnson City.
Okay. And are you the individual that performed the autopsy on Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also performed at the same location in Johnson City?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe the process of this particular autopsy for the jury?
We re-photographed the body. We collected evidence from the body, and we removed the clothing, and I performed the autopsy, starting with an external examination, then an internal examination.
Okay. Was it more difficult due to the state of Evelyn's remains?
I don't understand the
Let me
question.
ask it in a different way. Does decomposition of a body impact your ability to perform certain things during an autopsy?
It can.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you, for example, does the level of decomposition keep you from being able to identify mechanisms of death or possible mechanisms of death?
It can, yes.
Can you describe how?
Sometimes with decomposition, the skin will change colors, and it can obscure bruises or contusions. Sometimes we might not be able to draw the sufficient toxicology specimens that we want to.
Okay. And did any of that happen in this case? Were you able to see any potential soft tissue injuries to Evelyn's body?
I did not identify any soft tissue injuries.
Okay. Did decomposition play a role in that at all?
It's probable, yes.
Okay. I know you stated in your report that there were leaves in Evelyn's hair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were also at the scene. Did you observe leaves at the scene that night?
Yes, there were numerous leaves inside the shed playhouse.
Okay. Okay. So I'm assuming when you conduct an autopsy, it's not just the body itself that's helping you make your determination. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. What other materials do you as a doctor use in order to make a determination when you're conducting an autopsy and trying to determine a cause and manner of death?
Our investigators' investigation or summary, law enforcement's investigation. I can use medical records, sometimes histology. That's where I take the tissue and I look at it under a microscope.
Okay. Okay. And after you conducted the autopsy of Evelyn, are those results essentially generated into a report?
Yes.
Okay. Is that report kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And have you reviewed your autopsy report for accuracy and completeness?
Yes.
I'm going to pass you a document. I'm going to give you a second to look and see if you recognize that. Oh, okay. Thank you. Are you able to identify that document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
It's the autopsy report I prepared on Evelyn.
Okay. And is that a complete and accurate copy?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time we would ask that be made exhibit number 260.
No objection. Full exhibit 260.
Dr. Schmidt, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. What is your opinion?
The cause of death, homicidal violence.
Okay. And can you explain that for the jury? What did you base that finding on?
I based it on the autopsy findings, the investigative summary, the investigators that went to the scene, and law enforcement investigation.
Okay. Hypothetically, if Evelyn was alive when she was placed in the trash can, is positional asphyxiation likely?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what positional asphyxiation is?
It's your body's in a position that compromises your breathing.
And were you aware was how Evelyn's body was placed into the trash can? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say positional, are you referencing the fact that she was upside down?
Yes, the body was in the trash can, upside down.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 34. Pre-admitted as exhibit number 34. Okay. Okay. So hypothetically, if a blanket is pulled up over the face of a child who's then placed into a trash can upside down, could the blanket itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes.
Okay. What about the trash bag that Evelyn's body was in? Could the trash bag itself cause some type of asphyxiation?
Yes, if it is the nose and the mouth.
Okay. How many autopsies have you conducted over the course of your career, just approximately?
3,600 approximately.
Approximately how many of those were on children?
Close to 100, between 80 and 100.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted from, that you determined to result from natural causes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you conducted autopsies on children that have resulted in or been caused by something accidental?
Yes.
Okay. So if I gave you a hypothetical that Evelyn Boswell was sleeping in a bed with an adult or two adults and a rollover sleeping episode occurred, is that something that you would consider as being ability for her death in this case? Do you want me to rephrase the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is a rollover incident possible, a co-sleeping rollover incident possible, explanation for Evelyn Boswell's death?
My
Acute pharyngitis is an infection?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a virus, is that right? A viral infection?
It can be.
Okay. And that infection can progress toward the respiratory system, can it not?
Yes.
Viral pharyngitis itself can increase the risk of SIDS. Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I sounded curt with you and I didn't mean to. I should have asked you a direct question. So please don't take offense at the yes or no. Child also suffered from gastroesophageal reflux. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
It's when the food comes back up through the sphincter, because food goes through the esophagus into the stomach, and there's a sphincter that keeps it from coming back up into the esophagus and to go down, continue into the intestines for digestion, and it comes back up into the esophagus.
And can that lead to laryngeospasms?
Yes.
What is a laryngeospasm?
This is where the muscle contracts.
A child can die from a laryngeospasm, can it?
Yes.
Child also suffered from ankyloglossia. I may not be saying that right, but you know what I mean?
It sounded good. Yes.
Okay. What is that?
They call it tongue tie. Your lower frenulum is not long, it's short. And so they really can't poke their tongue out very far.
The research shows that can lead to an increased cause of sudden infant death syndrome, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know one way or the other.
So, with all that said, this child is in a state of the body's in a state of decomposition.
That's correct.
You can't rule these things I've asked you about out as the cause of death, can you?
I ruled them out as the cause of death.
But how? Based on what?
Based on the autopsy examination and the circumstances surrounding the death.
Please tell me what medical evidence in the autopsy report that rules them out. I'm not talking about that the child is found in a trash can. What medical evidence in that report rules those things out? You can't rule out SIDS with an autopsy, can you?
Robert, I'm going to ask that he asks only one question at a time.
Yeah, sustained. One
Sorry.
question at a time.
No, you cannot.
So you can't rule that out in this case, can you?
I ruled it out.
You did, but you don't have any reason to do that, do you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
A forensic examination is not based only on the autopsy. The autopsy helps you out. It's based on all the circumstances surrounding the death.
What circumstances allows you to rule that out without medical proof, doctor?
I did not see any bone fractures. I didn't see enough natural disease that I thought it would account for her death.
Bone fractures have nothing to do with SIDS, do they?
No.
Natural disease has nothing to do with identifying SIDS, does it?
Yes, it does.
What does it?
It rules out SIDS.
Okay, so does natural disease, you say it rules out SIDS, it doesn't identify SIDS, does it?
No, it does not.
It rules it out. Correct?
That's correct.
How did you rule out co-sleeping and being rolled on in the bed as a cause of death?
I used it based on the circumstances surrounding the death.
Okay. Again, if the body were found laying on a table, not in that trash can, you couldn't rule out co-sleeping as a cause of death either, could you?
I would review everything, the circumstances surrounding the death.
Hypothetically, if that happened, could you rule that out?
I would have to know why the baby was on the table.
So it is possible that a child that size and that age could die from co-sleeping.
Yes, it's possible.
Let me ask you about the leaves you talked about in the baby's hair.
Yes.
Okay. Was that wrapped up under the blanket in the tinfoil?
Yes.
Okay. So you testified that there were leaves in the shed.
Yes.
Are you saying inside of the shed?
Yes.
Were there any in the trash can?
I don't remember that. I don't recall that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So,
but yes, I'm sorry. They were in her hair inside the trash can.
I think I followed your logic there, but my question was more specific than that, doctor. There were leaves inside of Evelyn's hair wrapped in a blanket, wrapped in tinfoil in the trash can, in a bag, correct?
Yes.
Other than that, were there other leaves in the trash can?
I don't recall.
So, when you described this death as homicidal violence, you described that as based on the child being found in the trash can. Is that correct?
And the investigation, yes.
Okay, but not your medical findings.
Yes, my medical findings in
There
addition.
There were no findings of violence in your autopsy, were there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can.
Okay. Were there any broken bones?
No.
Okay. At this point, soft tissue, it was hard to determine any kind of damage to soft tissue. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. So there were no medical findings of violence in your report, was there?
Yes, the decedent was found upside down in the trash can. I'm sorry.
I'm asking. Doctor, let's make sure we're on the same page. I'm asking about medical causes that you would find in the autopsy. Now, being placed in a trash can, are you describing that as a medical cause?
No.
So medical causes that, and medical diagnosis that you have, there is no medical issue showing this is a homicidal violence, is there?
No.
And you can't say that the child was dead or alive when it went in the trash can you?
That's correct.
Can I have just a minute, Judge?
No.
Let me ask you this, Doctor. You talked about leaves in the shed. You were there directing when the baby was taken out of the trash can?
Yes, that's correct.
And I assume that you and your team were very careful that the baby, nothing got on the baby once it was taken out of the trash can and the trash bag before being placed on the body bag.
That's correct.
It would not have been a source of leaves from you all's contamination.
No.
So, Doctor, based on your medical findings, not based on the baby being found in the trash can, but based on medical findings, is there anything to support abuse as a cause of her death?
I'm sorry, you have to define abuse.
Physical abuse.
I still don't understand what you mean by that.
Any broken bones?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, I'm trying to. Any broken bones?
No.
Any signs of prior broken bones?
No.
Judge, that's all the questions I have. Dr. Smith, thank you and good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is she released from this team?
By the state, yes.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Smith, thank you for your testimony today. You are released from your subpoena and your plea.
Thank you.
Next.
David call Dr. Malusnik.
Why don't you say her whole name for the record?
Dr. Darinka Malusnik Polchong. I'll let her say and spell it for you.
State your name.
Darenka Milosnik Polchan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Thank you.
Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would say and spell your full name for us, for the record, please.
My first name is Darenka, spelled Darinka, and my last name is Milosnik Polchan. Milosnik is spelled Mileusnic. Polchan is Polchan.
Thank you. And where are you employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Knox and Anderson counties and the Chief Medical Officer for the Regional Forensic Center in Knoxville, Tennessee, and also hold the position of Clinical Assistant Professor actually Associate Professor of Pathology at University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville.
And how long have you held those positions?
I've been acting chief and chief since 2008. I've been in Knoxville since 2002.
All right. What, if you would, give us a little bit about your education that allows you to hold those positions?
So I graduated from medical school, University of Rijeka, Rijeka in Croatia. It's a 6-year medical program with the last year of internship because it's a different kind of system of schooling in Europe. And then I stayed at the same university teaching medical students and doing research for approximately 4 more years. And then relocated to Chicago area in 1991 to continue research and teach. And I joined the Department of Pharmacology and Neuroscience at Loyola University Medical Center in Chicago. And then during those research years, while I was completing my PhD, I also joined the Department of Pathology to get a training in neuropathology, anatomic pathology. That's where I spent about three and a half years. And then after completion of those studies, decided actually to go into the field of forensic pathology. So finishing training in pathology at Loyola University at the same time as I was getting my PhD actually enabled me then to switch to Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner and then complete the last year of training in forensic pathology in Chicago area. And I stayed there with the Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner in the city of Chicago for about 4 years prior to relocating to Knoxville to continue the same line of work essentially. And during that time I became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
All right. Are you licensed to practice medicine here in Tennessee?
Yes.
All right. And are you certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology?
Yes, I am.
Do you maintain membership in any sort of medical related societies?
Yes, there are a number of societies such as American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then just the regular pathology groups that College of American Pathologists and American Society of Clinical Pathologists. The membership in the name, actually, National Association of Medical Examiners is important because actually that's the accrediting body for the forensic centers in the state of Tennessee, and then of course we are accredited by the name, by the National Association of Medical Examiners.
All right. Have you published any scholarly materials in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I've published some papers and platform presentations and book chapters with the main interest in intersection of forensic pathology and anthropology, and then those mainly book chapters. And as far as the publications, I have a special interest in toxicology and child abuse.
All right. And have you done any presentations on asphyxia in children and strangulation?
That was actually one of the old presentations at the National Association of Medical Examiner meetings. It was a platform presentation.
Now, you are currently employed as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
And are you board certified in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, anatomic pathology and forensic pathology is kind of dual certification.
All right. And so what is it that you do as a forensic pathologist?
So in the state of Tennessee, actually, the forensic pathologists are medical examiners, and so because we don't have a coroner system, we have a medical examiner system. We are appointed to perform the duties of a medical legal death investigation on a county level. So essentially, that's what I do. I investigate with the help, of course, with the rest of the staff in the office. We investigate all the sudden deaths that happen, as I said, suddenly without medical attendance or due to violence. And our main obligation is to work not for any particular organization or the law enforcement. We work with the law enforcement to come up with an answer to what really happened and what the cause, manner, and mechanism of that in these situations where that happens suddenly, unexpectedly, without medical attendance or due to violence.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, in many counties in East Tennessee. Actually, I believe here in Sullivan County years ago.
All right, that was going to be my next question. And after having been qualified as an expert, have you gone on to give expert testimony in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to qualify her as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Judge.
Right, to be declared to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Dr. Malusnik, at the request of the District Attorney's Office here in Sullivan County, did you review an autopsy that had been performed by Dr. Matrina Schmidt, as well as other case materials involving the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And if you would, tell us what materials you reviewed.
So I reviewed everything that was available when I was approached to originally look at the case, and I can list all the entries that I compiled in my report if that's
sure.
Acceptable. So what was available to me at the time of review and writing of my report is a birth certificate for Evelyn Boswell, Indian Path Medical Center birth records, Premier Pediatrics medical records, Mountain States Medical Group Urgent Care medical records, Bristol Regional Medical Center medical records, then autopsy report performed and signed by Dr. Schmidt, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, TBI forensic biology reports, several of them. They were dated from March 11, March 25th, April 22nd, and then TBI toxicology report dated March 19th, that's 2020. And then National NMS, which is the National Medical Toxicology Lab, both technology forensic case report, summary of facts by the Attorney General's Office, and the presentment State of Tennessee, Sullivan County Criminal Court case S72869.
All right. And these materials, are they typical of what you would normally review in preparing an autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And based upon your review of those materials, did you form an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
So my opinion was that Evelyn died of asphyxial death, and that the manner of death was homicide.
All right. And again, you reviewed the autopsy that had been done by Dr. Schmidt. How, if anything, did your opinion differ from what she had concluded?
In essence, actually, our opinion did not really differ much, except that in my report, and that's the kind of luxury of writing kind of expert review report versus the just regular autopsy report, is that I specify several different ways of asphyxial death or different mechanisms of it.
Okay. And when you say different mechanisms of asphyxia, what are you talking about? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
So asphyxia essentially means that the inability of a person to breathe or for the oxygen to be supplied to the cells in the body. And the different ways how that can occur is either by preventing the circulation to the brain or other organs and tissues in the body, or preventing the breathing, or putting a person in such a position that essentially compromises both circulation and breathing at the same time, with the end result of essentially depriving the tissues and organs of oxygen. And then in with that respect, actual asphyxial death in general are very complex deaths, and if there is any compromise in the integrity of the person, such as decomposition, then they have to be really described in such a manner, these mechanisms, that are understandable, because in the end the asphyxial death is the what we call diagnosis of exclusion, meaning when everything else is excluded, what we are left with essentially is that the findings in the body and the finding of the body within the scene that are going to come to essentially explain what really happened to an individual. What I'm essentially saying is that there's the asphyxial mechanism such as positional, mechanical, traumatic, or actually can be also the consequence of the positioning in the scene, and that information comes strictly from the scene investigation.
All right, and let's talk about each type of mechanism in regards to this particular case. What about the scene or the body would relate to positional asphyxiation?
So the forensic autopsy, just like any other autopsy, which is a major procedure, kind of cross-section and dissection procedure in the body, almost like a complex surgery, cannot be done in a vacuum. It has to be done in the context of the scene investigation. So that's why we have medical legal death investigation, and that's why medical examiner and representative goes to the scene in order to create a context in which this individual was found. And that's why I always say that the forensic autopsy cannot be performed in vacuum. It has to be performed in the context of the scene. And then that's how essentially we approach this particular case, whether it's Dr. Schmidt or me reviewing it, is that in the context of the case, we have an individual who is now wrapped in multiple layers, so we can talk about it in a minute, who is positioned upside down in a confined space and in a position that prevents actually breathing. And that's why I say the components of positional asphyxia, that's being upside down in a contorted kind of letter S position, mechanical asphyxia with the different objects essentially covering the individual's face or the body, and then traumatic asphyxia because of the positioning that is going to prevent the movement of diaphragm and breathing. And then, as I said, finding the individual in a trash can essentially creates a confined space, which is going to lead to confined space asphyxia. And that's why essentially, that's where I listed all these 4 different categories of or mechanisms of asphyxia.
All right. Could I see exhibits 19 through 38, please? Dr. Malusnik, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as exhibit number 19. And if you would, kind of tell the jury what they're looking there and how what they're seeing relates to the mechanisms of asphyxia.
Can I show on the screen? Or,
is there a pointer up there? It looks like a flashlight.
There's a pointer?
Yes, if you don't care.
So what we are seeing is the trash can with the child in trash bag with the several layers on top of her, one of them being a blanket. That's essentially when, and that's how we all approach the scenes, is we go layer by layer, slight kind of uncovering the individual, whether it's adult or a child, in a similar fashion, because we don't want to lose any evidence, number one, and number two, we want to show all the kind of components of that asphyxia by approaching it in this layered fashion. And then we can see the body of the child in an unzipped kind of onesie in an upside down position with some of her body parts showing up. So essentially, when I was telling you originally positional asphyxia, she's upside down, and we humans cannot breathe like that. There's a confined space asphyxia because of the trash can and her head being all the way down. Mechanical asphyxia because several different layers covering her face, which we'll analyze in a minute. And then traumatic asphyxia just from her body being in like a kind of reversed S position, totally crumpled and compressed in such a way that she could not breathe. There is no expansion of the diaphragm or movement of the intercostal muscles between the ribs that allow us to breathe in a position like that.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit number, previously admitted as exhibit number 30.
So on this exhibit number 30, that's actually now several stages down the investigation path. So the key is always, as I said, as little manipulation as possible, and then go again layer by layer. We lost several layers here. The garbage can, the trash can, there was also, the trash bag. There was also a black bag on top of all of that. That was all removed. And now the child is in the blanket, and there is a foil, which is actually a very curious piece of evidence because it was so tightly applied to the child's face and upper body that looked like a wrapped, almost like a part of the kind of mechanism that prevents her from breathing, because that would be another kind of example of mechanical asphyxia, because an object is covering the face and preventing her from breathing. And the other thing that can be also seen is that the body is actually contorted, and usually that would happen, with kind of force applied, because we know now she's upside down, and the force applied for her body actually to kind of fit in the bottom of the garbage can, and that would be part of the traumatic asphyxia component.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit 31.
This exhibit 31 actually is kind of process of removal of the foil, because it was very voluminous and it was tightly applied to her face and the hair. One thing that actually happens with the decomposition of the body following a prolonged time interval after death is that a lot of our tissues start to actually break down and detach. So the hair starts detaching, the epidermis, first layer of skin, starts detaching. And so removing foil like this that is tightly applied actually takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to preserve the child and the facial features. And part of the problem was not just the tight application, of course, of the foil, but also all the composition fluid that kind of almost created a glue between the foil and the face of the child. And we can see her head starting to emerge in this particular area.
All right. Doctor, if you could talk a little bit about the decomposition. Is there anything as far as what you see there that would show you how long the child had been in that position, or anything based upon the amount of decomposition?
So the only thing that we can say really that it was advanced decomposition, and there were two types of decomposition that happened in this particular situation because of the position that Evelyn was in. The upper body, which was actually head first in the trash can, actually changed in form of so-called wet decomposition. That's why there is a lot of staining and the decomposition fluid kind of staining the blanket and the foil, because all the fluids and everything that accumulated after that are now creating the environment for so-called wet decomposition. But then the rest of her body, which we'll see later, that were kind of up, the feet and legs, they underwent so-called dry decomposition, or actually more kind of mummification. So the only thing that we can say it's advanced, but how long really it took, it really just depends on many factors such as temperatures that were around that body, and of course on the layers applied on the body surface, because that will prevent some of the flies or some other predators from coming to the body and expediting, fastening the decomposition.
Okay. And did you notice that in this particular case? You mentioned the flies and the larvae.
Yeah, there were some pupae, but they did not really have like a direct access necessarily to the body, so there was not a lot of the maggot or activity at the time of her discovery.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
So the exhibits 32
yes.
is actually just another kind of painstakingly removal of all the layers. Again, the foil is being further detached, and now we can see her head and face, and then part of the upper body, her arm, while the legs are still covered.
Does this photo show anything in regards to the positioning of her head as it relates to asphyxia?
So one thing that was becoming evident as the body was being uncovered is that her face was flattened because it was pressed against the foil and the blanket and side of the trash can. And then, of course, it was also kind of a little bit contorted because the face is pointing in this direction, and then her neck was kind of slightly contorted, and the head actually is almost at the level of her buttocks. Essentially, her feet, buttocks, and head, they're all kind of compressed almost at the same level now.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 34.
So the Exhibit 34 now shows it's kind of similar phase after the foil is removed. The blanket is covering the face, so the face is in this particular orientation. And again, the difference between all the fluids and wet decomposition staining the blanket versus just dry desiccation of the arm and then feet. So two kind of different processes happening at the same time, wet decomposition and dry decomposition or mummification.
Anything that you could tell in regards to, I know the foil's been taken off in this particular photograph, but in regards to the positioning of the foil and the blanket as well, is there anything you could tell as far as whether that was haphazard or intentional?
Well, the child appeared to be wrapped, so that would show intentionality, because it's not that she was just put in a garbage and then blanket on top of her. She was definitely wrapped in a blanket, and it took a while to actually remove all the layers and unwrap her. So the way how she was found shows intentionality. As far as the changes on the blanket, one thing that happens with the wet decomposition and the fluids kind of creating, things do become kind of slippery in a way. So there was definitely some shift in the layers from the wet decomposition. Wasn't a lot of it, but there was some. And then we will see when the blanket is removed, actually, that her face was pressed against the garbage can because the pattern of the blanket actually remains on the face.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 35.
So the Exhibit 35, now the layers of the blanket are further removed. So the face is still covered. So we have the face, the shoulder, her buttocks and her feet, as I said, almost at the same kind of compressed, reverse kind of letter S shape. And that's how she was presented after removal of the blanket. The blanket is still stuck to the face in this area, but that's going to be the next phase.
You mentioned this, she's in a reverse S kind of shape. Is that what you're talking about when you say positional asphyxiation?
Yes, so that would be a reverse S shape.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 36.
So on the Exhibit 36, now just removal of the blanket from the rest of the head. And as I said, it had to be done really carefully because of the layers of the skin and hair detaching at this point with the wet decomposition.
All right. Can you tell anything in regards to the onesie that she's wearing in that particular picture?
I'm sorry?
The onesie, the clothing that she's wearing.
Yeah, the onesie actually was unzipped. And there was also a diaper on the body. And that was one of the questions is that would that indicate what really kind of transpired? I mean, it's hard to tell, except that, of course, onesie was completely unzipped, which was unusual for a child who's just, let's say, hypothetically dying in her sleep.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
So Exhibit 37 actually is now next phase. The blankets, the covering, the foil, everything is removed. The onesie is unopened. And then actually this is her kind of side in the front of the face. The facial feature actually can almost completely disappear because they're so flattened against the side of the trash can. And there was a lot of kind of pupae. There was no maggot activity, which would essentially help potentially with some timing of the postmortem interval, because from what I reviewed and from what Dr. Schmidt described, we didn't really see direct maggot activity, so they did not injure or damage the body to that extent yet.
And now showing you Exhibit 38.
And essentially what's happening now is that her body is kind of being unfolded. That's what needs to happen in order for the clothing items to be removed and then for the photographs to be taken and an autopsy to be performed. Because with the autopsy, the head has to be open and the body has to be open in a Y-shaped manner with the Y-shaped incision. And that can only happen if the body is kind of unfolded now and for complete examination.
Dr. Malusnik, did you, as part of your review of the records in this case, review the child's pediatric records?
Yes.
Do you see anything in there that would indicate to you that she would have died from something that was medically related, any medical conditions?
No, she was considered a healthy child, and all the milestones were reached in a timely manner.
All right. And what about the possibility of her dying from some sort of rollover death?
So she was not an infant anymore, so she would already be in a kind of toddler stage, and I've never seen overlaying on a child older than 8 months. Actually, 6 months is even pushing it because it's just not easy to overlay a child who can already move, flip, and it's just not that easy even for an adult to overlay a child of that age. And I've never had a case like that. The only overlay of a 2-year-old that I had was actually a homicide.
All right. Dr. Malushnik, are you aware whether the state of Tennessee Department of Health maintains statistics on rollover deaths as far as the age of children in Tennessee?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review those statistics?
Yes.
How many children last year under the age of, or over the age of 12 months died of rollover deaths in Tennessee?
None.
How many children in the last 10 years over the age of 1 in the state of Tennessee died from rollover deaths?
Yeah, we all of those we call like unsafe sleeping environment deaths, and none of the children who died of overlaying, rolling over, unsafe sleeping environment were older than a year.
Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good afternoon.
My name is Gene Scott. I represent Ms. Boswell. First thing I want to ask you about is you did not conduct this autopsy.
No, I did not.
You had no physical contact with the body of this child. You didn't go to the scene. You simply reviewed what Dr. Schmidt had done. Is that correct?
I reviewed what she did and all the pertaining documentation.
And accordingly, had Dr. Schmidt have made some mistake, it's very possible that could be incorporated into your work as well.
That's a very complex question. I cannot answer yes or no. May I explain?
Sure.
So the point of having an autopsy report is to objectively describe the findings. And then the only subjective part of the autopsy report, the conclusion as to what happened, and that's essentially Dr. Schmidt, in this case, conclusion as to what the child died of, cause and manner of death. So the objective findings, such as photograph, tissue sampling, should be part of the description of the case that should not be influenced by one's opinion. Now, my opinion is going to be based on those facts plus the scene investigation. So the question was, if Dr. Schmidt made a mistake, she made objective observations and put them in her report that are corroborated with photography and tissue sampling. So anyone reviewing the case can come up with his or her own conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So if she made some wrong observations that are mismatched with the photographs, autopsy photographs, scene photographs, then I should be able to notice that and comment on that, but I haven't noticed any mismatches. So essentially, her conclusion as to the cause and manner of that is that's her subjective thing. I followed my own kind of line of reasoning and conclusion reviewing based on not just her report, but the scene photographs and autopsy photographs, which are documented for posterity, and anyone can review them and come up with the objective kind of a conclusion as to cause and manner of death. So the short answer would be, if she made mistake with observations, I should be able to identify that in the photographs, and I didn't.
Were there photographs of the internal organs?
The photographs of the internal organs were not available. We frequently don't take those during autopsies, but we do sample organs to look under the microscope, and that was done.
Okay. Yeah, you described this was a diagnosis of exclusion. Can you explain what that means?
So by saying asphyxial deaths are frequently diagnosed exclusion means that we found an individual in a position that prevents breathing, but there is no mark on the body. And I've done thorough investigation. Unlike in this case, there are plenty of marks on the body. But what we say with the diagnostic exclusion, for example, is that if I have a drowning victim and I have absolutely nothing else on the autopsy, no heart attack, no evidence of seizure, no evidence of trauma, no evidence of drugs, well, the only now conclusion is that I excluded everything else, and therefore drowning as a part of the asphyxial death is the cause of that. So that's what I meant by diagnosis of exclusion.
Okay. In this case, as it relates to the medical reasons contained in the autopsy, and I'm not talking about where the child is found at the scene, but the medical conclusions, were you able to come up with a cause of death?
So there was no other reason for this child to be dead because there was no evidence of infection or any or tumor or anything like that was identified at the time of the autopsy. And the review of the medical records, which is always mandatory for forensic pathologists to review medical records, birth records, pediatric records, did not indicate that anything was wrong with the child, such as seizures or anything of that sort. So this child had no objective way or reason to be dead. And as I said, the tissues were sampled, and even with decomposition that sets in the organs, if there is some major infection in the body, it would have been identifiable, and it was not there.
Okay. What is sudden infant death syndrome?
Sudden infant death syndrome is actually an abandoned, antiquated term that was used to describe sudden death in a child that essentially had negative autopsy findings and negative scene investigation, which means that we don't use that term anymore. That was antiquated because it was never a syndrome. It always, syndrome means that there is a constellation of symptoms, findings, and signs that would kind of create this entity that one can actually have the reason for this person to be sick or dead for that matter. So there was never a syndrome. It was never a constellation of findings. What it meant actually is that we didn't find anything at the autopsy, therefore it's kind of this SIDS, nebulous diagnosis. Now we actually know with the scene investigation and the advances in our field in forensic pathology that those situations with that is with no findings at the scene or in the autopsy are extremely rare. We call them sudden unexplained death in infancy, so SUDI. So that's a new term that we use. And I can tell you with the proper investigation, the proper scene investigation, proper autopsy, and proper ancillary studies such as microbiology, histology, toxicology, the rate of those SUDI unexplained deaths is extremely low, actually almost non-existent.
So you're telling me that if another pathologist said this child could die of SIDS, they're just wrong?
Yeah, he's wrong, or she is wrong, because SIDS doesn't exist. SIDS never existed. So if that pathologist is using the term SIDS, that pathologist needs to go back to forensic school.
Probably not competent.
Exist. I'm sorry?
Probably not competent.
If he or she is using SIDS, that's not a competent pathologist. At this day and age, that's not a competent pathologist.
Okay. What did you call it? The new syndrome?
But it's actually not really a syndrome. It's a sudden unexplained death in infancy or unexpected death in infancy. It means that we exhausted all the investigative capacity and thoroughly done autopsy with sampling and ancillary studies, and we found absolutely nothing.
So how do you rule out that this child couldn't have died from a laryngeal spasm?
Because laryngeal spasm needs to have a reason for that to happen, and I've never had a case of a laryngeal spasm in a otherwise healthy child. And laryngeal spasm is basically something that somebody would give a diagnosis or the reason for a child to be dead when they're really trying to kind of come up with stuff and create some new category. That's pretty much it.
Gastroesophageal reflux, that can lead to a laryngeal spasm, can it not?
But that would not...
Yes or no, can it lead to that? And then explain.
That's actually not something that is described in the forensic pathology field. Laryngeal spasm would not necessarily kill a child.
But could it kill a child?
No, I've never seen it.
Could it?
I've never seen it.
In Dr. Schmidt's report, she states that the possibility that the decedent was alive when placed in the trash can cannot be excluded.
That's correct. That's what she stated.
Okay. Is that your opinion as well?
I believe she died in the trash can.
Okay. You have no proof to show she was alive when she went in the trash can.
I have all the proofs of her not being able to breathe once put in a trash can.
Doctor, you don't know if she was breathing when she went in the trash can, do you?
She would not be able to breathe no matter what. And as I said, because of the composition, of course, we were a little bit handicapped as far as being able to completely examine all her tissues and organs. But there was no reason for this child to be dead, other than being in the trash can, not being able to breathe.
You can't say conclusively she was alive in the trash can you?
She doesn't have a reason to be dead. And I never had an autopsy on a child older than 1 year old for no reason to be dead, except that she could not breathe in that particular position where she was placed.
Yes or no, can you say conclusively that she was alive when she was placed in that trash can?
She could not breathe in the trash can, so that's my main conclusion.
Are you refusing to answer my question, doctor?
No, I'm just saying that that child could not breathe in the trash can.
And I'm asking, if I may, yes or no, can you say conclusively she was alive when she was placed in the trash can?
No, she might have been dead because her foil was on the face before being placed in a trash can. She could have been dead because she was put in a plastic bag before she was placed in a trash can. Obviously, the foil, the bag, 2 bags, the blanket, tightly covering her face would prevent her from breathing. So all of those things had to happen before she was put in a trash can. So all I'm saying is that all those components, could have they actually brought her to brink of being dead before being put in a trash can? Sure. But the trash can definitely did not help.
Okay. You can't say conclusively she was alive while she was wrapped in that blanket or tinfoil, can you?
She would have definitely died with a tin foil and the bag and the blanket. And there was no reason to put all of those things and tightly apply to her face and her body unless she was alive.
You can't say conclusively that she was alive when she was wrapped, yes or no?
All I can say is that she cannot breathe. With a foil,
Judge, I would ask
with
you
a bag,
to ask the witness to
and
answer
with
my
the blanket.
question, yes or no.
Doctor, you need to answer his questions. He's asking yes or no questions. You can explain afterwards if you want to, if you feel the need to. But you do have to answer his questions directly.
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
You can't say conclusively that that child was alive when it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tinfoil.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
Nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with the foil and the bag.
Judge, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer the question yes or no and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
I'm not being mean to you. But he's asked you the question. The answer is either yes or no. Instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes or no, and you'll have an opportunity to explain.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead, other than
Judge, this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
All right. Let me see if I can boil this down to the lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case and this situation. But ma'am, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court. Can I be more clear?
yes, sir.
Ask your question.
Ma'am, yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket and the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered differently.
Thank you, doctor.
Redirect.
One second, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
You should be excused.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I looked at her and called you ma'am. I apologize.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from this opinion.
Thank you.
Any other? Yeah, more witnesses.
I think we're a good stopping spot for today, Judge.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to give you these admonitions, even though you've heard them. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of any of the
photographs of a Ford F-150 registered to the defendant in Fabio Cementili. Could it be marked as Exhibit 141?
Yes.
And I also have a photograph of Robert Baker's black Ford Expedition that it be marked as People's 142.
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 141, were you provided with photographs, information, including license plate, as you see here in Exhibit 141 that was being utilized or owned by defendant Cementili?
Yes.
Were you also provided with photographs as well as information and two different license plates regarding suspect Baker's vehicle, that being a Ford Expedition as seen as Exhibit 142?
Yes.
On that particular day, were you notified by your supervisor, Rich Jaramillo, that the suspects were in the Hollywood area?
Yes.
And prior to that date, had you placed a tracker on defendant Cementili's, bless you, Ford F-150 as seen in Exhibit 141?
Yes.
Okay. And where was it that you placed the vehicle tracker on this vehicle?
It was at a car dealership in Thousand Oaks, I believe a few days prior to February 21st.
On February 16th?
Yes, February 16th.
At a Ford dealership, is that right?
Correct.
And what does that tracker provide you with in terms of information?
The tracker provides detectives live location of the vehicle when the tracker is on.
Okay. So it gives you a live feed or a simultaneous feed as to location based on coordinates?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the vehicle tracker that you had placed on the defendant's Ford F-150 on February 16th, did you then make your way over to the Hollywood area?
Yes.
And where were you as you were looking for this particular vehicle that we see here in 141?
I was on Melrose Avenue looking for the Ford F-150 truck being guided by my supervisor, Rich Jaramillo.
Okay. And did you, in fact, locate the vehicle?
Yes,
And when you located the vehicle, did you alert the other members of your team?
I did.
And can you tell us what you saw at that point in time?
I saw Mr. Baker driving the vehicle and Miss Cementili sitting in the front passenger seat. And we crossed paths, so I turned around and to follow the vehicle.
And where did you follow the vehicle to?
To a bar called The Parlor on Melrose Avenue.
Is that a bar that's located at 7250 Melrose Avenue in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a series of 4 different photographs from the parlor bar. May they be marked collectively as People's 143?
Yes.
And there is numbers in the bottom left corner, numbers 5 through 8.
Very good.
Approximately what time at night was it when you saw Baker drive the defendant's vehicle up to the parlor bar?
It was around 8:50 p.m.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 143 that has a red 5 in the bottom left corner. You recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this? That is the parlor bar where Miss Semitelli and Mr. Baker entered.
And did you see what they did, either of them, with the defendant's vehicle, the Ford F-150?
They gave it to the valet that was pretty much right in front of the establishment.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
I parked my vehicle and I made entry into the bar as well.
Showing you Exhibit 143 that has a 6 in the bottom left corner. Does this depict the interior of that location?
Yes.
And what did you see when you entered the location?
When I entered the location, I observed Mr. Baker and Miss Semitelli seated on a like a two-person booth. So I proceeded to take a seat just several tables over in that same bar area.
Okay. And at this point, given that you were inside of the location with the two targets, were you the point person?
I was.
Okay. And did you take any photographs while you were inside of the parlor bar that night?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 143, page 7. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And can you describe for us what we see?
Those are the two photos that I took of Mr. Baker and Miss Semitelli seated in the booth.
And you, I assume, were seated near them in order to be able to capture these photographs inside the bar?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you inside of the vehicle? I'm sorry, inside the location. Thank you.
Approximately 30 minutes.
And can you describe what each of the individuals was wearing?
Overall.
Yes, Mr. Baker was wearing a black leather jacket and a pair of jeans, I believe with some black boots. And Miss Semitelli was wearing a black evening dress skirt type. And yeah.
And did you notice any facial hair on Mr. Baker that night?
Yes, Mr. Baker had a goatee.
Okay. After the 30-minute time period, what was the next thing that you saw happen with respect to these two individuals that you were watching that night?
Mr. Baker and Miss Semitelli proceeded to walk out of the bar, and they went to the valet stand to retrieve their car.
Okay. And what did you do?
I followed them out to just next to that valet stand.
Okay. And what did you note at that point in time?
While Mr. Baker and Miss Semitelli were waiting for the car, they began kissing and making out in front of the establishment.
At the valet stand?
Yes,
Approximately how far away were you from the two of them at that point in time?
maybe 2 feet, 3 feet max.
Showing you Exhibit 143, which has an 8 in the bottom left corner. Is this what you observed?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who took this picture?
My supervisor, Rich Jaramillo, took the picture from across the street from his vehicle.
And did you see the Ford F-150 being brought to the valet stand?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you observe?
I observed Mr. Baker and Miss Semitelli get into the vehicle, and they left the parlor bar.
And at that point, when you say they left the parlor bar, did you then pass off point to somebody else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a Detective Joe Anaya.
At some point after that, based on the communications between your unit, did you go to another location?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was the Dime Dive Bar on Fairfax Avenue. photograph of the exterior of that location that we marked as People's 144.
Can me.
Showing you exhibit 144. It has a 9 in the lower left corner. Is this the location on Fairfax that you drove to?
Yes.
When you arrived at the location, were the targets already inside?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. They were not within your eyesight.
They were not within my eyesight.
So what did you do?
I parked near an alley, further away from the bar, just listening to my radio communication of what the team was doing.
Okay. Subsequently, did you receive communications that they left that location?
Yes.
And where did you go at that point?
The vehicle traveled westbound on the 10 freeway, then to the 405 north, and it had exited on Sepulveda Boulevard.
And is that where you went?
Yes.
And once you exited onto Sepulveda Boulevard, did you follow the vehicle, the Ford F-150 somewhere?
Yes, I had received communication that the vehicle had parked at a mobile gas station, and shortly after I arrived at the mobile gas station.
Okay. And that mobile gas station, was that on a corner?
Yes.
Of what two streets?
I believe it was Sepulveda and Saugus.
Your Honor, I have 3 photographs relevant to this particular mobile gas station at 4528 Sepulveda. May they be marked collectively as People's 145, and there's an 11 through 13 in the bottom left corners.
Very good.
When you got to the location, what did you see?
When I got to the location, I saw Miss Semitelli seated inside the truck, and she was crying and either talking to someone on the phone or attempting to talk to somebody on the phone.
And did you see Baker at that point?
He was not in the truck.
Showing you exhibit 145 with an 11 in the bottom left corner. Is this the location that you responded to?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 145 with the 12 in the bottom left corner. Do these 2 photographs depict the location where you saw the Ford F-150 parked that night?
It's only in this second photo is where the truck was parked. The truck was parked right where the blue vehicle is. Right there, yes.
Okay. And what did you do at that point once you got to this mobile gas station on Sepulveda?
Once I arrived, I had eyes on Miss Semitelli inside the truck, and I was told through radio communication that Mr. Baker had left the truck and that he was walking on foot on Sepulveda Boulevard, just back and forth, quite a few, not too far away, but enough distance where we wouldn't be able to keep eyes on them both. So what our team decided to do was we conducted a rolling surveillance. What a rolling surveillance is we keep switching point frequently back and forth between Ms. Semitelli target 1 and Mr. Baker target 2 so that they're not noticing that cars or people are following them in any way. So that we keep switching point. They have different vehicles that are passing by every time so that they do not know that they're being surveyed at the time.
Okay. Well, approximately what time of night is it when you were at this mobile gas station?
It was around midnight.
Okay. And so you said that you came to the mobile gas station. Did you park somewhere?
I parked across the street from the mobile gas station on the street side.
Could you see whether or not any of the windows in the defendant's truck were up or down?
Both of the front windows were down.
The front passenger and the driver's seat?
Yes, the front passenger and the driver's seat.
which position was she seated in as you were making your observations by the time you got to the mobile station?
She was seated in the front passenger seat.
Okay. And you said that you could hear her crying
Yes.
and talking?
Yes.
Okay. And could you hear what she was saying from where you were?
I could not make out what she was saying, but I can hear that she was crying and clearly unhappy about something.
Okay. Approximately how long were you in the position where you were making these observations?
The total time that we were at the gas station was approximately an hour. Within that hour, I switched point with multiple teammates. So at any given time, I could be sitting, observing Ms. Cemetelli for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and then we would switch, and my eyes would be back on Mr. Baker while he was walking back and forth in Sepulveda, and then I would come back and be seated watching Ms. Cemetelli again in the vehicle. So to give you a time estimate, I wouldn't be able to, but it was within that hour between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And what did you observe the defendant doing in the vehicle, if anything?
The defendant being Ms. Cemetelli?
Yes.
She was, I believe, either texting someone or talking to someone. I couldn't make out, but she had her phone in her hand, and she was saying something out loud in tears. So I couldn't tell whether she was talking to somebody on the phone or she was angrily saying something as she was texting somebody on the phone. That I couldn't tell.
Okay. So you heard her talking. You don't know if she was having a conversation or leaving a voice message, for instance?
Yes, I couldn't tell what she was exactly doing.
Okay. And by the way, do you see the defendant here in court today?
Yes.
Can you identify her, please, for the record?
She's wearing a beige blazer, seated on my right.
Thank you. At some point, did you discontinue your surveillance on the defendant and focus on Robert Baker?
Yes.
And what did you observe at that point in time?
I was given information through radio communication that Mr. Baker had jumped onto a bus on Sepulveda Boulevard. So we decided to move away from Ms. Cemetelli and focus our mission on Mr. Baker because that was our mission from the start.
So your entire team followed the bus at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe at that point as you were following this bus?
The bus eventually stopped at a bus stop somewhere on Van Nuys Boulevard,
Okay.
and Mr. Baker had exited the bus.
And what did you observe regarding Mr. Baker at that point?
Mr. Baker was standing at the bus stop on Van Nuys Boulevard and Burbank Boulevard. I was parked at the gas station in that same corner, and from there I was able to see him calling a taxi cab to grab a cab.
You were close enough that you could hear him?
Yes, my car was approximately 2 to 3 feet away from him, and at one point during the surveillance, he even leaned on my car just as a resting stop for him to, just to rest his body on the car.
And at that point in time, were you able to make any observations regarding the type of mobile phones he had in his hands?
Yes, Mr. Baker had a total of 3 phones on him. He had 2 smartphones and 1 flip phone on his person.
How many of those phones did you actually see him utilize while you were at the corner of Van Nuys and Burbank?
He was using 2 of them, one of them being the smartphone and the other one being the flip phone.
And from your location, given that he was leaning on your car, could you actually hear him calling
Yes.
these cab companies?
Yes.
And at some point, did you observe a cab come and pick him up?
Yes.
And at that point, did he drive out of sight?
Yes.
And what did you do?
Then we and myself, we all followed him, followed the cab that he was riding in.
Okay. And at some point, were you advised by another member of the team following the cab where Mr. Baker was dropped off that night?
Yes.
And in response, did you drive to that location?
Yes.
And was that a location in Glendale?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have two photographs of the address at 331 Salem Street in Glendale. May they be marked, please, as People's 146? There's a red 3 in the lower left-hand corner of one, and a red 4 in the lower left-hand corner of the other. Showing you Exhibit 146, is this the location that you went to after receiving information regarding where Baker was dropped off?
Yes.
Showing you 146 that has a 4 in the bottom corner. The first one had a 3 in the bottom corner. Do these appear to be also photographs of the front entry area into that apartment building?
Yes.
And at that particular point in time, were you advised that Baker had indeed entered the location, or did you see him before he entered?
I did not observe it myself. My teammates told me that he had entered the building.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
I was told that we were going to place a tracker on his vehicle if his vehicle was in the garage. Okay. So I exited my vehicle, entered the building, and into the garage of the building.
And approximately what time was this?
It's approximately 2:20, 2:30, somewhere around there in the morning.
So at this point, we're talking about the date of February 22nd?
Yes.
And did you indeed locate Baker's vehicle inside the parking area, underground parking garage at that location?
Yes.
And again, that was the same vehicle that we saw in People's 142?
Yes.
And where did you find the vehicle inside of the parking garage, if you recall?
It was in the stall 307.
Okay. And what did you do at that point in time?
I placed the tracker on the vehicle.
And at that point, did it have the license plate on it that we see in the upper left corner that starts with a D?
Yes.
And by placing that vehicle tracker, did that allow you to maintain information as well as the homicide detectives with respect to where the vehicle went?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just had a couple of questions. Your SISS unit at the time, you were working in your capacity as a detective with the Gangs and Narcotics unit?
I was an officer at the time.
Okay. And you were asked to conduct surveillance on individuals that you understood had been targeted for investigation, correct?
Yes.
And those individuals who'd been targeted for investigation had been targeted by these detectives you spoke of, Detective Parshall and Verna?
Yes.
Okay. And those two individuals included Ms. Simontilli, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on how many occasions, Detective Chang, did you surveil or observe Ms. Simontilli?
Maybe a handful of times, maybe 3 or 4 times in total, including the incidents that we talked about today.
Okay, so including the incident we spoke about today, you surveilled Monica 3 or 4 times?
My memory, it was a while ago, so I can't give you a definite answer, but I believe it was 3 or 4 times.
Okay. The incident we're speaking about today was, I believe, February 21, 2017. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Had you surveilled Monica prior to that date?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I know for sure on February 16th when I placed the tracker on her truck.
Okay. And where did you surveil her? Where were you surveilling her?
She ended up at Thousand Oaks Ford dealership.
Okay. And what did she do after?
I believe once we placed the tracker on the vehicle, that was our mission for the day, so we cleared out. So I do not know what she did afterwards.
Okay. And did you surveil her again between the 16th and the 21st?
I do not recall. I don't think so, but I do not recall.
Okay. How about after the 21st? How many occasions did you surveil Miss Simontilli?
After the 21st, we did not surveil her. My unit did not surveil her again.
Okay. So your understanding was you surveilled her 3 or 4 times, including this surveillance on the 21st of February.
Yes.
You surveilled her once on the 16th, and that was at the Ford dealership where you placed the tracker.
Yes.
But you don't recall what other dates?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. On any of those other dates that you surveilled Miss Simontilli, did you ever see her with Robert Baker?
Other than the 21st?
Yes.
No.
Detective Chang, you talked a little bit about watching as you observed Miss Simontilli in a truck with Robert Baker, going to, I think you said the parlor bar, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that Ms. Simontilli wasn't driving the truck, it was Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Okay. And when the truck, I think you said, was valeted, Mr. Baker got out of the driver's side of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And then you watched them and actually followed them into the bar, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for 30 minutes, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And then when they left, Mr. Baker was also driving the vehicle?
Yes.
And then the next time you were able to observe the two of them was at this dime bar, correct?
I personally did not see them at the dive bar.
Okay. Were you in that general location?
I was.
Okay. But didn't observe them and then next actually observe them at this gas station you described, correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived at the gas station, Detective, was Miss Simontilli alone in the car or with Mr. Baker?
When I had arrived, she was alone in the car.
Okay. And you said she was in the passenger seat?
Front passenger seat, yes.
Front passenger seat. And did you make any report of your observations that night?
I did not personally, but Detective Joe and I completed a chronology of the event.
Okay. And you were able at some point to review the chronology he wrote of that event?
Yes.
Okay. And was it accurate based on what you observed?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified earlier that when you were observing Miss Simontilli, you saw and heard her crying. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were with Detective Anaya at this point?
Can you define with?
Were you in the same location?
We were in two different vehicles, but we were working the same operation.
Okay. And so Detective Anaya was parked in a vehicle, correct?
He, at points of the surveillance, yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the point at which you were testifying about seeing Monica Cementilli crying. Do you know where Detective Anaya was when you first observed that?
I do not know where Detective Anaya was when I observed Cementilli crying in the car.
Okay, and where were you?
I was across the street from the mobile gas station, directly looking at the opened front passenger window of the truck.
Okay, so the truck was parked inside the mobile gas station parking lot?
I believe it is their parking lot, yes.
Okay, and you were across the street looking towards the vehicle, the truck, where Mrs. Cementilli was?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that you were able to see from that distance clearly she was crying.
Yes, and I can hear her crying because my window was down as well.
Okay, so from across the street you could also hear her crying?
Yes.
Okay, and you observed this occurring for how much time? I think the chronology says, let's see. Well, you tell me, how long? Yeah.
Are you withdrawing the question?
Yes, withdraw. Detective Chang, for how long did you observe Ms. Cementilli crying?
Like my previous testimony, it was about an hour's length in time that I was there between the mobile gas station and following Mr. Baker during a rolling surveillance. So I would say when I was parked in front of her, I could at least testify to 5 or 10 minutes of her crying when I was at scene with her observing.
Okay. Did you leave to break off to go after Baker while she was still crying?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know how long she continued to cry, if she did?
In total, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned that you thought she was attempting to text or make a call?
She just had her phone in her hand, and she was looking into her phone as she was crying out loud. So I don't know whether she was texting or talking to somebody on the phone, or she was just searching something on the phone. That I do not know, but I can only testify to what I observed.
Of course. And you never verified whether, that wasn't your job, you never verified whether there was any call made from Ms. Cementilli's phone, correct?
I do not know whether phone calls were made.
Or any text sent?
I do not know whether texts were sent.
Okay. And you testified earlier that with Mr. Baker, you observed him having 2 or 3 different phones?
Yes.
Am I correct that with Ms. Cementilli, you only saw her with a single phone, one phone?
That's all I saw, yes.
Okay. And if someone, if Detective Anaya described Ms. Cementilli as crying uncontrollably, would that be a fair representation of what you saw?
I'm going to object to Sue's facts, not in evidence.
Just think.
The crying you saw was in the vehicle, correct?
Was she in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, she was in the vehicle.
And Mr. Baker was nowhere around?
Mr. Baker was not in the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further by the people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Chang. You're excused. You may call the next witness.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
It's Joe Anaya, Joeanaya.
Thank you. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed, please?
I'm employed as a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and in April it'll be 27 years.
Where are you assigned?
Right now, I'm currently at Mission Area Detectives.
That's in the San Fernando Valley.
Correct.
Directing your attention back to 2017, do you recall how you were assigned at that point in time?
Yes, I was at Gang Narcotics Division, working the Gang Field Unit, a surveillance apprehension team.
And how many years were you assigned to G&D?
Approximately 7.5 years.
I want to direct your attention to the date of February 21st of 2017. Were you part of an undercover surveillance operation that evening?
I was.
And were you working with your supervisor, Detective Rich Jaramillo, as well as Detective Andy Chang, who just testified?
Yes, I was.
And on that particular evening, were you directed to follow particular targets?
Yes.
Was one of them Monica Sementili?
Yes,
Do you see her here in court today?
I do.
Can you identify her, please?
She's wearing a blazer, seated at the defense table.
Indicating the defendant.
Was there also another individual that you were asked to follow?
Yes, it was Robert Baker.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 14, are you showing a photograph of this individual?
Yes, that's him, Robert Baker.
There appears to be a number 2 in the bottom left corner.
Yes.
Now, had you also previously followed the defendant to a Ford dealership on February 16th of 2017?
Yes, I did.
Did you use the vehicle trackers that have been placed on the defendant's vehicle on February 16th of 2017 in order to find her along with Baker on February 21st of 2017?
Yes, I did.
Showing you Exhibit 141 that has a number 1 in the bottom left corner. Is this the vehicle that you saw on February 16th and that you were looking for again on February 21st?
That is the vehicle. I don't see the one on the bottom, but yes, that's the vehicle.
The vehicle is the
Ford F-150.
Ford F-150 along with the license plate?
Correct.
At some point in time on the night of February 21st, did you find the defendant's black Ford F-150 that we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw her vehicle that night, did you also call Detective Parshall to alert him?
Correct.
All right. How are you dressed on the night of February 21st?
I was wearing civilian clothing. Normally I'd wear just regular attire, jeans, t-shirt.
Okay. And were you also driving an unmarked vehicle that night?
I was.
The first time that you saw the defendant on the night of February 21st, where was that?
That was on Melrose at 7230 Melrose at the Parlor Restaurant at approximately 8:50 p.m.
Is that 7250 Melrose?
It could have been 7250 on the corner.
Let me ask you this. Looking at Exhibit 143 that has a 5 in the bottom left corner, is this the location that you responded to on February 21st?
That's it.
Did
you go inside that location?
I did.
When you went inside, did you join Detective Chang?
I did.
And was that in the bar area?
Yes, it was in the bar.
Showing you exhibit 143 that has a 6 in the left corner. Looking at the photograph to the left, is that the area where you joined Detective Chang?
It looks familiar, yes.
Showing you exhibit 143 that has a 7 in the bottom left corner. Is this what you observed with respect to the defendant and Baker when you went into that location that night?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you follow them to another location?
Yes, to 442 North Fairfax in the city of Los Angeles.
And what location was that at the time?
That was the Dime Dive Bar. That's what it was called, the Dime Dive Bar.
Showing you exhibit 144, these two photographs appears to have a number 9 in the bottom left corner. Is this the location you followed them to?
That's it.
Okay. And when you followed them to this particular location, did you go inside or did you stay outside?
I stayed outside. I parked across the street and maintained visual on the front door.
You said you were the point person?
I was a point person monitoring the front of the location.
Approximately what time did the defendant and Baker arrive at this location?
Approximately 10 p.m.
Okay. And about 30 minutes later, did you make some other observations?
I did. The defendant exited the front door of the parlor bar onto Fairfax.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would object as irrelevant, cumulative, based on Detective Lerner's discussion of this already in testimony, and improper character evidence.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I saw her exit the front door. She sat down at the bench area that's in front of the location there. And the
Location here, the bench? That
Correct.
we see in the photographs to the right, like a wooden bench?
that's it right there.
Okay.
She sat down, and at some point, he appeared to be a security guard / host, male black, about 40 years old, walked up to her. They sat down next to her. They talked, and their interaction lasted about 10 minutes as she smoked a cigarette.
I'm sorry?
As she smoked a cigarette.
And as she was smoking a cigarette, you saw her talking to the security guard or bouncer?
Yes.
And what did you see, if anything, her do?
Objection, irrelevant, improper character evidence, and cumulative.
I believe I ruled on this. Again, it's overruled.
Go ahead.
What I saw was them talking. She began to use her right hand, and as he sat to the right of her, she began to caress his inner left thigh.
Did you see her doing anything else with respect to this bouncer?
Yes, she used her right hand and began to rub the back of his neck.
Was that while she was speaking with him?
Correct.
And did you see what she did next?
She initiated a passionate kiss on his lips.
How long did that go on for?
The kiss was approximately 4 seconds.
And what, if anything, did she do after that?
She went inside.
When she came out from the bar to have this cigarette and you saw this interaction with the bouncer, was she alone or with someone else?
She was alone.
What was the next thing that you saw from your vantage point?
About 10:53, Robert Baker came out alone. He went to the valet to retrieve the pickup truck, the F-150, and then he drove to the rear alley, and my team advised me that he was trying to find a parking spot in the rear alley.
Okay. And at some point were you advised that he went back inside the bar?
Correct. He went inside the bar, out of view for about an hour.
Somewhere around 12 a.m. midnight?
Correct.
Did you see something else?
I did not see. I was advised by my team, Detective Whitney, that They re-entered the pickup truck. Baker was driving. The defendant was in the front passenger seat. And at that point, we resumed our surveillance in the vehicles and followed them.
When you said they, are you referring to the defendant and Robert Baker?
Correct.
Okay. And were you advised that they came out from the back door and then entered the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
And did you see where Baker drove at that point?
Yes, we followed the vehicle. They didn't make any stops to the 10 freeway, then to the 405 North transition. And at that point, Baker exited the Ventura exit off of the 405 freeway that kind of drops you off onto Sepulveda Boulevard.
Okay. So now we're talking about any observation at this point is on February 22nd of 2017, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you observe him stop the vehicle at some point?
Yes. He came to an abrupt stop in the mobile parking lot at 4528 Sepulveda Boulevard. And then he immediately got out of the vehicle, slammed the door, and briskly walked away eastbound on Dickens Street.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 145. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
Is this the mobile station that you followed the defendant and Baker to?
Yes.
And when you said he stopped in the driveway, is this the driveway area?
It was more onto the flat surface in the mobile, like where the blacktop is at. To your left a little bit, right around there.
And did you see where he parked the vehicle?
It was right where your finger last was.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 145. The one we were pointing to was 145. It has an 11 in the bottom left corner. Now pointing to 145 that has a 12 in the bottom left corner.
Okay.
Does this photograph, these two photographs depict the location where eventually he parked the Ford F-150?
No, the other one showed where he parked. Later on, she moved the car, which was what she was showing me. But right here on this photo is where he stopped in the middle of the pumps, a little bit to your right, around that area right there. Correct.
Okay. So at some point, after you saw him get out of the vehicle from the driver's side, did you see what the defendant did?
The defendant, later on, she moved the vehicle to that other spot that you showed me.
Looking at 145 with the 12 in the bottom left corner.
Correct.
Is this the location where the defendant then parked her vehicle?
Yes, where that blue car approximately would have been.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 145 that has a number 13 in the bottom left corner. Just to orient us, the area that I'm pointing to in the bottom left corner, would that be the same area that we see in 145, page 12?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so you observed the defendant get into the driver's seat and move the vehicle to this particular location as we see in Exhibit 145, page 13?
No, I didn't make that observation.
Okay. You were advised of that by others in your unit?
Correct. I maintained surveillance on Mr. Baker.
Okay. And did you see where Mr. Baker went?
Yes, he kept walking eastbound on Dickens and through the neighborhood there. Very quiet, small street. And then eventually he kept walking very briskly to a north direction and ended up on Ventura Boulevard.
And what did you do at that point in time?
I continued to follow him with the team. We conducted a rolling surveillance and maintained a visual on him. And he walked quite a ways. I would say at least a mile or so.
And when you said you had a rolling surveillance, that means you're passing off point between the individuals in your unit at that point?
Correct. Just to minimize your exposure to your target, you just kind of leapfrog and let the target come to you as you're parked, and you're trying to minimize exposure to that target and minimize exposure.
As Baker was walking, what did you see him do, if anything?
I saw him on his cell phone. It was dark, and I could see his cell phone lighting up, and he was talking on it from approximately 6 to 8 inches. He held the phone away, so I assumed he was on his speakerphone.
Can you describe the phone?
One of the phones I saw was a large square type smartphone, and the other one was a flip style cell phone.
Okay, so you saw him using two different phones?
Correct.
Okay. And did you follow him to a particular location?
I did. I went back to check on the defendant. In between that time, we were going back and forth between both targets, but I did eventually make the call to go back to see what the defendant was doing.
Okay. And when you went back to see the defendant, was she in the still in the driver's seat at this point after moving the car?
Yes, it was after she had moved the car to that spot off of Saugus. That side street is to the east is Saugus, and she was parked where the inner car was. I was parked right next to her, to the left of her.
And did you have any windows in your vehicle down at that point?
I did. I had my right passenger window open, which was the window closest to her window.
That would be her driver's window.
Correct.
And could you hear what she was doing?
Yes, she was crying uncontrollably. She was using her cell phone and looking down at it. I remember her saying, "I'm so stupid," and repeating that 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
And she was continuously crying.
Do you know if she was speaking into the cell phone at that point in time?
She appeared to be, yes.
Could you hear her speaking?
I could.
Okay. After that, did you go back to a bus stop location?
Yes, I determined to stop the surveillance on the defendant and just focus on Baker since he was walking around. At this point, he was on Van Nuys walking northbound on Van Nuys Boulevard from Ventura.
Okay. And did you see what he did there?
Yes, he eventually got onto an MTA bus and took the bus north on Van Nuys Boulevard to Oxnard, and at that point is where he got off the bus. It wasn't that far,
Okay.
but he jumped on and then jumped off about 2 majors later.
Okay. And what did you see him do at that point, if anything?
He began to walk back towards the direction he came from, which was southbound on Van Nuys, and then eventually he came to a stop at the southeast corner of Burbank Boulevard and Van Nuys. There's a bus stop there, and I think that's also a mobile gas station.
And at that same time, as he was walking, did you see whether he was using his phones again?
Yes, he was using his phones and talking on 2 different phones.
And what did you see him do next, if anything?
At that time, eventually I was alerted by a teammate that a cab company, United Cab, picked up Baker and proceeded to drive away.
And did you follow Baker in the cab?
I did. I made the determination to have myself and Detective Whitney to go ahead of the surveillance to try to get there before he did, and guessed that he would be returning to the area of Salem Street. And at that point, I was able to get to that street before the cab arrived at that street at the corner of Salem and Central in the city of Glendale.
And did you see Mr. Baker get out of the cab?
I did.
And did you see where he went?
Yes, I followed him on foot. I got off of my vehicle, and I followed him from across the street, followed him to 331 Salem. I don't know if it's street or avenue.
Okay. And did you see him go into that apartment building?
Yes, I did. After he used the intercom to try to get buzzed in, it appeared as he waited for a few minutes, and at that point he must have gotten buzzed in. He opened the door, and he went out of my view into the Veteran Village apartments.
Okay. Is that the location, the Veteran Village apartments that we see in Exhibit 146 that has a number 3 in the bottom left corner?
Correct. That's the place.
Okay. Approximately what time was that?
It was at approximately 2:30 p.m.
In the morning on February 22nd?
Correct, 2:30 a.m.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mick Ross.
Thank you. Detective and I think I just heard you say that you, when you were following Mr. Baker at the end of your testimony, you had assumed he was going back to the Salem address, and that's how you knew where to go?
Correct.
So you already knew where Mr. Baker was residing?
No.
Well, why did you assume he was going back to that address?
Because early in the day, around 8 o'clock p.m. on the 21st, is when I was monitoring the GPS tracker on the defendant's truck.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that she was headed in an easterly direction, and at that point, I figured she might meet up with Mr. Baker.
Okay, I'm curious. I'm sorry, Evelyn.
I'm sorry, I should have continued. So then, when I was monitoring the cell phone and getting the team together to conduct our operation, I continued monitoring the phone, and I saw that she had stopped in the area of Salem and Central, in that vicinity of the 300 block of Salem.
Okay, so you had actually surveilled Ms. Simontilli earlier that same day?
No. I was using the electronic device and monitoring her activity from there.
Okay.
So that kind of surveillance, yes, but not physical.
Okay, so you don't know if Robert Baker was driving the truck or Ms. Simontilli was driving the truck. All you knew was from the tracker that the truck was at that location, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And had you surveilled Ms. Simontilli prior to February 21st?
I did.
Okay, on how many occasions?
Just on the 16th of February, a few days before.
Okay, and that was the only time before the 21st?
Yeah, I can remember that was the only time on the 16th.
Okay, and how about after the 21st? On how many occasions did you surveil Ms.
None that I
Simontilli?
could remember.
Okay, and am I correct that the way that you write down anything you feel is important from this surveillance is you wrote, in this case, a chronological log. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And you did it specifically for what you observed on February 21st that you felt was important?
Yes, that I felt was important, that was relayed to me either through my team or from my own observations, correct.
Got it. Okay. And am I right that when you first observed on the 21st, seeing Robert Baker and Monica Simontilli, Robert Baker was driving that truck, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you observed him drive that truck to this parlor bar, is that right?
I just observed him in front of the parlor bar. I didn't see him drive up to it.
Okay.
That's when I first spotted them, was at the parlor bar.
Okay. And did you surveil him getting out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And he got out of the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And then you testified earlier, we don't have to go through it, but you were there approximately 30 minutes and saw the two of them inside, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw them leaving, and did you observe them leaving at the valet?
I did.
Okay. And you saw them engaged in a kiss?
I did, from the inside of the establishment. They had a large window, and I was inside. They were outside. I had a clear, unobstructed view of both of them hugging and both of them kissing multiple times.
Got it. Okay. And then you followed them over to this establishment, the Dime?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you a question. This occurrence you testified about, seeing Monica come out of the establishment, and I think you described her having some interaction with this African-American gentleman.
Yes,
You observed that,
I did.
and you were able to see clearly what occurred, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct? How long was that event? How long between the time she came out of the establishment and smoked a cigarette and had some kind of interaction to when she went back in?
Approximately 10 minutes.
Okay. And am I correct that at no time during that entire 10 minutes you saw the things you... Did you ever see Robert Baker?
Not during that time.
Okay. You never saw him anywhere in the vicinity outside?
No.
And you never saw him anywhere in the vicinity inside the bar? You were not inside the bar?
Correct. None of us were inside.
Okay. And Detective, after you followed Mr. Baker driving the truck with Ms. Simontilli inside, you testified about seeing him stop the vehicle at this mobile gas station, right?
Yes.
And you saw him slam the door and storm away.
Yes.
And the next time you ever saw Mr. Baker was heading towards this residence in the Veterans Village, correct?
No. I followed him immediately from when he left the truck and continued to follow him while he was on foot and I was in my vehicle.
Okay. But you followed him as he was headed towards the Veterans Village?
Not necessarily. That eventually happened. But in between, about an hour and a half worth of him walking to Van Nuys Boulevard, northbound, got onto a bus, like I mentioned previously.
Right.
And then jumping on the bus, getting off the bus, walking back. That took well over an hour for all that to happen. And then eventually is when the cab picked him up. And then he proceeded to Salem and Glendale.
Got it. I wasn't clear, and I apologize.
No, that's all right.
I wasn't, he didn't go any other location other than between where you first saw him after he left the truck and Valley Village. He didn't make any other stops.
Not to talk to anybody, if that's what you're insinuating. He didn't talk to anybody, he didn't stop anywhere else. He did the things I had previously mentioned, though.
He took the bus, then he took the cab and
Correct.
went to Valley Village.
Correct.
Okay, now. Am I correct that you testified that you saw from very close up, sitting right beside Miss Simontilli, her crying uncontrollably?
Yes.
Okay. And that was because you pulled into a parking space, I think you described it as a stall, right beside Miss Simontilli?
Correct.
And at this point, she was no longer in the passenger seat, she was in the driver's seat, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Detective, you specifically, when you pulled in, you were there monitoring Monica Simontilli, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were parked immediately to the left of her?
Yes.
Okay. And her window was down and your window was down?
That is correct.
Okay. And you could both see and hear her crying uncontrollably?
Yes.
And she wept in a very loud manner?
Yes.
And she wept for approximately 20 minutes?
I would say about 20 minutes.
Okay. And you also said that while she was weeping and crying uncontrollably, she said a couple of times, "I'm so stupid, I'm so stupid."
Yeah, at least a few times.
But you weren't sure, you saw a phone, but you weren't sure whether she was on the phone, was texting, or making a call.
It sounded like to me she was either talking to someone or leaving a voicemail, but trying to communicate, not just staring at her phone.
Okay. And what did that phone look like?
I don't remember seeing her phone very well because she kept it at her lap and I could see the illumination from the screen, but I could not see the phone itself.
So at no time during this 20 minutes did you ever see a phone?
No.
And at no time did you later attempt to verify whether the phone was actually in use? Am I correct?
And I actually did hear the phone ringing as well.
Okay. Did you see her answer the phone?
No, I saw her. It seemed like to me she was making the call. I never heard her phone ring. I could just hear the call going out, like ringing from her end, not from a cell phone. It's like a receiving end, more like an outcalling end.
So,
you know when you have your phone on speakerphone?
Yes, sir. So what you think you heard was a ringing as if her phone was on speakerphone in her lap, and she was trying to call somebody else.
Yes.
Okay. But you never heard the ringing. You never could determine whether anybody answered or she was actually ever talking to anybody.
That is correct.
Okay. Got it. Detective, I just want to be sure, the only time that you yourself ever were surveilling Monica Simontilli, that you saw her with Mr. Baker, was on the 21st. Is that right?
The 21st into the 22nd.
Okay. That was the only time of the times you surveilled her that you saw them?
Together? Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
You're welcome.
Anything further by the people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Anaya. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. Be back in 15 minutes. Mr. Cementilli, defendant is present, all counsel present, jury, and also present. You may call the next witness.
Thank you. The people call Detective Steve Castro.
You can please face me and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Steve Castro, Stevecastro.
Thank you. Detective Castro, are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
The Englewood Police Department.
Okay. Back in 2017, what was your occupation?
I was a homicide D3 detective with the Los Angeles Police Department assigned to Operation Valley Bureau.
And overall, how long have you been a sworn peace officer?
34 and a half years.
Okay, so you went from LAPD to Englewood?
Yes.
All right. Back in the time frame of 2017, can you explain what your role was?
Yes, I was a D3, a detective supervisor in charge of an entire table as a coordinator. And I was in charge of 6 detectives.
Did you at some point, was that in a homicide unit?
That's correct.
Okay. And where was that homicide unit out of? What area of Los Angeles?
We worked out of the Van Nuys station.
During that time, did you supervise some detectives that we've heard from? A Verna, a Parshall, did you supervise them?
Yes.
And then how does that work as far as your rank? Were a D3 as opposed to somebody who's in homicide as a detective?
Yes, when you become a detective, you become a D1 where you're an investigator. Then you can promote to a D2, which you're a supervisor. And then you promote to a D3, which now you're a supervisor in charge of the entire squad.
January of 2017, how long had you been in LAPD, the homicide unit in the Valley?
Well, I was working North Hollywood homicide in 2005. We became centralized in 2015. So out of Valley Bureau homicide, approximately 2 years.
And then how long overall in homicide?
18 years.
Okay. Did you respond to a radio call then of an occurrence that occurred at 5012 Queen Victoria Street, or road actually, in Woodland Hills on January 23rd, 2017?
Yes,
Did you go to that location that night?
I did.
Exhibit 9, which is on the screen, page 8. Is that the location that you responded to?
Yes.
About what time did you get there?
I'd have to look at the crime scene log to be exact, but I'm thinking somewhere around 7 p.m., maybe 1900 hours, something to that effect.
And when you got there, do you recall who was there? Not every single person, but who had charge of the scene?
Well, once we arrived, we were in charge of the scene, but I remember there being a possible captain there, a couple detectives, some officers that were there. The yellow tape was up.
Was that case then assigned to Detectives Parshall and Verna?
Yes.
Were they with you?
They arrived a little after me.
And then when you're at the scene, what did you proceed to do?
So when I'm at the scene, I basically delegate. We knew that on that night that the lead detectives were going to be Detective Parshall and Verna. They're assigned prior. That week you're on call, you designate whoever the next person is up. So they were the lead detectives, and then there's 4 other detectives, and I usually delegate to them which one's doing the crime scene, which one is helping out with interviews or looking for surveillance, things of that nature.
Speaking of surveillance, did you yourself locate some surveillance?
Yes.
Okay. What's already been marked as Exhibit 9, page 4. What's circled right here with the red circle, did you recognize that while you were there in person? that location?
Yes,
Was there a video camera right there?
there was.
And Exhibit 9, page 5, a close-up there, was that a video camera or surveillance type equipment that was affixed to that structure right there?
Yes.
On People's 9, page 4, can you tell us in the orient what street is this that's running from the bottom to the top of the photograph?
I believe that's Queen Victoria.
And then the street at the bottom that intersects it along the bottom right here.
Oh, I forget the street. That street goes all the way up to Ventura.
Is it Oakdale?
That's correct, yes.
Did you make an attempt then to retrieve the video surveillance from that location?
We viewed it.
You viewed it. Who
Yes.
did you view it with?
Detective Bucknell.
Okay. So you went to that actual location, and did you meet someone at the location who showed you the video?
Yes, I believe, I don't remember who it was, but yes.
Okay. And that was the day of the murder?
Yes, or right around there, yes.
Okay. And if I may, has it already been marked? What's already been marked as People's 19, if I may play a video. The Queen Victoria surveillance video, sorry. Just to make sure, because on 19 we have multiple videos. If I may play that. Well, if you could just pause it for 1 second right there. So we're just pausing it right there. That photograph up there, the street that runs from left to right, what street is that? There's a car traveling on it.
That's okay.
Okay, so is that the same view that we saw earlier? And then the street that, if you were to go to the right, does that go up the hill to the Cemetery residence?
That is correct.
Just switching back very quickly, that's the view from this camera then looking in the direction of that car that was traveling, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does that video then that you just watched in court depict what you saw that day when you viewed the video at that location?
Yes.
And was that showing the two, let's call them joggers wearing the hooded sweatshirts?
Yes.
What's been marked as People's 19, page 21. Is that a screenshot then of what we just watched on the video?
It is.
Okay. Did you note the timestamp that was on the video while you're watching it live that day on the 23rd of January 2017?
Yes.
And did you note the timestamp on it if it was accurate?
It was off.
How was it off?
Exactly what it says there, 1 hour fast.
So the timestamp showed 1 hour fast.
Correct.
Okay. So if the timestamp is 17:18 on the actual video, what is that in regular time?
That would be 5:18.
Okay, and so then you were able to determine that the video was actually at 4:18 p.m.?
Yes.
And how did you determine that?
By looking at the video and then comparing it to the real time.
Okay. All right, and then there's another video. Did you also look at a video of a car leaving this area and take that as part of your evidence?
Yes.
I have a second video. It's also on People's 19. Porsche leaving the scene. I could play People's 19. Okay. The video up on the screen and that Porsche leaving, that's the same intersection we've been talking about now, leaving from the direction of the Cemetery residents, leaving and going right on Oakdale. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Exhibit 19, page 23, just for reference, is that still showing what we're looking at on the video? And again, 1 hour ahead.
That is correct.
So that's at 4:53 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. Did you put out some type of crime broadcast
No.
regarding this?
A crime alert.
Okay, what is that?
Yes. A crime alert, we manufacture that at the station, and then we put information of what we're looking for in a certain situation, in this case, this murder.
And we have People's Exhibit 7 then. Is this an example of some of the crime alerts that you helped to create?
Correct.
What's the purpose of this?
This is for the purpose of police officers that go out and patrol. They're aware of the situation, they're aware of this flyer, they're aware of what took place, and they're aware of what we're looking for.
And then what do you put on as far as the photographs? What are the photographs that you put on this crime alert?
Well, in this case, we determined these two individuals to be the suspects. The vehicle up top is the vehicle that the victim owned, not exactly his vehicle, the exact same vehicle though, but not his. And then we put a little narrative, what we're looking for.
Does this go internally then within law enforcement?
Yes.
Does it go out to the public at all?
No.
Did you do anything to alert the public that you need their help or assistance with these photographs of the two individuals or the car?
What I did was what we always do on a case like this, we put out a press release. And
When
that
you
was
say-
done as well.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was done as well.
And when you say a case like this, what do you mean?
Well, a murder in this situation, we usually put out press releases on that.
For the press release, and then did you release these photographs of the two individuals jogging, if you remember?
I don't remember if we did immediately or not. I don't recall.
Now, while you're at the scene, was there anything else specific that you did at the scene aside from looking for the videos and directing individuals to do different tasks?
Well, like I said, when we arrived there, we looked at the crime scene. We tried to identify evidence, whether it be biological, trace, technological. Door knock neighbors. I know I went there the next day and door knocked a few neighbors myself. I don't know specifically what you're asking, though, in regards to what else I did.
That's fine. Now, did you also receive a call from a Salma Cherry on June 25th?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He was giving me information of when he last spoke to the victim. He identified himself as being don't remember if a coworker or his boss. I think it was his boss, and he had informed me that he spoke to the victim on that day of the murder.
Did he tell you if you received any voicemails from that victim, Fabio?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
That the victim had left a message on his, I don't remember if it was a cell phone or machine.
Okay, do you recall what time that message was?
I believe it was 4:27 p.m.
Okay. Does that assist you then in a timeline as to when the victim was obviously still alive?
Yes, he was alive at 4:27 p.m. on that day.
Now, as far as an autopsy, well, not an autopsy, but an autopsy. In Los Angeles, is it customary then for a victim to have an autopsy when there's a suspicious death or somebody was murdered or something of that nature?
Yes.
Did you attend the autopsy?
I did not.
Did you end up ultimately booking some evidence into custody from the autopsy?
I did not, but I signed a property report that was prepared by Detective Parshall, who did book evidence from the coroner's office.
So did Detective Parshall then bring you the victim's what we call a bloodstain card, item 72?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a bloodstain card that is obtained by the coroner's office as a reference from the victim.
So the victim's blood?
Correct.
Okay. And then item 73, victim's clothing, was that booked, or you signed off on that to be booked by Detective Parshall as well?
I did.
And then item 74, victim's haircut.
As well, yes.
And you signed off on that as well?
I did.
On March 20th, 2017, did you receive a call from Feidy, F-E-I-D-Y, who represents Cody? We've talked about Cody as a company regarding Fabio's life insurance policy.
I did.
And what were you informed about that?
I was informed.
Overruled.
I was informed that there was a life insurance policy that was on the victim.
Okay, did they tell you how much it was for?
Yes, 1.6 million, I believe.
And did they inform you who the beneficiaries were of this life insurance policy?
They did.
Who did they tell you?
They said it was the victim's son, wife, and 2 daughters.
Okay. Now, as far as if anyone had been cleared, did you have any conversation about if people needed to be cleared in order to receive life insurance?
Yes.
What was that conversation?
The conversation was that I instructed the insurance company not to release any funds pending further investigation until everyone's cleared.
And is that customary in the homicide investigations that you've been part of?
Yes.
On March 22nd, 2017, this is following the death of Fabio, did you receive a voicemail from the defendant inquiring about insurance?
Yes,
And by the way, did you ever meet face-to-face with the defendant?
I did.
Okay, do you see her in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's sitting with a white sweater to the right of counsel.
And was there anything unusual about this particular voicemail?
Yes.
Can you please explain that?
It was a voice message from the defendant, and she was inquiring. She was upset why her insurance funds were not being released at the time. She wanted to know why. She expressed that she had financial issues and demanded a phone call back.
And was this voicemail to you or someone else?
It was to me, but she wanted a call back from myself or Detective Parshall.
At this point, were you the lead detective on the case handling it?
I was the supervisor of the case.
Okay. So during the call, did she complain about any of the detectives on the case that reported to you?
Overruled.
I don't recall if she specifically complained about the detective. She was upset that the money from the insurance company was being withheld.
After you got that voicemail, then what did you do?
Well, I thought it was pretty significant, so I called Detective Parshall over, and I wanted him to listen to the message as well.
And why did you go to Detective Parshall specifically?
Because Detective Parshall was the lead detective, and I wanted him to be aware of this voice message.
Now, was this voice message recorded in any way?
It was recorded on the messages in the main line for Valley Bureau Homicide.
Okay. Did you memorialize then this message in writing on April 27th, 2017? I
did.
Why did you do that?
Because it was a pretty significant message. I had never received a message like that from a beneficiary.
And again, did it come on your particular voicemail?
Yes.
Is there a reason why, did you save that voicemail?
I did not save the voice message.
Is there any reason why you didn't save it, if you recall?
All I remember is calling over Detective Parshall, and I told him, listen to this message, and he did. I go, do you want me to contact her? And I'll take the heat for delaying the funds, because I know he had a pretty good rapport with the defendant.
Okay. Did you attend the memorial for Wella, or held by Wella for Fabio on May 22nd, 2017 in Woodland Hills?
I did.
Did you go with anyone in particular?
Yes.
Who did you go with?
Detective Parshall.
Was there a reason why you went to the memorial?
I believe we were invited to begin with, and I believe Detective Parshall's partner at the time was not available.
Okay. Do you know who you were invited by?
The defendant.
So when you went to the memorial, can you describe what it was?
Yes, it was a memorial. Very nice, actually. A lot of rooms. They had a board where people would write. It's more of a celebration of life type of thing. their memories of the defendant. Nice gathering, things of that nature. It was nice.
Exhibit 90 is on the screen, page 3. Is that what you described as part of the board where people wrote messages?
Yes, it was a wall, yes.
And then showing people's 90, page 4, again, this exhibit was where people could write.
Yes.
And not visible in the photograph that's up on the screen, but were there photos of Fabio around this memorial?
Yes.
Exhibit 90, page 5, did you see those individuals there?
I saw the defendant there, and I possibly saw the two women with her. I don't specifically recall them.
Okay. Did you talk to the defendant at this memorial?
Yes.
What did you talk about?
Well, she gave us a tour, basically, and showing us around and things of that nature.
Did she tell you anything about her relationship with Fabio?
Yes, how special. Sorry, how special it was. How in love she was. How he was her soulmate. How hard it would be to continue her life. Things like that.
Now, during this memorial, did she address the audience or the people that were there?
She did.
And what did you see her do?
There was a gathering of people, and she addressed the entire audience and spoke about Fabio.
Okay, did she sing anything?
She did.
What did she sing?
I believe it was "I Did It My Way."
And was it just her up on the stage singing that?
I believe so. I don't know for sure, but I believe so.
Okay. After the memorial, then, what kind of role did you continue to have, if any, with the defendant specifically?
I believe that was the last day I spoke to her and saw her myself.
Were you involved at all in the arrest that occurred then on June 14th, 2017, which would be, a month or so after this event?
No.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Let me see counsel sidebar.
Good afternoon.
This memorial that you attended in May, that was on the 23rd?
I believe so.
And Ms. Simontilli invited you to the memorial?
I know she invited Detective Parshall and his partner, and like I said, he was not available, so I attended.
Okay. And when Ms. Simontilli was on stage, she was also with her daughters. You were familiar with her daughters?
She could have been. I don't recall that.
Okay. So you don't recall whether she was up on stage singing this song with her daughters or not?
I know she was up there singing the song. I don't remember if her daughters were with her. They could have been.
Okay. And you said she took you around to show you the workplace?
Yes.
She showed you Fabio's office?
She did.
And that's where you had your discussions with her?
We spoke, yes. I don't know if it was exactly there. It could have been.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Bringing you back to the night the case was first assigned the night of the killing on January 23rd.
Yes.
You described securing a video of two suspects, the joggers, I think that was referred to as. Do you recall doing that?
I do.
Okay. Where did you go? What was the location of, I think Ms. Stagel referred to it as a structure. What was the location you retrieved the video from?
The residence was 5019 Queen Victoria.
Okay. And did you speak to a homeowner?
I believe we did. I just don't have that recollection, but I believe we did.
Okay. And did you make any report of retrieving it from the homeowner?
I did not, because we didn't retrieve it. We viewed the video.
So you just viewed it that night. You didn't actually take a copy of it yet?
That's correct.
Okay. And did there come a point in time where you did retrieve the video, a copy?
A copy of that video was retrieved, but not by myself.
Okay. Do you know who retrieved that?
Yes. I don't know specifically the person's name. It was our TID unit, Technical Division, Forensics.
Got it.
That go out to the scene.
Got it. Got it. Okay. You discussed earlier, you testified earlier about receiving a call from a representative of the company. Do you recall that, about life insurance?
Yes.
And that person that called you was somebody named Feide?
That rings a bell, yes.
Okay. And that person informed you of the beneficiaries to the life insurance policy, the proceeds would be shared, correct?
Yes.
And they would be shared by the son, the two daughters, and Monica, correct?
Yes.
That was your understanding.
That was my understanding, yes.
And you were working in a supervisory role, but you did not have any day-to-day responsibilities on the case?
Day-to-day responsibilities? No, I did not.
Okay. And am I correct that after June 14th, 2017, you never had any contact with Monica Simontilli?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you, Detective. You're excused. Well, you look like you need a break.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoops. Go ahead.
I apologize.
No break yet.
I absolutely apologize. Detective, this voicemail you were describing earlier, you said it came to the main voicemail for the detectives?
On my line, yes.
On your personal line?
Yes, for Squad 3.
Okay, so it was a voicemail you were saying was left on your line.
Correct.
And you thought this voicemail was significant?
I did.
And you kept a copy of it?
I did not.
Is there a reason you didn't keep a copy of it?
In hindsight, I probably should have, but what I did is like I said, I brought it to the attention of the lead detective. I had him listen to it, and I asked him if he wanted me to address the situation with the defendant. He said he would take care of it.
Okay. But you never recorded it?
I didn't record it. It was on the phone, but I did not make a copy of it.
And it was deleted at some point?
It must have been, yes.
Okay. And did you receive any other communication, voicemails, letters, anything like that from Ms. Simontilli?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Didn't you receive communication where you were copied on an email from Ms. Simontilli on June 1st, 2017?
It's possible. I don't have recollection of it, but it's possible.
Okay. Your Honor, may I please mark as defense 612 a 2-page email from Monica Simontilli to Jean Parshall, CC to Steve Castro.
Yes.
I would object to this as an exhibit. She's asking if you remembered it first.
I'm sorry. You're going to object to this as an admission. And you're premature then. You proceed.
Showing you this email. Did you ever receive this email from Monica Simontilli on June 1, 2017?
I may have, I just don't have recollection of it, but I may have, yes.
Okay. Is that your email address, 26287 at lapd.online?
Correct, at the time.
And in this email, do you receive your emails at the station?
Yes.
And during this period, you were receiving all your emails?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that in this email, Monica Simontilli is communicating about when you will be meeting to hopefully get some new information?
Yeah, do you mind if I read the email?
Not at all. The email sent by Ms. Simontilli, she references a meeting that was scheduled for a couple of weeks that she says hopefully there will be some new information.
She does talk about that, yes.
And she talks about phone records for her and the girls, and that she can easily access them and to let her know dates.
Yes.
And she talks to you about that she's going to be away from June 9th to the 13th, but her realtor will be at the home to show the home.
Yes, she says this to Detective Parshaw. She CC's me. Yes.
She CC's you on your
correct.
Right. And she also talks about that Fabio's employer has continued to pay his salary, but that kindness is limited to the end of this month, correct?
Yes.
And this is an email sent in April, correct?
I'm
sorry, June 1.
I can't see it, but I'll take your word for it, yes.
Nope, let me
okay.
sure.
June 1st, 2017, yes.
So she's referencing the salary extension ending in the month of June.
Yes.
And she is talking about that she's forced to liquidate things, what we can in an untimely manner.
Yes.
And she tells you that it's been over 4 months since you commenced the investigation, and she fully understands that it's both lengthy and complex.
Yes.
And that any assistance you can provide to us would be greatly appreciated and would remove tremendous worry and burden.
Yes.
And then she finally asked you if there's anything more that they can do to accelerate the insurance claim process and what you need to facilitate this.
Yes, she talks about helping on the scene now.
Yes. And that was, again, an email from Monica Simontilli to Jean Parshall, CC to you on June 1, 2017.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Go to Ms. Eagle.
Okay, so just to put it in perspective, Detective, on March 22nd, 2017 was the voicemail when she was upset about the life insurance and caused you enough concern to go to Parshall, correct?
Yes.
She didn't mention anything else about any other topic but the life insurance.
That is correct.
Okay. So then in June, 3 months later, she sends a letter not to you but to Parshall, an email. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Defense 612, and then she concludes the letter once again at the very end, saying, let us know what more we can do to accelerate the insurance claim process and what you need to facilitate this. So once again, she's asking about insurance.
She is.
Okay, thank you.
And she was sending this email, to your understanding, 5 months after her husband had been killed. Is that right?
Yeah, that's about right.
Thank
June
you.
1st.
All right, so we're going to take a big vacation. Due to the your excuse, Detective. Thank you. Due to the holidays and all that kind of stuff, we will not be in session again until next Tuesday, which is the 18th at 9 a.m. A couple things I want to tell you. First is the admonition. You're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinions on the cause when submitted to you. Next, it's not a Friday, so I can't tell you, this is this or that. But don't forget that you're jurors on this case. Come next Tuesday, don't forget to come to court. Have a good long time.
I was mingling with some of the Wella people, and I got tapped on the shoulder by Deborah Obad and said, you got to help me get this guy out of here. And I turned around and I said, who? And then we got closer to where Monica was sitting, and I noticed she had her makeup on, her hair was down, and she was dressed up again. And there was this guy, the two of them were like kind of leaning into each other. And they were talking like they were in their own little world.
Where?
In the backyard, not far from where Fabio was murdered. sitting, the two of them. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I just wanted to say that I was shocked because she looked like she was done for the day, and then she popped back out again.
Showing you Exhibit 45. What you see here, is this the area where you saw them sitting and speaking with one another?
Yes, and behind Robert Baker is my brother's shrine, the chair that he was murdered in. Yes.
That's what we see right here.
Yes.
And shortly after that, did you observe the two of them go somewhere?
Yes, I think Deborah was the one who asked them that we need to go inside. And then all four of us, Deborah, myself, Monica, and Baker, went through the kitchen door. We passed Monica's mother, Mena Crescentini, and as we're passing by, she was like standing there like a sergeant. And I'm still shocked not knowing what's going on, but he did stand out like a sore thumb because he wasn't a Wella person. So we don't know. Or family. So we don't know what he was doing there, but
And where did they go? Once you guys came into the house, where did they go?
so the four of us walked, followed basically Monica. She went into a dark living room, sat on the couch, and then Baker sat in front of her on an ottoman. And then I just found a spot to sit next to her on the right and Deb on the left. And with what Deb had said to me that we got to get rid of this guy, everybody's looking, I whispered into Monica's ear, I go, who is this guy? Like, you know, everybody's looking at you, everybody's watching what's going on in Italian. Because I didn't want to embarrass her or him or my brother. Like, this is embarrassing.
Why?
Well, she's acting like she's in her own little world, talking to some strange guy. I just didn't like that. It was very not right to be doing, disrespectful.
And so in Italian, what you said to her, what is going on?
Yeah.
And what did she respond, if anything?
She was, oh, this is my racquetball coach, Robert Baker. This is my sister-in-law, Morella. And we shook hands. He gave me his condolences. And then she introduced him to Deborah. And then I think I heard her say, you probably better you go now. So he got up, she got up, we all got up. And as we're walking towards the front door, again, Monica's mother is standing there looking at him with her eyes beady, and I'm trying to read this, what's going on here? And then as he was leaving, he wanted to nod and say goodnight, and she told him, fuck off.
In English?
Very loud in English. Okay. Late 60s, 70s age woman, and she just screamed out, fuck off.
Okay. And you were standing at the door at that point?
I was still behind, near Monica's mom, and the door was 2 steps up. Okay. So we didn't go up the steps. He did with her.
At any point in time prior to this period, did Deborah ever mention to you that she knew that the defendant was having an affair behind your brother's back?
No. I'm sorry. She never said anything to us. It was devastating to hear that she may have known something, and she watched 20-odd family members crying, looking for answers, trying to figure out who would do this to my brother. And she had already known something and never shared it with us.
Did she ever?
Pretty bold of Robert Baker to show up at the house. I just have to wonder if Monica had invited him in some way. She got all made up, according to this witness. But Mom, she was having none of it. All right, we're going to pause right here. We're going to get you back to testimony when we come back in the Celebrity Stylist murder trial. So keep it here on Court TV Live. Welcome back to our special coverage of the Celebrity Stylist trial of Monica Cementelli. I'm Michael Ayala. Monica Cementelli faces life in prison if convicted in the stabbing death of her husband. Her former lover, Robert Baker, already pleaded no contest and is actually serving a life sentence without parole. But he claims that Monica wasn't involved. Let's head back to court now, where the victim's sister is still on direct examination.
When the defendant came home with the Porsche and Marco, did you guys talk to her? Did you guys advise her that the neighbor had brought over a DVD with footage?
Yes, she came to learn that we had seen it because we were trying to explain to her that, you know, oh, we got an idea of what happened. Your neighbor came and dropped off the DVD. She was so upset. She made everybody feel so bad. You guys watched it without me. How could you? How dare you? Did you guys see anything? Did you see any faces? Did you see any skin color? And then she rushed upstairs. We kind of followed her to go watch it.
And so did she then watch the video herself?
She did.
Okay. And did she ask you questions other than whether or not you could see their faces or their skin color?
Yeah, my nephew had said he thought that one of them looked African American.
I'm sorry, objection calls for hearsay non-responsive.
Sustained.
Did the defendant ask you any questions about the video? You and the group of family members that had watched.
While we were watching it with her, no.
Okay. And when she first came in, you said that she asked certain questions.
She did.
And what were those things that she was asking you?
That if we can see any faces, any skin color, was it clear? Can you see it clearly? What did they look like? What were they wearing? Like it was just boom, 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 question after each other, and we can understand why she was frustrated, but we were asked to go see it. We didn't do this out of any malicious reason.
Well, you were also interested in finding out who had murdered your brother.
Of course, yes, yes.
Did you keep in touch with Monica after you returned to Canada after your brother's murder?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak with her every week?
Pretty much every week, yes.
Okay. And you already told us that you followed her Instagram account. In terms of the conversations that you had with the defendant after that date, was there a particular topic that seemed to come up every time you spoke with her?
Yes, it was always, it would start with, did you get any information from the police officer? Do they have any leads? Is there anything that they have any answers to? And she says no. And I would say, you know, I want to call, I want to talk to them. And she would say, no, don't call them. I only want them talking to me. I don't want anybody calling. And she would explain to me that she would tell them all the time that she was going to be living on their front stoop if this insurance money didn't come in. She had to remove all these things that they were like, you know, she had to get rid of the cleaning lady, the pool people, the gardener, and she was struggling with financials, and she was always troubled by financials, and the insurance company wasn't releasing her, and she was like out of breath sometimes trying to figure out how she's gonna get them to release her.
So you mean law enforcement?
Yes.
And was the subject of money something that she brought up and complained about on a regular basis?
All the time.
And did the defendant tell you when you mentioned that she would be sitting on their front stoop, does that mean that she was telling you that she was going to be sitting on law enforcement's front stoop?
Yes.
Because she didn't have money?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever inform you that Wella decided to give her Fabio's full salary for 6 months along with their health care for free for her and the girls?
No.
At any point in time, did she tell you that she was going to Las Vegas?
She did. She told me she was going to Las Vegas with some friends.
Okay.
Girlfriends.
Did she ever tell you that she was going to Myrtle Beach?
She did. She said she wanted to walk the golf course by herself.
Okay. And did she tell you why she wanted to go to Myrtle Beach and walk a golf course?
Yeah, it was like something my brother would have wanted to do all his life, maybe one day, and she thought that by doing it herself, she was doing it for him.
So, had your brother ever mentioned Myrtle Beach to you?
He was avid golfer and I wasn't, but he's mentioned many golf courses. That might have been one of them.
Like Pebble Beach?
Yes, that one for sure.
You knew he was planning a trip with Marco and some of his friends for his 50th?
Yes.
All right. At some point in time, because of how distraught the defendant was regarding her financial situation, did you encourage Marco to assist her?
Yes. I told her, well, you keep calling them all the time, you keep bothering them, but, unless you're put in an official letter, I said, they might not take you seriously.
You told the defendant
Yeah.
that?
And I said, if you want.
All right, we'll step aside here, folks. Take a break, so keep it here on your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, what happened to baby Evelyn? We're diving deeper into today's gripping testimony as a young mother stands trial for murder.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV. Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan with the latest and breaking true crime stories.
Now, let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinnie Politan Investigates, tonight, 9/8 Central, only on Court TV.
We are following day 10 of the celebrity stylist murder trial. The court is hearing from the victim's sister, Morella Cementilli. She's recalling what the defendant did following her brother's murder.
It and then just send him all the details so that, he can address it properly, or I don't know whatever happened after that.
Did she ever try to dissuade you from speaking to law enforcement or the LAPD yourself?
Yes. She even got upset one time that my son had called. And I didn't know that my son had called. And then I found out with a very stern voice, she goes, absolutely don't ever call again. Tell him.
And after the murder, did you, along with her family, talk about taking turns coming down to California to stay with her so that she wouldn't be alone in the aftermath?
Yes, we did for a while. If it wasn't her mom, it would be her sister or would be myself. We would rotate, or at least we talked about it. I used to do their hair, so we would catch up and talk about who's going next and so on.
When you say their hair, you're talking about Monica's family?
Monica's family, yes.
All right.
Mother and sister.
Now, at some point, did you talk with Monica, or did she talk with you about the fact that she didn't want any of you coming to stay?
Overruled.
Yes, it was around Easter time, and we went to the garage, and we had my husband, myself, Monica, maybe one or two other people. We were just talking about how's everything going, and
was this the like the 1 month memorial?
No.
So
maybe. Nope. Sorry. Yes, it was. It was, because the Easter was different. There wasn't. I had a house full of guests. It was the only time that really happened would have been at the 1 month memorial. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at the 1 month memorial, is that like a tradition?
Yes.
All right. And did the defendant come to Toronto for that along with Jessica?
Yes, that's right. And I had some other guests as well. On that particular day, we had gone outside for smoke, and asking her how things are going, and she's like, I'm sick and tired of this, like, people coming in and out and all these people in my house, you know, just leave me alone. If I want to fuck, I'm going to fuck. I'm a big-ass girl. Just, I wish they would leave me alone.
And was that when you were talking to her while she was smoking in your garage?
Yes.
And who else was with you?
My husband.
Marco?
Yes.
Okay. Did that statement come after you offered to come stay with her and help out with the girls?
Yes.
And did she turn you down?
She did.
At some point in time, did Monica talk to you and your daughter about setting up some kind of a college fund for her girls?
Yes, people were calling and wanting to know if they were accepting flowers for the funeral, or if there was a donation for the children, the girls' college fund. And my daughter took the initiative to suggest to open up an account so that people can donate to the college fund in lieu of flowers, both in the U.S. and in Canada.
Okay. And at some point in time, did the defendant talk to you and your daughter about the account that your daughter helped her set up?
Yeah, we were checking in just to see, you know, how it was going and how generous people were, and she said she removed her daughter's names because she didn't want them seeing that they had money and privileges.
Okay.
And left just her name.
And she talked to you and Vanessa about this?
Yes.
At some point in time, after you were in Los Angeles for the week following Fabio's murder, did you fly back to Canada along with the family for various funeral services and things of that nature?
Yes, we all did.
Okay. And Fabio's body was also sent back to
Yes,
Canada
it
by the
was.
company?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And by the way, when the defendant would go back to Canada, where would she typically stay?
With her mom.
Was that in the same area where you live, Woodward?
Yes.
And there was a funeral event?
Yes, there was.
And luncheon and some other events?
Yes, we did Thursday evening viewing, full day Saturday viewing, and then Thursday half a day viewing, and then Friday the full day viewing, and then Saturday was the mass, and then he was released and went to being cremated.
Had anybody in your family ever been cremated before?
No.
Was that something that upset you and your mother and your sister?
It's overruled.
It was very upsetting because my mom was standing right there and nobody asked her what she wanted. And we were all waiting, but she made an announcement. She said, your father would have wanted to be cremated, and I'm going to let the kids decide, but you know your father wanted to be cremated. And these three young kids agreed.
So, had Fabio ever mentioned cremation with you?
Not that I know of, no.
Well, you would remember something like that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So Fabio was cremated at the end of these few days, correct?
Right. So what happened on the Saturday is after the Mass, Fabio went to the crematorium, and the majority of the guests went to a banquet hall to have some food and refreshments. And my husband, my nephew, and Monica's brother-in-law named Grant Larson went to the crematorium to be there for the procedure of cremation. The rest of us went to the banquet hall for a luncheon that my husband and I paid for, along with her mother, Mena.
Okay. Philomena. And temporarily, what was done? Well, it's not temporary anymore, but at that point in time, what was done with his remains?
Well, when we were in LA, we were told day to day something different, and then finally she had decided that she was going to expedite or bring my brother back to Toronto, because he always wanted to go back to Canada. And you need to plan. You need to call the cemetery in order to accept the body coming in via airline. So I needed to know this information, and I called my cousins who had just experienced lots of loss, and I knew they knew their way around funeral homes, and they said they'd be more than happy to help. And they were on the other end helping by going to the funeral home and setting up the funeral procedures for when we get there.
Okay, but my question was, what was done with his remains after he was cremated?
So in that preparing, because it was last minute, they offered a crypt that they bought as a family burial ground. And for temporary use, she can put his ashes in the full crypt. And
that's where he remains.
That's where he is today.
So she's never purchased any crypt?
Nothing.
Location?
No.
So his remains are in a
temporarily laying in my cousin's family crypt.
For the last 8 years?
Yes.
Council, let me interrupt. Due to the traffic situation, we're going to adjourn at this time.
Kristen, what can you tell us about Hunter Wood? How much do we know about his background and who he is?
Yeah, so Hunter Wood was Maggie Boswell's boyfriend at the time that all of this took place. They hadn't dated for very long. They met at Hunter T's Chicken Shack, which you heard Randy Wood testify there. He actually owned Hunter T's Chicken Shack, and Megan came in for an interview one day, and so she worked at Hunter T's for a while, and that's where she met Hunter Wood.
All right, Judge, I see what's happening here. And again, the parallels are unreal between this case and the case that you presided over a few years ago at this point. In that case, I mean, Kaylee Marie's mother is talking about Jesse Grund, her ex-fiancé. In this case, you've got Megan talking about Ethan, the man who was supposedly the father of baby Evelyn. Then the current boyfriend. You know, Kaylee Marie's mother was dating Anthony, the DJ. Here she's dating Hunter, and they're going after Hunter. Do you think there will be any traction in all of this? If you've got someone they point the finger at who happens to be in a mental facility, you know, taking care of some mental health issues?
Number one, the prosecution is going to have to shore up this timeline as to where Hunter Woods was during this time period where the child went missing. Unfortunately for the defense, they're pointing fingers at everyone. And the question that the jury is going to have to ultimately resolve, which lie are you going to believe? There will more than likely be absolutely no evidence other than the defense attorney's imagination that Hunter Woods was actually involved in this particular case.
Let's take a listen here to former TBI agent David Gratz talking about Megan and Hunter looking for an apartment.
This is an application for applying for a residence at Overlook Apartments.
Okay. And can you tell us why you looked at Overlook Apartments?
We were given information that the defendant had applied to live there with her boyfriend.
Okay. Her boyfriend.
Hunter Wood.
When were they looking to try to get an apartment at Overlook Apartments?